Hello everyone, welcome to the Flesh and Blood World Tour Auckland, where we will be covering day 2 of the Welcome to Rathe calling. My name is Zhang, and I'm here with my co-caster Kashan, and let me quickly set the stage for you. We are bringing you here into our hometown of Auckland, New Zealand, where Flesh and Blood began. And we're going to take you back all the way to the very first set ever printed, Welcome to Rathe. And players today will be playing Welcome to Rathe ALPHA draft for their shot in the top 8. I am so excited. How are you feeling?
Oh, honestly, couldn't be more excited. It's a beautiful, drizzly, overcast day in Auckland. Classic weather for Auckland. Perfect weather to be indoors, flipping cards on the table. And those cards happen to be Welcome to Rathe, one of my favorite sets of all time. It's just amazing to be able to go back to the first set that launched Flesh and Blood. All of its cleanliness, all of the backbone that it's set up, that the modern game that we know and love today all relies on. It's just going to be fantastic. So, 2 days of day 2, Zhang.
Yeah, so we have 2 days of very exciting day 2 calling events set up for you. Back-to-back callings, starting with today, day 2 of the Welcome to Rathe ALPHA draft calling, and then tomorrow we'll be covering day 2 of the classic constructed calling. This is going to be so much fiery competition and exciting events coming.
It's so good to have so many people from all across the world coming to our hometown to be able to experience our game and just having a great time with it. Now, I think we should have a look at how our day 1 shaped out, Uyong.
Yeah, for our CC. It has been very exciting looking at some of the sealed metagame that has come today, because Welcome to Rathe is a format that just hasn't been touched in some time. So it was very exciting to see how, with all this new time that players have poured into the game, with all this newfound experience and knowledge, how this Welcome to Rathe meta has shaped up. And as you can clearly see, 78 players playing Bravo in that sealed format.
Absolutely.
A very powerful hero.
Yep, we've got Bravo being the sort of showstopper here in the midst of Welcome to Rathe. And part of the reason for that is at 30 card limited decks and in a sealed environment, having Anathos that swings for 6 is very, very bread and butter. It's a very reliable game plan to be able to go and grind through, and it's probably one of the easiest heroes to build and play in this environment. However, there are ways to circumvent around that sort of very consistent game plan.
Exactly, and that's why Rhinar is coming in second at 45. With that ability to intimidate, you can absolutely blast through Bravo's defensive fatigue game plan.
There's quite a lot of exceptionally creative ways to play these heroes. Obviously you can build them with the cards that they're intended to be played with, but every card in Welcome to Rathe has its place, and the generics are splashable in everything. So you might see some Dorintheas and some Katsus who, their card pool makes it look as if they're supposed to lean towards light costed cards, 0 cost, 1 cost, go again, that sort of thing. But we can see them utilizing stuff like, your 3 for 7s, your 3 for 8s, your 2 for 6s. There's lots of really weird kind of creative things you can build up to try and sort of circumvent the classic block 6, attack for 6 sort of grind set that we see today.
Exactly. It is so exciting to sort of go back to these original 4 heroes. I mean, if you were playing in this sealed calling, which hero would you have gravitated towards?
Actually, most people will think that it's going to be Bravo because I'm known for playing a lot of Bravo back in the day. I would actually pick Rhinar. I think Rhinar is the most flexible when it comes to the card pool.
Yeah.
You can build into these triple intimidate builds to try and gank your opponents out of next week. However, I really like the ability to play Fatigue Rhinar, where you can just block out, swing your club, and then close the game out with something like Regurgitating Slog for a massive dominated finish.
Yeah.
But I also like that you can just sometimes play some unhinged crazy deck with Flock of the Featherwalkers and Snatch and Razor Reflex and Scar for a Scar, and just go wide into the club. There's so many different ways you can build Rhinar, and I think it takes a lot of people by surprise because they're never quite sure what to expect.
Cool. All right. So, all these heroes fighting it for what exactly? What is on the line that people are battling out with these Welcome to Rathe heroes?
Well, Young, I'm glad you asked. There's a very simple answer to that question. Money, gold, glory. Everything you could ever want in your wildest dreams. So the players who come this far, we have a lot of different cash placements from 24th all the way up to 2nd, where you get to get yourself a couple of $100. Pretty sweet. And obviously you have the King of Kings. You got the first place prize pool, 2,400 USD straight in the bank, plus the beautiful trophy. And along with that trophy, which you'll put in your house, you'll put it on display, and you have to explain to your relatives what flesh and blood is, and then you have to explain how it works, and then you have to explain why it was difficult for you to win it. And they'll be like, oh yeah, okay, sure, I'm happy that you're looking after yourself.
Exactly.
However, maybe they'll understand it when you show them that beautiful gold foil Stonewall gauntlet, and you just say, look, not many people have this.
Exactly. And you won't be able to show it, but you will also get 16 World Tour points for that World Tour Player of the Year race. And despite all this pricing as well, it's also important to remember that everyone that made it to day 2 of this calling is currently drafting Welcome to Rathe Alpha packs, these rare, old school packs that are very difficult to find in the wild.
Oh, that's so exciting. I mean, like, the prospect of opening some crazy stuff is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, so once this is all done, I'm so excited to see what else is coming up in this World Tour sequence, because we have these back-to-back callings in Auckland this weekend, but we also have some more exciting events coming up. This next week, we're going to have another calling. The week after that, another calling. This is an exciting month for Flesh and Blood.
If you like barbecue, see you in Kansas City. If you like everything that Denmark's got to offer, go to Copenhagen. But we've also got some really nice battle hardens on the way as well. Perth, Phoenix, Orlando, Manila, Munich, Chicago, Shizuoka, and Paris. Some great locations. Uyong, if you could pick any of these, if you could pick any 2, which ones would you go to?
All right. So, as a game developer, unfortunately, I cannot compete at these levels, but I would love to go to that world premiere in Montreal to check out the world premiere of Super Slam, a set that is gonna be exciting, with exciting Guardians and Brutes coming out, 3 intellect, 5 intellect. I'm really excited to see how that sort of shapes up the metagame.
Absolutely. I think for me, Copenhagen, I'd really like to see Denmark.
I'd
like to see a little bit of Legoland. And you know what? I actually think Manila. Never been to the Philippines, but
yeah. If we're just discussing holidays, I would love to go to Orlando and just check out Disney World while I'm there. But also, one of the peak competitive levels of Flesh and Blood is also coming up in World Championship Philadelphia in November 13th to 16th. So it's going to be so exciting with nothing but amazing World Tour events coming up.
Philly, time to get silly in Philly.
I am just so excited to be here at this calling. The atmosphere here is electric as people are going back to the roots of Flesh and Blood, opening some rare cards, playing with these OG heroes that really set the game up for this, where we are today.
Yeah, honestly, I have so many special memories with this set. Like, most of my core friendships were formed with this set, and I still play Flesh and Blood with them to this day.
Exactly.
It's just nothing quite like it.
Amazing. And as we're excited about cards of the past, we should also get pretty excited about cards of the future, as we have some spoilers and reveals coming up today. So stick around, watch some draft, and right before the top 8, we're going to be spoiling some exciting new cards. And then right before the finals, we'll also be revealing a little more.
You sure you can't just give us a little peek now?
No.
Why do we have to wait?
Because I have signed an NDA and my job is at risk if I say anything out of order.
Skill issue.
Indeed. As much as I am excited, you guys will have to wait along with me to see what those exciting spoilers are. So, we've set up the day. Let's have a good look at the recap of day 1 of the calling and see what went down. And don't go anywhere, because right after that, we'll be right into the action with the calling. Welcome to Rathe Draft Games. Let's go.
Don't go anywhere. Seriously.
Welcome back to Rathe, baby. We are here at World Tour Auckland. We're going to bring you all the action from the doubleheader calling this weekend. And man, I'm hyped to check out some alpha Welcome to Rathe draft action.
Kieran, this is where it all began, you know? I feel like James White put all his passion and all the love he could into this particular product. You know, this is the first limited format we've ever had, and what a gold standard of a draft format, a sealed format, it has been ever since. You know, I feel like it's, by many players, it's been still regarded as the best.
Completely agree. Like, what some people may not realize is that like years of development went into Welcome to Rathe, like years and years. James wanted to make sure it was a banger, and man, it came out hot. Like seeing some of these, like I was wandering around watching some of the players draft. Man, it took me all the way back to those early days, 2019, 2020. I am opening my first box as a Welcome to Rathe, and like you said, it's, you know, some people, they can be like, oh, you're looking at it, back at it with a little bit of nostalgia. Yeah, I disagree. I think Welcome to Rathe is a banger draft format. I think it's so much fun and limited. I think there's like multiple different directions you can go with it. So I'm pretty interested to see how the players do it.
Yeah.
I know even like years later, I did like a teams draft at Worlds playing Welcome to Rathe, which just goes to show how much like players just love this.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go ahead and look at the standings to see how the players did for on day one of Sealed. Okay, so I mean, honestly, Carol, no huge surprises seeing Michael Fung sitting up way up top there at 7-1.
Yeah.
And but really good to see a few locals. Thomas Bailey Galbraith sitting there at 7-1 as well.
Yeah, so it was really cool yesterday to see a lot of kind of the OG Auckland players, the OG New Zealand players. Thomas Bailey Galbraith is from Wellington, very experienced player. And yeah, it was really cool to see those matchups yesterday where, you know, players like Michael Fung, Brody, Chris Ayali playing against these OGs and seeing who came out on top.
Yep, and but the cool thing as well is like Thomas is going to be our featured drafter for the day. So you know,
nice.
we have to have a Kiwi now that we're here on home turf.
For sure.
And it's going to be an interesting dynamic because if we look at that top pod, the 1 through 8, a number of players at 7-1.
Yeah.
And then when you get down into pods 2 and pod 3, that's when it gets really interesting because these players need to be basically 3-0ing their draft in order to stay alive.
Yeah.
So you mentioned some of those OGs of the format. I'm seeing names like Sam Payne, Henry Moore,
for sure, yeah. Justin Morgan, Jacob Pearson as well. I still remember the day he walked into the card merchant, one of the OG LGSs, and started playing.
Yeah, I was there actually because I was just like jamming some games, and I'm like, who's this crazy kid opening like back-to-back 4 cases in a row, and he was just loving it. So I got to have a chat with him this morning. I watched a bit of his draft. I think he's pretty excited.
Yeah.
A former calling champion himself, so he wants to add one more trophy to the cabinet. And also see Roy Lai. Roy Lai actually made the top 8 of the Monarch Limited Calling all the way back in Auckland 2021. So good to see him doing well.
Yeah. And yeah, it's super exciting about these particular players. They have to 3-0, right? They have to 3-0 their pod to get into that top 8.
Yep. So speaking of Welcome to Rathe draft, speaking of Welcome to Limited Draft, let's go ahead and look at some of the key cards of the format. So, Carol, walk me through some of the generics here. Like, there's one I'm going to say is pretty obvious, Drone of Brutality. But talk to me about the Pummels, the Wounded Bulls, the Sink Belows.
Yeah, so basically these are great early picks to let you stay open. And by that, I mean, you can choose your class later on as you go along. Drone of Brutality is an interesting one because yesterday, in the sealed portion, we didn't see that card featured at all because it was a different print run. So now this card can be make a quite substantial change into the draft format because it just sticks around forever, right?
Yep. One of the notorious cards of Flesh and Blood, one of the first banned cards, because like when you can defend with it, it goes back on the bottom of your deck. You attack with it, it goes back on the bottom of your deck. There's no getting rid of this thing. So in a 30-card format where card count matters, every card matters, being able to just drone someone over and over again, it just becomes like a really effective tool to try and fatigue out your opponent by damage. Very strong. Wounded Bull, obviously, you know, get a bit of a 3 for 8 going on. Pummel, attack reaction. Sink Below, defense reaction.
Sink Below, I mean, these are cards that are seeing play in Classic Constructed right now. But I want to go back to something you mentioned, Kieran, which is the 30-card cap. So originally in Welcome to Rathe, there was no limit on the cards you can put into your deck. So a lot of players could put up to 35, even 40 playables and kind of play towards that fatigue strategy by running out your opponent out of cards. Whereas now there's a massive shift in the format where they're capped on the amount of playables, and I do feel like it will actually matter quite a lot in these drafts.
One fun fact right before we move on to our next slide, we were chatting to Michael Fung this morning, and a bit of a hot take.
Yeah?
He told me he would take Hardened Crossstrap first pick over Red Drone of Brutality. So
Oh.
very, very interesting. Bit of a controversial one there.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and have a look at some more cards. So we're moving on to the equipment here, and the first thing I want to talk to you about, Carol, is Mask of Momentum. Legendary?
Yeah. So back in the day, I mean, in the very first few limited formats like Welcome to Rathe, you could just draft a legendary and play it, which is wild. You know, it's like one of those things that can just dictate your whole draft. Like imagine sitting down and opening this beautiful Mask of Momentum, legendary power level in a draft in a limited format.
Yep, sometimes we talk about signpost cards. There's no better signpost than a legendary.
Yeah.
So that was something that, as time went on, I think because of somewhat of the warping power of these legendaries, they kind of got moved out of the ability to draft these.
Yeah.
But having a look at some of the iconic equipment that we still see played to this day. So Snapdragon Scalers, Hardened Crossstrap, Goliath Gauntlet.
Yeah.
So walk me through this, Carol. Why are these so strong? Why are these the staple equips that I want to be picking up?
Yeah. So first of all, I just want to say, you know, back in the first format, like these cards were the golden standard, and even now, cards like Snapdragon Scalers are seeing play in Classic Constructed. Like that just showcases the power level that these cards have, and not only that, these particular three, Goliath Gauntlet, Hardened Crossstrap, and Snapdragon Scalers, fit in every deck you end up drafting. So picking up one of these is just a great way to secure that baseline power level. They're always going to be in play, and I feel like that's where the power shines. You have access to them at every point of the game.
Yep.
So yeah, Snapdragon Scalers and Goliath Gauntlet, you can see how they kind of point you towards a cost curve direction where Snapdragon Scalers works on 0 cost or 1 cost attacks, whereas Goliath and Harden are kind of put you towards that 2+ cost attacks, which is kind of a bit of a theme in Welcome to Rathe.
Yeah, one of the cool sort of tech things you can watch out for, because you look at cards like Hardened Crossstrap, Goliath Gauntlet, you might be thinking, oh, is this for like the Bravos and the Rhinars of the world? Also very good in Katsu as well. You can line them up with Surging Strikes to have that
Katsu's actually played this in Classic Constructed, right?
Yeah,
You're a bit of a fan, Mr.
bit of myself
Classic?
back in the day. And the other cool thing is Snapdragon Scalers, like you might be thinking, well, I'm drafting Bravo. Why do I want this? But I will be keeping an eye out. Some very cool plays. Often when players pick up this piece of equipment early, even if they're in Bravo, they then look to draft something like 1 red Wounding Blow. So you pick up the 0/4.
A 1 red snatch.
Yeah,
you know,
1
if you
red
grab
snatch,
it.
and you just catch people off guard because you start off your turn with like a 0/4 because you think Guardian, they only do 1 big attack. You start off with your 0/4 Snapdragon Scalers into a big attack, and anyway, let's move on and have a look at some of the core class cards. So we're going to kick things off with Katsu, and I'm just going to go ahead and take the lead on this one.
Katsu's your boy.
I love Katsu. It was the first hero I ever played in Flesh and Blood. Still has a place in my heart to this day. And if we're looking through the cards here, so we see the Leg Tap. So Leg Tap is one of your strong sort of starters if you will. So you have things like, you know, Leg Tap, Surging Strike, Head Jab. These open up your combo lines. The thing about these cards as well, like it's nice to pair them up with their followers, your Whelming Gust Waves, your Rising Knee Thrusts and things like that. Just by themselves, they're just good cards. Katsu's one of the, is the best class at going wide, so going multiple chain links wide and Welcome to Rathe Limited. So you really want to be picking up these things that let you go multiple chain links wide and utilize your Harmonized Kodachis. Speaking of the Harmonized Kodachis, that's why we're wanting to pick up things like this Rising Knee Thrust Blue. So the gold standard for your resource base is blue, 0 cost, 3 defense cards. So you're rising it, you know, things like your Rising Knee Thrust. You can even go down into things like Wounding Blow blue. You know, you pick up your Head Jabs blue, even though they're 2 block. You just want to be able to make sure you're chipping away with these Kodachis, so you can keep up in the damage race. Finally, we look at some of the core generics, things like Snatch, perfect. I mean, if I go Kadachi, leg tap, snatch, that's one hell of a turn.
That's
you know,
amazing.
the equipments, you do have things like the Iron Rots and you know, Battle War 1, Blade Break 1 equips. There's not that many equips in the format that block that well. So these breakpoints can get really nasty really quickly.
Something getting like a Razor Reflex to get your hero ability online would be great as well.
Oh, that'd be beautiful.
Right?
Beautiful. Okay, Carol, I know you're a huge Rhinar fan,
Yeah.
so walk me through some of the cards in this slide.
Yeah, Rhinar's actually, it's definitely a tricky hero to play because of that randomness factor, but I feel like that's where the power lies. And Rhinar, I feel like I would say can play defensive, it can play aggressive, it's quite flexible, and it has those inherent combos. Barraging Beatdown as a staple where you can play that kind of nickel and dime game where you play this out and then attack with your Romping Club, like threatening 8 damage and an Intimidate, or you can combine it with more Intimidates to do a huge blowout combo turn. And I think seeing the Savage Feast and the Smash Instinct showcases that Rhinar has the ability to go into that one cost matters kind of one cost matters cards like that Snapdragon Scalers, or go into the kind of 2 or more cost cards like Smash Instinct. So there is a bit of deck building flexibility there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it is a little bit trickier at times to draft and build correctly compared to some of the other heroes.
Yeah.
But if you pull it all together, I think it's one of the strongest decks in this limited format. I mean, pairing up Savage Feast with the Snapdragon Scalers, that's pretty damn sweet.
Yeah, I feel like it's in terms of the draft, I think it's a bit of a risky hero to go into, but I think you can be rewarded if other heroes decide that Rhinar isn't for them.
The final thing we'll say before we move on, obviously Rhinar, one of the big things is 6 power or more matters. It's not the hero ability we see on things like Savage Feast. That's why these yellow 6 powers, things like your Smash Instincts, are really important to pick up, because you want to be able to pick up these cards that both pitch to Romping Club to keep the damage ticking over, or have these cards that you can discard, trigger the Intimidate, and finish off your opponent. Anyway, that's enough on Rhinar for now. Let's keep moving along. So looking at Dorinthea, the golden girl.
Yeah.
So what I'm seeing here is a bit of a theme of wanting to give going into your weapon.
Yeah.
Walk me through that.
So Dorinthea's whole game plan revolves around Dawnblade, getting those counters on Dawnblade, and what that means is getting that first hit, getting it go again somehow with cards like Driving Blade or maybe a Quicken thanks to Flock of the Featherwalkers, and then being able to attack again. And the way Dorinthea gets that damage through is through attack reactions like the Iron Song response, which is just being able to connect with that Dawnblade, attack again, and threaten a counter. And that's sometimes all it takes is 1 or 2 counters on your Dawnblade and you're just off to the races.
Yep, because if we look at Dorinthea's hero ability, when your weapon attack hits, you can attack an additional time. So that's why Carol's saying you want to pair up Go Again. It's like a little bit of an A plus B deck in a way.
Yeah.
You want cards that give your weapon Go Again, and then you want cards that make sure your weapon hits.
Yeah.
So like your Iron Song responses, your like Razor Reflexes, your Stroke of Foresights, all these 0 to 1 cost attack reactions. So you can lead off, give your weapon Go Again, attack, and then attack again. Once you get a counter on that Dawnblade, in Classic Constructed, it's scary. But imagine in Limited, where you have like very few breakpoint equipments to stop this, very few defense reactions. It gets really scary really quickly.
Definitely.
Let's go ahead and have a look at Bravo. One of the superstars of the format.
Yeah, so we've seen yesterday Bravo was by far the most kind of choice made by the players, the most commonly picked hero, because of the strength of his weapon Anathos. Especially in this 30-card format, Anathos is able to attack for 6 if you have those attacks with those cards with 3 or more cost, like this blue Debilitate.
A couple of things that Bravo really has going for him is, like, as you mentioned, the ability to attack with Anathos for 4 or 6, stripping multiple cards per turn without using any cards for your deck, and that hero ability. Paying 2 until end of turn, your attack action cards with 3 or more gain Dominate, and that is just so strong. Like, because what you want to do is you want to chip them down a little bit, just a little bits of damage here, little bits of damage there. You know, you're trying to sort of fatigue down the deck a little bit, get multiple cards in, and then when they are forced to, like, just go at you because they can't sit there for block the Anathos, that's when you want to come in and finish off the game with your hero ability and Dominate. Some of the cards that help you get there are things like these Staunch Responses. Really good against, you know, in the mirror, against Rhinar even, against Dorinthea, who wants to, like, load up a big Dawnblade. Against cards who can be a little bit trickier, but you want to be able to buy yourself time. You're slow and steady until you're ready to pop off. So things like the Iron Rot legs, the equipments are really important. But I'd also be looking to pick up a few like big cards, things like Pummel, things like Red Debilitate, Red Disable. I want these big attacks to offer some disruption and give me these big closes.
Yeah. And exactly as I mentioned, Bravo hero ability is just so good to, if you catch your opponent off guard and if you connect with those crushes, that can just swing the game.
Yeah, so we've looked through some of the key cards for each of the heroes. Now, should we go ahead and have a look at the players, or sitting around how they were seated in the pod?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, kind of a lot of 7-1s in this top pod, which means that they have to win 2 games in this particular draft to lock in that top 8. For Wiki Galway, that means they have to go 3-0.
Yeah, and some a good mix of locals, and then some like big names that a lot of our viewers will be familiar with. So, your Michael Fungs, your Jacob Clements, these are players right up the top of the Player of the Year leaderboards as well, who have just shown consistently that they can get it done at the highest level. But when we see some local Kiwis, some OGs like Thomas Bailey Galbraith as our featured drafter, I'm hyped to see the Kiwis stand their ground and say, look, hey, we're pretty good at this game too.
For sure. Names like Donald Tang and Dennis Zhang are quite familiar to us. So I really want to see if these OG players can use their skills they picked up years ago in this format and take this one out.
Yeah, any predictions in terms of how the draft might have broken down? Because we're having a bit of a look. I will say I saw it looked like there were a couple of players who might be like starting to go into the same hero but then switched out. But actually, let's skip the predictions.
So
should we just go straight into the draft and see how they actually drafted these?
Sure thing, let's go. Yeah, so I think what I'm predicting for this particular draft is like some players might go the safe route because they have to 2-1, and seeing a lot of kind of Bravo has been one of these heroes that has a lot of success on day one. So my prediction is we might see quite a bit of Bravos. And seeing they can continue using that knowledge from day 1 into day 2.
So a few premium cards here. We see things like the blue unmovable, the red nimblism, Iron Rot plate.
I love that.
Beatdown.
I love that Thomas put that Barraging Beatdown at the front of the pack. We see the red nimblism, blue unmovable, also a great card. So yeah, I'm interested to see whether Thomas stays open and picks up some generics, maybe that Iron Rot, or whether he commits to a class card.
Yeah, because things like the Iron Rot, the red nimblism, the blue unmovable, these might be seeing a bit more open. But one thing I've noticed here, Carol, doesn't seem to be that many strong brute cards in the pack, so maybe you just slam this Barraging Beatdown.
Please do. Oh my goodness, and he does it. Yes, I love it. So one of the things is I feel that, Rhinar, I love it that he locked in. If he manages to pick up a bunch of those class cards and give that strong signal to the person on his left, to all the people on his left, that could be the way to go. And Red Pummel.
Red Pummel, very nice.
Card.
So, again, I see a red Warrior's Valor in the pack.
That is a great warrior card.
Yeah, so we've already passed the red Driving Blade, and I see 2 nice red warrior cards here. Maybe trying to push the person over to his left, saying like, hey, this warrior class is open. We see a red Raging Onslaught, a red Pummel. What do you take? Are you taking the red Pummel here?
Honestly, there's so many good cards. Red Leg Tap, red Ironstone, red Warrior's Valor. Like, it's interesting. Like, Thomas might potentially... I wonder if there is any merit to just slam that... brute card and just give that clear signal, or you pick something up like that red Pummel or the red Raging Onslaught and just kind of stay a bit more open, give yourself just a little bit more wiggle room to see what the table does.
Yeah, so he takes the red Pummel there. I mean, I think that's fair enough. To me, that's a bit of a slam dunk. There's so little sort of disruption. And attack reactions in Brute as well, you're not always really expecting it.
Yeah. And it's a card that wins games.
Carol, the Barkbone Strapping, just coming right up. Your class equipment has Battle Ward 1, can stop these breakpoints.
It's very strong because it kind of double dips into that defensive capability where you can stop that break point, it can stop that Kodachi, but also when you need it, you can just roll a die and hope that you get some resources from it as well.
And still 2 brute cards still in the pack here.
Okay. So yeah, not as many reds. We see the red Nimblism. It's honestly kind of slim pickings when it comes to the other classes here.
Yeah, there's a red Flusterfist, which is always kind of nice. You have some of those blue Rising Knee Thrusts. Looking a little light on warrior cards. I'm feeling the Barkbone strapping feels to be like a very nice pickup here. Just start filling up that equipment suite early, your on-class equipment, and yep, solid pick from Thomas. We see a bit of a smile across his face there. Mate, I'd be smiling too.
He picked up the Barkbone cross. Okay, so we see a blue Wreck-A-Romp. A Brute player's, go-to favorite card. Obviously, the blue 6-power block 3, which is has been a staple in Brute decks since Welcome to Rathe. Red Surging Strike, red Iron Song Response, red Debilitate. So a lot of good class cards for the other classes. Yeah, interesting.
So I feel at this point, Thomas is pretty clearly committed to Brute. Like
I love it. I love the fact that he said, you know what? I'm not going to stay open. I don't care. I'm just going to go for the best Brute card, and that's all I need.
So that Awakening Bellow here, he seems to be eyeing that up along with the Blue Wreck-A-Romp. Blue Wreck-A-Romp being a blue 3-block and 6-power. So strong to feel like resource base with that. The Awakening Bellow Carol, bit more of an aggressive card, but I like this pick. I like this pick taking your blue 6-power.
Yeah. You locks in your resources. You get that 6-power. Awakening Bellow is a great card, but you know what? Like with so many power class cards from the other classes, I do think that if he continues to pass these strong cards and give those signals to just for other players to pick those, he might wheel a lot of these cards.
Yeah, good chance you pick this up on the wheel here. And this pack looking a little bit lighter, but I mean, that red Wreck-A-Romp is actually pretty nice. 2 cost, 8 power. As additional cost, you do have to discard a random card, but that actually turns on your Intimidate. So if you're looking to set up maybe a bit of a kill turn with things like these barraging beatdowns, that red Wreck-A-Romp actually looks pretty nice. A few other ones here, I mean...
A Time Snap Potion Blue is kind of spicy as well. I feel like it can unlock a lot of these power combo turns where you can play something like a Wreck-A-Romp, Intimidate, and then continue to use other cards like your Romping.
So he actually picks up a red Wreck-A-Romp here. Really nice pick. I mean, Carol, I've got to say, I feel like this draft is going pretty well to start off for Thomas here.
Honestly, this is... I'm not going to lie, this is exactly what I was hoping for this draft. I do feel that there's this tendency to, you could play it safe, you could play something like Bravo, maybe a Katsu, but I love how Thomas committed to Brute straight away.
So a few cards here. One thing about some of these yellow 5-powers, that they're not
yellow 5-power is just not quite where you want to be, is it?
Yeah, like you'd really want this to be a Smash Instinct or something here as well to get that 6-power. But the good thing is about these yellow 3D cards is they can still pitch to your Romping Club.
Romping Club, yeah. And the Awakening Bellow is a nice way to kind of go a bit taller, but Savage Feast. Just such a power card. 1 cost, draw a card, attacks for 5.
I like this pick because if you happen to find the Razor Reflex or the Snapdragon Scales to pair it with, starts getting really strong. And wait, here this looks like a very strong pack.
Yeah, we have the Smash Instinct, 3 cost, 7 Intimidate, just solid all around. We do see another red Awakening Bellow, and the Awakenings I feel like are quite good in multiples, right? If you play 2 or 3, all of a sudden the opponent's hand just gets intimidated out.
Yep, so taking a 3/7 Intimidate for value I think is really nice. I mean, one thing that can't be underestimated is the strength of Intimidate. I mean, yes, it takes a random card they can block with their others, but it can be really awkward. Like you Intimidate their 1 red and they have to block with their blues.
Or the defense reaction, right?
Yeah. And goes ahead and picks up the red Smash Instinct here. Okay, here we see a red Primeval Bellow. Red Regurgitating Slog as well.
So one thing I wanted to mention is the Slogism Regurgitating Slog combo and Nimbleism and Nimble Strike. So the cool thing about Welcome to Rathe is you have these little pockets of many synergies, right? And it's something I hope to see on stream. Red Slogism into red Regurgitating Slog can win games.
I really like this Primeval Bellow that he's bringing to the front here. 0 cost, discard a random card, next Brute attack, so it can work on a Romping Club, gets +5.
Yeah.
I mean, a 0 cost +5 that also intimidates. That is one of the best closes that you could ask for.
Yeah. So a classic play line can be having that in Arsenal, having 2 cards that are yellow with 6 power. You play this out, discard one of them, and then Romping Club for 10.
And so he has access to the blue 3D card in the pack hunt here, but also eyeing up that Slogism, potentially considering if he wants to pick this to pair it up with a Regurgitating Slog later on. One of the only ways for Brute to actually get Dominate in this format, because if you banish the Slogism off that Regurgitating Slog, but no, take the 3D. Take the pack hunt blue, take the card that defends for 3,
Yeah.
keep things solid.
Blue pack hunt, just solidifying that resource base. Ooh, a red leg tap this late. Interesting.
That's a very late red leg tap, so I think there's going to be a Katsu player somewhere to Thomas's left that's going to be very happy with this. Again, so the choice between filling out the resource base with blues or maybe picking up that Wrecker Romp to start getting these 6+ power yellows.
Yeah, and I actually like looking at, you have the yellow Savage Feast, you have the blue pack hunt. Maybe it's better to go for that 6 or more power attack in the yellow Wrecker Romp here.
Yeah, one thing I want to say, Carol, is that pack where he took the Smash Instinct, that was like 7th pick or something. There's still 2 red brood cards. You got to be absolutely thrilled with how this has gone. And now, Primeval Bellow, I kind of don't mind the blue pack hunt here. The only 2 blues picked up in the pack so far. Rhinar's cost curve, I feel, does lean maybe sometimes a little bit more into yellows than blues.
Yeah, Rhinar can use yellow as well because of that Romping Club. You have those cards like the red Wrecker Romp, but things like the red Smash Instinct can do a lot of good with some blues as well.
And this is huge. So he wheeled one of those Awakening Bellows red that we saw earlier. Not only that, the Barkbone Strapping still in the pack. I feel
What does that tell you, Mr. Classic?
I think we've got a solo Rhinar draft. Let's go.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of thing you want to see on the wheel, isn't it?
Yeah. And even that Breakneck Battery blue, I mean, it's a blue 3-block. It's only 4 power, but it's one of the few ways for Rhinar to actually get Go Again.
Yeah.
So additional cost to play this, discard a random card. If it has 6 power or more, Go Again. That's coming in for 4. It's intimidating. It's actually a solid card.
And even just a yellow Awakening Bellow as second to last pick is great. And one thing I want to just quickly point out in these last few picks is
no
Thomas
way.
knew. He knew.
Thomas
Did you see how slowly he revealed it? He just knew he was gonna wield that
Look
thing.
at that smile. He's like, wait, there's no way.
He's counting his cards. Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through this pack one. How are you rating this out of 10 for a Rhinar draft so far?
I would say this is getting close to an 8 or a 9.
Yeah.
A few, the Barkbone Strapping's good piece of equipment. I wish I saw maybe like a Goliath Gauntlet or a Snapdragon Scalers, those equipment that are just so strong. But I mean, I have a feeling that Thomas will be seeing a lot of good brood cards in the next few packs.
One thing I really like here, Carol, what I see is I see some like just good, solid power cards like that red Wrecker Romp, the red Smash Instinct, but and obviously one piece of solid equipment, but also all these potential finishes he's picked up. But one thing Rhinar can struggle with is to close games, is to actually use your entire hand. I'm seeing 3 Awakening Bellows, 2 Primeval Bellows, just all these cards you need to actually intimidate, get over the top. Really nice to combo with that Barraging Beatdown for a big finish. He's got the Pummel just to keep that damage ticking over in between turns. But what I want to ask you is, what is Thomas going to be looking to pick up in Pack 2 as we move on here? Is there anything you see that's a little bit missing?
So we do see a lot of these Awakening Bellows, but I think Thomas just wants a few more of those 6 powers, maybe like a Savage Feast, and definitely some good pieces of equipment. So some of those enablers. And cards like Barraging Beatdown are great when you can combine them with a lot of other intimidates. So I do wonder whether Thomas is going to go for kind of more of a mid-rangey game plan and just play that value game, or trying to set up a big combo to finish his opponent.
Oh, now this pack is very interesting, Carol. So I see a red Savage Feast here, along with the yellow Wrecker Romp. I also saw an Iron Rot Legs.
I believe it's a Savage Swing. So
Savage Swing, okay.
It's not quite that power level, but it's still that 1 cost 7. And one of my favorite kind of play lines with that is you play a Savage Swing, you pop Snapdragon Scalers, pitch a blue, discard the 6 power, and then come in with a Romping Club.
So, yeah, so it's an interesting one here for me. So definitely eyeing up that Sneak Below, the Iron Rot Legs. I feel like the Iron Rot Legs is a discipline pick here. Saying like I should fill out my equipment. Yeah. The Sneak Below is like, hey, maybe I'll find a better legs later. And I like picking up the Iron Rot Legs here.
Well, the thing about the picking some generics now is like, if Thomas is comfortable that he is the only brute, he will most likely see a lot of these good brute cards on the wheel. And the cool thing is we talked with Nick Butcher just before this, and he was saying that yellow Sink Below in particular is really good in Rhinar because you get to pitch it to that Romping
Man, Carol, I'm going to say this is really nice of Thomas, but this is one of my least favorite things when I'm drafting. When I'm disciplined, I'm like, all right, Mr. Classic, eat your vegetables, take your equipment, and then you take it, and then the very next pack, you get the best in slot, the Snapdragon Scalers here. Also, some really nice cards like that Red Scar for a Scar.
Great
good.
card, just all around amazing card. Being able to go that 4 Go Again. I actually, personally, I would pick Snappy.
Yeah, I think you just swing for the hills there. That Snapdragon Scaleless just opens up so many lines.
Yeah, this card can help you create those turns where you just close out a game and win.
So he's already got the Yellow Savage Feast. He might find that Red Savage Swing on the wheel. I mean, that Scar for a Scar is definitely not coming back. But because of how well this pot is sort of shaped out for Thomas, right, he has the luxury of just taking these generics early and being like, I'm going to get the best brute card in the pack. Coming back picks 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah.
Ooh, a red Breakneck Battery comes up. I spoke about this card earlier in blue. So there's some really premium brute cards in this pack. We see the red Breakneck Battery, the red Smash Instinct, and I think that was a red pack hunt as well.
Yeah, there's quite a bit here. So this is an interesting spot where I do believe that he can wheel a lot of the good ones, but Breakneck Battery just being able to unlock your turn and swing in with Romping Club for 5, like, I feel like it's just it's a great way to just play those big attacks.
It's a bit of a limit breaker in brute. Like sometimes you get stuck not being able to go again, not being able to use your hand. I can see it getting a little awkward in his deck so far. You mentioned the ability to go more mid-rangey, and when he has all the there's Awakening Bellows. So I mean, I think he's eyeing it up. I do like the pick, but I can see why he's strongly considering the Smash Instinct and Pack Hunt as well.
Yeah.
Pack Hunt as well, just lining up with that cost curve of going Awakening Bellow, Pack Hunt, pitching a blue. But I think Breakneck Battery just opening up that big combo finish, maybe pitch stacking to set up that second cycle. Really nice here.
Yeah, for sure. And that could be one of the cards that he plays towards to close out a game.
Oh, wait, and another blue Wrecker Romp there, another Awakening Bellow.
Really?
Just everything coming up Thomas so far. I mean, looking through the rest of the pack, it's actually not really the strongest. And man, considering that yellow Raging Onslaught, and it's a bit of a gamble, but that's what we spoke about earlier. Like, he could actually think, like, look, I want to pick up a few more 3-block, 6-power cards.
I would love that.
That would be some advanced drafting. It's a little bit of a gamble. Someone may have gone into Brute seeing some of the cards open.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like at this high-level play, when you kind of, at the end of the pack 1, if someone else had seen all these Brute cards coming, maybe they thought, might as well just jump in there. But no, I feel like it's a very solid choice here. The blue Wrecker Romp enables those Smash Instincts, just like 3/7s quite easily, increases his count of 6 powers.
Blue Wrecker Romp, it is just your best blue by a very large margin. And the reason I actually love this pick here, but the thing is as well, when you come back on the wheel, you might pick up that yellow Awakening Bellow anyway, so you're still going to get 2 good cards out of the pack. And
I love to see the red Sloggers and red Regurgitating Slog. We've seen quite a lot of these cards in this particular draft pod.
Yes, so Thomas maybe perhaps some small regrets not picking up that blue Slogism earlier to pair with this red Regurgitating Slog. At this point, if you take the red Regurgitating, someone else is going to take that Slogism. It's a great Bravo card as well.
Yeah,
so,
but Smash Instinct is a solid pick as well, right?
He might look to wheel the red Smash Instinct and actually just take the Slogism, keep being able to utilize the hand really well, or the Regurgitating Slog. So because, like we say, he's able to pick generics here, so I don't hate either of these picks.
Oh, I love it.
The Slogism.
So I think this is a nice card that Thomas managed to pick a bunch of those blue Wrecker Romps, and with a few more blues, he's able to actually get the combo off.
And Carol, seeing all these pretty sweet Rhinar cards being drafted makes me a little bit excited for, a bit of a potential spoiler coming on later this weekend. About,
do tell me more.
I'm not sure I don't want to give too much away, but you never know. It could be a little bit Rhinar related.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we see a Awakening Bellow blue.
Yeah, so
available in the pack.
I really like picking up a few of these blue block 3s for Thomas because we see the Slogism picked up. We see the Smash Instinct reds potentially getting on the wheel as well. But something like a Hope Merchant's Hood isn't the worst either. I
also don't hate the blue Simpolo. It's not great, but it's still a defense reaction that can just help you out if people aren't expecting it. But it's going to go ahead and take that blue Awakening Bellow. As you mentioned, these cards are so good at multiples. Being able to just pitch these away and then the end game just run out like 3 Awakening Bellows, attack you with club. GG.
Yeah. So far, very solid baseline. Do you feel like Thomas needs to patch up any weaknesses? We haven't seen too many defense reactions, as you mentioned, so...
No, I would like to see a few more 6-power cards at this point. So something like that blue Savage Swing looks pretty nice to me, a yellow 6-power blue. I mean, don't underrate the Hope Merchant's Hood, as you mentioned earlier. Just being able to shuffle away like a few cards from your hand to pick up that final piece you need is really nice, particularly if you're looking to lay out something like the Go Again card where you need to discard the 6-power. But I think starting to pick up these 6 powers is going to get really important because he has all the foundational pieces of the Awakening Bellows, but you don't want to end up in a spot where your deck ends up with like 8 or 9 6-power cards and your synergies then don't really actually work that well.
Yeah, you're right.
So a strong discipline pick there, I think, picking up that Savage Swing.
Is that another blue Wrecker? I'd love to see it. There's nothing a brute player likes to see more than a blue 6-power.
Jeez, I'm just imagining going through, you're building your deck and you're going through your blues. Oh, 3 blue Wrecker arms. Is this a classic constructed Rhinar?
Yeah. And these are the kind of picks that are really kind of skill testers. Do you go for the blue 6-power, or do you go for something like that Pack Hunt, one of those kind of lean, efficient, intimidate cards?
I think this is nice because those blues were looking a little light, and as we did mention, like you can get away with a sort of a mix of yellows and blues in your resource base as Rhinar because of the Romping Club, but at the same time, because he's picked up all these Awakening Bellows, I like being able to pick up blues so you actually can go something like Awakening Bellow into a Romping Club, just keep that damage ticking along. And here we see a few more 6 powers coming up.
Savage Swing, 7-power, Wrecker Romp, 7-power, and even a nice little yellow Primeval Bellow.
I think before he saw the Snapdragons, he would be looking a lot more towards Wrecker Romp. He is actually going to take the yellow Wrecker Romp. I like filling out the 6 powers here.
Yeah.
But that Savage Swing had to be a little bit tempting red because of the Snapdragon Scalers he picked up.
Yeah.
But I feel like...
this is a really nice pickup. Barraging Beatdown Yellow, a great card that you can pitch early to set up potential blowout combos at the end of the game. He picked the red one as his first pick. And committing to the yellow as well. Great way to pair up with your hero ability and just completely strip your opponents from all cards and be able to push damage, potentially closing out a game.
Okay, man, I'm having these visions of Thomas like going first and going barraging red, Smash Instinct,
Red
which
Smash
has wheeled
Instinct.
around the table.
Yeah, amazing cards to see on the wheel. I mean, we talked about this pack being like, does he want to pick this? Does he want to pick that? And of course, I think this has to be a clear signal that he's the only Rhinar at the table, right?
Yeah, so, and here we see another Awakening Bellow come around as well. So one small thing I just want to note, taking the red Smash Instinct over the red Pack Hunt, so going for the more just like max value out of every card, but I would like to see him pick up maybe a red Pack Up at some point because they pair so nicely with these Awakening Bellows as well. Means also you don't have to keep that blue in hand always. You can get away with just well, here's another red Smash Instinct.
Yeah, and I think it really showcased that, you know, Thomas has seen these red Smash Instincts, so maybe that kind of leaned into picking a few more blues previously as well, and just to sort out that cost curve.
Hey, you know, a blue 3-block that can intimidate in the late game Pack Hunt, why not? Why not just take the 14th pick? That's all good.
Yeah. I really like where Thomas is at.
Oh, wait, was that another Awakening Bellow? The last pick? He kind of just...
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think he just slammed that one down on the table, but it looked like it was another
yellow Awakening Bellow. Amazing. And playing, if you play like 2 or 3 or 4 of these out and just swing with Romping Club, that's pretty... I mean, with an attack action card, so you'd have to pair it up with something like the Smash Instinct.
This deck is starting to look pretty absurd. I think that's 3 red Smash Instincts he has access to. He's got the red Sloggers in to pair up with it, the Snapdragon Scalers, the Barkbone Strapping, Pummel, multiple Barraging Beatdowns. I want to have a look at the blues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, wow.
So,
that's solid for pack 2 here.
Yep, that is really solid. He has plenty of good 6 powers at this point. Might want to pick a few more to round things out.
And yeah, I saw kind of Thomas put that yellow Barraging Beatdown at the forefront, and we saw cards like the 2 Barraging Beatdowns, the Pummels, and I think he's trying to figure out how is he actually going to close the game. How does he push the final points of damage?
Okay, so
Raging Onslaught, it's solid.
Yeah, Raging,
at red.
And not much else in this pack, really. I mean, the Smash Instinct yellow, if he wants to start filling out even more of those 6 powers. The Raging Onslaught, it does let him play more of that mid-rangey game plan you were talking about. He does already have 3 7s in the form of those red Smash Instincts, so maybe that is going to lead him more into, hey, I just want a bit more consistency in the deck. I want these cards to be able to pitch to my Romping Club if need be. I think either of these is pretty good here.
Yeah, so, I mean, as we saw in Pack 2, he did manage to wheel a lot of these Brood cards, so maybe he's going to continue to think maybe I want this generic. Maybe I want to take that generic away from other players.
Yeah, I do like
And
that.
I'll see the others on the wheel anyway.
I do really like that theory because there's 2 yellow 6 powers in this pack. There's
Yeah.
the Smashing and the Savage Swing. So you're going to get one of them back for sure. You're probably going to see both, knowing Thomas. Now, after picking up this 4th 3/7 with all the Awakening Bellows that pair with the club, how many more blues would you be looking for roughly? He's got about 7 so far. Are you aiming for like 10 to 12 blues in this style of draft?
With the cards that Thomas has picked, definitely. And if he goes for that red slogism, for example, I think you want as many blues as you can get. Now, one thing I do want to mention is, I think right now what Thomas might be looking to pick up is a few defense reactions. Again, if you're versing something like a Dory or something, you're very much kind of put into that play pattern. So I wonder if you'll see any of those. But here's an interesting choice: red slogism, blue Awakening Bellow. You can see some other blue brute cards as well, but do you go for that consistency, or do you try and get that power, that red slogism?
So because of everything we've talked about before, how he's just wheeling everything he wants, I don't hate taking the red slogism here, but I think he does need to start taking a few more blues. The resource curve is starting to look a little bit stressed at this point. Multiple 3/7s, multiple 1-cost things like Awakening Bellows as well, and only 7 blues. I think this has been an excellent draft from Thomas. He's navigated it extremely well. So you just don't want to stumble at the finish line and miss out on those blues. And here's what you talked about defense reactions.
I wonder, you see a blue Raging Onslaught, but that red Unmovable could be one of his main ways to counter something like a heavy attack reaction, Dorinthea potentially, or something like those Bravos with the Dominate. We've seen a lot of regurgitating slogs. So I wonder if he wants to kind of shore up that weakness or continue and go down the path of picking up Brute.
I actually also don't hate the blue Unmovable here.
Interesting.
Just because it doubles up on those things we talked about. Like he needs needs defense reactions, needs a resource base. What about something that does both of those at the same time?
Yeah.
So definitely eyeing up those defense reactions. I agree with you. We've seen him pass a few of the weaker sync belows so far.
Yeah.
I think picking up one of these to help cover himself into the Bravos and Dorinthias is a really solid pick here. It's just, which color does he go for? Is it
Maybe
max
he just
power?
goes for he goes for the red Unmovable, but he was eyeing up that red Awakening Bellow. Just saying, you know what, I'm going to get as many of these as I can and just intimidate my opponent out of the game.
I think he'd love to see at least one regurgitating slog of any color at this point
another
as well.
blue Ricker and we see that, and we see a Savage Swing as well, red, that could potentially pair up with that Snapdragon Scalers. But you know what? Knowing Thomas, he'll wheel it. No biggie.
Yeah, I think the blue Ricker Romp is a bit of a slam dunk here. Again, I
talked about those blues.
I hate to sound like a
Mr.
broken
Classic
record,
loves the blues.
but I'm getting a little bit nervous. Like, I want you to have enough blues, but he is eyeing this one up here. And a quick note for our viewers, he already has 3. But in Limited, if you draft 4, you can play as many as you want. So he's actually going to end up with that 4th blue Ricker Romp. Pretty sure here. And quite nice to see the red Nimblers from Red Nimble Strike.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate in the same pack for some people wanting to pick up the combo.
Yeah.
Okay, so this blue Ricker Romp takes them up. It helps fill out that 6 powers as well. Brings them up to 8 blues. This is starting to look really nice. Basically, I feel if he picks up 3 more blues here-ish, you're very happy with that base. Could do a couple more if you need to. Oh, and a blue Barraging Beatdown.
Amazing. And this is one of those cards that I love pitching blue Barraging, just knowing that late game I might just draw a hand of one of those. If you set up the red in Arsenal and pitch the yellow and the blue and then just play them all out, oh man, that's game-winning plays right there.
I mean, both bringing back memories. You've done that to me plenty of times back in the day. I'm just pitching away these cards, and I'm like, I'm winning. And then suddenly, you know what I'd love to see is him slam down all 3 Barragings and say, taste the rainbow, baby. But fortunately, everyone, Thomas is probably a much better person than me, so he's not going to do that.
And, of course, it's a blue.
Yeah.
It's a blue, and that's exactly what you were talking about before. Makes those slogisms more playable, those red smash instincts. So, quite a late red Barraging Brawnhide, I have to say. This card is really strong.
Oh, and a remembrance. Sorry to cut you off there on the Barraging Broadhide, but
What
remembrance.
about the tasting the rainbow twice, then, Mr. Classic?
The thing about remembrance in this format, which it can be prone to go to fatigue at times, not always because draft is a bit quicker than sealed, but that remembrance can be really nice if you're playing into what you think is a grindier matchup, something like a Bravo that's trying to go a bit more slow. The remembrance picking up these power cards, particularly those the Barraging beatdowns we talked about, can be good. I think Thomas is maybe thinking, look, my deck is so strong, I'm playing this 3/7 cost curve that I do just want to take that red Barraging Broadhide like he did.
Yeah.
Also pretty good because it's just saying, give me 2 cards.
Yeah, and let's be honest, I don't think Thomas wants to go that late with this deck. You know what I mean? He's probably going to hope to just intimidate his opponent out of there way quicker than when that remembrance would kick in.
I think I'm too much of a fan of these long grind downs. I'm like, remembrance? You got to be kidding me.
Blues, remembrance. Classic Kieran gameplay there. But yeah.
So I feel for this pack, the Smash Instinct Yellow is jumping out at me here. A 3 defense yellow card, 6 power.
Yep.
Just pretty nice. I mean, the Breakneck Battery to access to a bit more go again. But I think because he has so many non-attack actions in the deck already, picking up a bit of consistency here, actually just taking that Smash Instinct, it can be a finisher as well, pairing with the Barraging beatdowns. He also is definitely going more towards this like 3-cost resource space to go Awakening Barrow plus Cup.
Oh, and this is an interesting decision. Do you go for that red pack hunt or something like a blue sink below, which kind of shores up both your resource base and gives you a little bit more protection against reactions potentially?
I mean, well, Kara, as you know well, I do love my defense reactions. I love my blues. But as I talked about earlier, the red pack hunt is just so nice because if you brick a little bit, you just pick up a hand with yellows and reds. You can always pack hunt. Being able to go pitch blue, Awakening Bellow into pack hunt is a very strong play with double intimidate as well. You can just kill people out of nowhere. So I really like this pickup here.
Yeah, pairs up, as you said, nicely with Awakening Bellows.
Yep, so Thomas, so we're 8 picks in, so we're coming back to the wheel.
Yeah. This is where you just get rewarded, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Like we said, those 2 yellow 6 powers still in the pack. You still have a choice of potentially that yellow Savage Feast if you want to play towards that mini combo with Snapdragon Scalers. And yeah, I think the world's his oyster, really.
Yeah, so Savage Feast, it's kind of nice because if you block with your other Savage Feast, you have a redundant copy. So I do like this pick, even though it's not a 6 power, it just adds a bit more redundancy into your deck to combo. Like, you don't want to be attacked on turn 1, be forced to block with it, and now be like looking at my Snapdragon Scalers being like, what do I do with this card?
Yeah, you're right. And let's be honest, probably he's got plenty of time still. Even though it's pick 10, he still has plenty of time to pick up some 6 powers if he wants to.
Yep, so he's up to about 9 blues by my count now. I think he's pretty comfortable with this resource base. Like I mentioned, 1 or 2 more. Ooh. I mean, and hey, why not?
Yeah. But why not another one? But hey, Hope Merchants? Yeah, I mean, we've seen quite a few of these. So yes, shores up that headpiece. Kind of helps you just do your thing, right? It helps to kind of add that element of consistency to potentially clunky hands.
Yeah, because I also want to point out, shuffle any number of cards from your hand. So it's not like you have to dump your whole hand. You can have the dream hand. You just need to find like a blue or a 6 power. So you just bin off 2 cards. If I get a blue, if I get a 6 power here, I'm off to the races.
And it is an instant, so you can do it on your opponent's turn before you decide whether to defend or not.
2 power, like Awakening Bellow Red's got to be very tempting. I think the resources may be on his mind, not as much as me, that I've been going on about it. Awakening Bellow, though, just a really strong card. I like this pick. It's hard to give this up.
Sweet. Oh, Red Savage swing. I love to see it. Just straight picked.
May even end up playing that as well. Just another Snapdragon's target if he wants it as well. So getting down to the last few picks in the pack here.
Yeah, as Thomas really valuing those red cards here. It's going to pick up some... Oh, just 2 more Brute cards, why not?
2 more red Brute cards, why not? Yeah. So iron up that... Yeah, I like the Wrecker Romp here.
Yeah, just another like 6 or more power into your deck. I think it just increases your consistency a little bit. Primeval Bellow is super powerful, but it is a little bit tricky to pull off well.
Yep, and 14th pick, another 6 power 3D card. Very happy with that. And what are we going to find as the final pick? A Breakneck Battery Yellow.
Why not? Which is just a great card. We talked about this access to go again, so... Yeah, sweet pickup is the
So
last.
very strong draft by Thomas here. Let's look at the breakdown and how this came out. And I was actually watching this draft a little bit. I was trying to like stand in the shadows, see what went on. So we see Thomas, as we expected, the solo Rhinar in this pod. And if we look at the rest of the breakdown, we see 3 Bravos, 2 Katsu, 2 Dorinthea.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. Like seeing Bravo, I feel like is the hero that if you just need to 2-1, this is the hero that you can say, you know what, I'm just going to commit to this. I'm going to have a solid deck and nothing too fancy, just kind of a meat and potatoes kind of deck. Whereas with Dorinthea and Katsu, you really need to start piecing together these particular cards like the Go Again and the reactions for Dorintheas and the combo lines for Katsu.
In terms of our Bravos, it looks like Dennis has like probably the best seat here, like nicely insulated from the other Bravo players. Ricky Galway and Michael Fung next to each other. I was kind of watching this draft as it went down. It was one of those ones where like multiple good Bravo cards in a pack, and I think they just both ended up in the same class. I'm sure, like knowing these players, they still probably have pretty good decks as well.
But talking about decks, let's have a look what Thomas has cooked up. Oh,
okay. So this looks really, really solid.
45 legal cards. Now that's something that is quite unique to Welcome to Rathe, is that you have 15 cards in the pack that you can play. So he can just play any of them. But yeah, that's the joys of being the only Rhinar. But walk me through some of these cards, Kieran.
So the one thing, I've gone on and on about it, but I would have liked to see maybe a couple more blues. This is a really strong draft, but one thing I want to look at here is these 3-cost cards. So we have things like the 3 Triple Smash Instinct, the Barraging Brawnhide, the Raging Onslaught, the Slogisms. All of these require a blue to pitch, so I can see a couple of awkward situations where you draw out these hands and it's kind of double yellow, double red. The other thing I'd like to take a look at here is the sort of non-attack actions versus attack actions breakdown. So maybe if we just go ahead and look at cards that can intimidate full stop. But, why don't we start with that? Because we
17 cards that intimidate.
That is a lot of cards that can intimidate. Intimidate is a very strong mechanic for both closing games and making your opponent's hands very awkward. 3 red Awakening Bellows, 3 yellow Awakening Bellows, a blue just to round things out, and then the rainbow Barraging Beatdown.
Yeah.
So we talked about 6-power matters. Carol, do you think it could be a bit awkward at times when we're trying to pair out cards with Savage Feast and Breakneck Battery that care about discarding 6-power when we're playing so many non-attack actions? Like, is this enough 6-powers to play in the deck?
So the good thing for Thomas is he's got so much kind of ways to maneuver the build. 45 cards to choose from. So that's something he's going to have to be very cognizant of. Is, you have the blues that you have all these 6-powers, but which do you pick and choose into your deck? Maybe it's something, maybe 3 Smash Instincts red, maybe a bit too much. Maybe like the Raging also doesn't make a cut. And that's something that I think a player of his caliber is going to have to navigate through.
I wouldn't be shocked to maybe see some of these cards like the Red Wrecker Romps, the Raging Onslaught, maybe Barraging Brawnhide, sort of maybe shifted out of the deck slightly.
Yeah.
But when I look at the deck and I ask, does he have enough 6-powers? Well, I mean, access to 19. I think that is like...
So just to give you a rule of thumb and a Welcome to Rathe draft, when you hit that 15 mark, I think you're quite happy. So yeah, Thomas is definitely going to be stoked about like the 6-powers in this particular deck.
And as we can see, the deck leaned very heavily into Brute and not so much to generics. Like we saw a few power generic cards, which we'll get to in a moment. But if we just look at the cards here, one thing that comes out to me is like, look at these all defend for 3.
Yeah.
They all defend for 3, allowing him to play this on-off sort of consistent gameplay. If we look at this, it's just like good, solid numbers, ability to spike and kill with Intimidate, and then some powerful generic cards like those Slogisms, like those Pummels, just to round out the deck.
And I want to see, he did end up playing the Red Wreckers that pair up so nicely with Awakening Bellows. So playing all 3 Yellow Awakenings, all of the Reds. So he's really kind of leaning towards that as his main strategy.
Okay, so I believe I'm hearing that our game is ready. So should we just stop analyzing and get straight into the action?
Yeah, let's see what Thomas can do with this deck.
Okay, so we have Thomas Galbraith playing Rhinar, as we've seen him draft, going first, playing against Donald Tang on Dorinthea. And Carol, one thing I'm going to be keeping an eye on this game that you pointed out to me is, are those lack of defense reactions going to prove to be a little bit costly? We talked about Dorinthea being this really tricky hero to navigate when you're just blocking face up.
Yeah, and I think it was one of the few things that would take Thomas's deck to a 10 out of 10, I believe, is just a few more of those equipment pieces, like
Yeah.
maybe an Iron Rod arms, an Iron Rod head for this matchup slot like Dorinthea. So I think he's going to have to put a lot of emphasis on that one red unmovable. I think this is his kind of way to stop Donald in his tracks. But hey, with such an aggressive build, maybe he won't even need to.
Yep, and now let's have a look at the equipment suite. So we already know on Thomas's side, the Hope Merchant's Hood, the
Barkbone strapping, the Snapdragon scalers, and yeah, straight off to the races.
and just kicking things off with a Barraging Brawnhide Red coming in. Really nice, just like kick off that sort of fatigue aspect of the gameplay potentially.
Yeah.
So it comes in for 8, so it gets +1 unless it's defended by 2 or more cards.
So if Thomas manages to push through a point of damage, it would be pretty nice. But no, Donald has the answer in the form of the Steel Blade Shunt, which cleanly defends that out.
Yeah, I'm looking over at Thomas's equipment suite here. The Hardened Cross Strap. So it can be a little hard to use in Dorinthea sometimes, but if you get go again in the weapon, you're able to line it up with something like a Regurgitating Slog along those lines, or some 2-power generic. Can be very solid.
Yeah.
And those Refraction Bolters are so strong for getting the go again on your weapon.
I feel like it's one of the probably the piece of equipment that on the Dorinthea side you want to see the most.
Yep, so Donald able to cleanly get that Steel Blade Shunt out of the deck. Can be a little bit awkward having to pitch a card into it. But I think Thomas will be happy that he doesn't have to deal with that potential 1 point of damage randomly coming in at the end.
Yeah, for sure. And here we go, the Dawnblade attack for 3. This is what we call the Naked Dawnblade, no pre-pumps, so it's up to Donald to really kind of use his reactions or find ways to give it go again.
Yep, and if we have a look over at Donald's hand here, the Red Biting Blade and the Red Stroke of Foresight has access to these here.
Yeah, so quite a lot of reactions here from Donald.
I also see the Red Scar for a Scar. That's going to be a nice card to just chuck down in the arsenal if he wants to. Thomas saying no blocks. Okay.
Hey, what's the best way to play around Reprise, Mr. Classic?
You don't block from hand.
Just say no blocks, take it all. And hey, I feel like Thomas is well equipped to utilize these 4 5-card hands on his turn. So I'm really curious to see what he cooked up with this one.
Okay, so it looks like that might be he's got the Wrecker Romps. Is that a Red Breakneck Battery?
I think
it
2
is.
blue Wreckers, and oh man, this is what we kind of were expecting from Thomas's deck. The 6-power, very few whiffs on those self-discard cards, and an Intimidate, and potentially a follow-up as well.
Yep, so he's going to go ahead and discard that Savage Swing, triggering Rhiner's hero ability. 6 or more power has been discarded, so he's going to intimidate a card from the hand. This is coming for 6 with Go again. One thing we probably haven't mentioned enough is the fact that Romping Club is 4 power base. If you have discarded a 6 power, it actually gets +1.
Yeah.
So this turn is threatening at least 6 Go again into 5. So we can see why Thomas was maybe a bit comfortable taking that early hit for 6 with the no blocks.
Yeah.
He also wanted to keep that whole hand to make sure he had access to like the full ability to go 2 chain links wide on this turn.
Yeah, and this game, this might be a really
This
quick
could be
game.
a quick one.
Yeah, and here we are, the Romping Club coming in for 5. Straight away, 11 points of damage threatened, and maintains that card in arsenal. And Donald is just saying, you know what? I'm happy to just like take a bunch of this damage.
I'm curious to see if he looks to push in the Refraction Bolters here, because he's looking to get very aggressive very quickly. We know he has that Scar for a Scar in Arsenal, red. If he wants to do something like defend with the Refraction Bolters, no blocks, just going to go for it.
Yeah. So we see a blue Warrior's Valor and a red Stroke of Foresight.
So actually a Nature's Path Pilgrimage here, and what was the card that was intimidated? An Iron Song Response. So I can see why he went no blocks here, because this hand lines up really nicely. Lead off with a Scar for a Scar, pitch blue, Nature's Path Pilgrimage. You have 2 attack reactions up to load up on top of that as well.
Yeah. But interestingly, didn't commit, as you said, the equipment, the equip block on the bolters. So maybe looking to save that for later.
And so Thomas going ahead and using that Hope Merchant's Hood like we mentioned earlier, he's just going to clear out 2 cards from the hand before he goes into defending.
Very heads-up play here.
So he held on to, it looks like the Primeval on Awakening Bellow red, and he picks up 2 yellows. Really wanted to find a blue there, I think.
Yeah. Really,
So
was
if
really
he'd-
looking for a blue.
If
for
he'd been
sure.
able to find a blue, that allows him to go Awakening Bellow into Pack Hunt. Instead, it picks up 2 yellows. So a little bit awkward there. Maybe forced into defending a little bit on this turn.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a scary thing to see Donald with still full grip available to him. Scar for Scar, I think it's a fine kind of place to commit a card to defend because, I mean, it doesn't present any on hits.
And also, as you mentioned earlier, the effect of Reprise. So Reprise is a warrior effect that can trigger when you defend from hand. So, okay, I'm going to go and defend with just the Barkbone strapping here for 1, 3 damage coming over, and Donald looking to do some fireworks now. He's like, now
here
it's my time to shine.
Here we go. Pitches the blue. Nature's Path. Dawnblade coming in for 6, 2 cards up. This is very scary for Thomas right now.
Yep, so I understand really well why he didn't want to commit the Refraction Bolters. This turn actually doesn't line up that nicely at all with Bolters. Because you want to come in for 6, you have 1 resource floating. What he is hoping for here, he's like, Thomas, please defend with 1 card. Because if you defend with 1 card, Nature's Path Pilgrimage actually has a trigger. On hit, it can get a non-attack top card of your deck. If it's non-attack action, put that into your arsenal. If Thomas defends here...
Did Thomas just say no blocks? Hey, he knows how to play around a Reprise.
That's a really good heads-up play.
So the Stroke of Foresight can still be played to pump up the attack, but maybe Donald just has to do you commit the Bolters here?
So, I mean, I think the thing is you can wait to see if you hit first. So maybe he just waits to see what he hits off this Nature's Path Pilgrimage.
Wow. I think Thomas is really committing to his next turn. That's wild.
Okay, so here's the reveal. A Wounded Bull. And I mean,
he gets to he can save it. Yeah, it's in any action, but I mean, is that a card you want in your arsenal right now?
Yep, true. So I misspoke saying the non-attack action. I think I'm just too used to like it being reaction or action for us.
Yeah, for sure. That is not the card that Donald wanted to see.
Yeah,
but I feel like he is committed to the Bolters play now.
I mean, things just got really scary really quickly for Thomas here. No blocks. I mean, I like that he played around the Reprise, but suddenly he's down to 2 life. He's going to have to give up another card here.
Yeah. So Thomas
sorry, give up his first card. He hasn't defended with a card yet.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, this is honestly, I feel like this is a point in time where Donald had to strip at least 1 card from Thomas. Thomas might be forced to use up that Barkbone just to help out with his resource base for the following turn.
And the thing is, like, Dorinthea is just so good at putting the pressure on you so quickly. You know, it's a bit of a quote from Mike Tyson. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, and like, Donald came out swinging on this in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have 26 minutes left in the round.
So I feel like Thomas was really mapping out Donald's hand, and he knew that there was no way that Donald was threatening lethal because cards like Red Iron Song Response only work when the opponent only give the +3 when the opponent triggered the Reprise. So now I think Donald is saying, you know what, maybe this is the time where I need to strip a card. I need to get Thomas away from those 5 cards that can potentially intimidate. And this, you know, being on 9 is actually, could be in lethal range.
Yeah, so one thing here, Carol, is looking to potentially defend with one of these cards. He does have that Savage Feast available to him, but it is a little bit awkward. Like, you're going to have to pitch this Awakening Bellow to the Savage Feast discarding Wrecker Romp. We'll draw you a card. You do have Snapdragon Scalers and the Barkbone Strapping coming up. Yep, so he's going to defend here, stay on 2 life. Donald does have...
I think it's all on this Barkbone, Kieran.
Yeah, it's going to be a big
actually on this Barkbone.
It's like Scavs, but for limited.
I feel like he just needs the 2 resources, right? Oh no! This is not what Thomas was hoping to see. Honestly.
But he at least got the 1 resource here. But like as you said, if he got the 2, that would have been like just absolute peak because you drop the Awakening Bellow, and then you drop the Savage Feast. It's coming in for 9. So instead, this is actually really awkward now.
Yeah, because now he's not able to pitch the Awakening Bellow into his is it a Savage Feast or
this is and depending on what he has in Arsenal, this is a bit of a disaster because now that Savage Feast is a huge risk. Oh, and he's going for it. Okay.
He's saying, you know what? I took 1 50-50. It's time for another one.
Okay, this is
Savage
huge.
Feast hoping to hit that 6 power.
He needs to hit the 6 power.
And
he did it! He did
it! Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Sometimes you just got to trust in the Fab Gods, Carol. Can he pick up the blue off the top on top of this? Because if he picks up the blue, that allows him to go Awakening Bellow into club.
No, I believe the Awakening Bellow won't do anything. It doesn't work with Romping Club, unfortunately, but it can intimidate a card.
Oh, double red. So he can
honestly, it's not the worst. He's got a I believe it's that red Barraging Beatdown in Arsenal. That is a card you want to pair up with that Romping Club. So if he manages to strip enough cards from Donald on this attack, if he thinks that if Donald feels threatened here, this might be pretty big.
Wait, that's a Barraging Beatdown. Defend here, take 2, go down to 7. Barraging Beatdown.
Oh, he might defend with 2 cards.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. This is.
Oh wait, this could be lethal. This could be lethal. Oh my god, if this is a red Barraging Beatdown.
Yeah, that is exactly.
No way! No way! That's
goes
gonna take
the
the last card.
Ooh, Donald's.
Attack
oh
for
my
9. It has the +1 from the discard.
And this is the power of Intimidate right here. Just like that. You think you're safe on 9 life. Nope.
There's no way. There's no way.
All of the cards I can defend with. And he knows it's that blue Wounded Bull in Arsenal. So there's nothing Donald can do right now.
Like game. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, you know, we talked about the kind of committing to Rhinar. There is that element of luck. There's that element of randomness. And honestly, Thomas wasn't that kind of lucky when it came to these things, but he still managed to find that window to push through exactly lethal.
I've been on, okay, let's have a look at the pod records after that, but oh my goodness, what a game. I've been on the wrong end of that before, but when he rolled the Barkbone, he only got the 1 resource, and I'm like, oh, now what? And he's like, you know what, Savage Feast, trust in the Fab God.
So here we see Michael Fang managed to pick up a win. Jacob Clements got a win as well. You know, these international players managed to get themselves closer to the top 8. Dennis Zhang, one of the local players here, also with the win. Yeah, these players just need 1 more win, and they're in the top 8.
Yep, so we see 2 Bravos, a Katsu, and a Dorinthea. 2 Bravos, Katsu, and Rhinar all taking down wins. Unfortunately for the Dorinthea players, they ended up being taken down. But, you know, the only hero that both got wins, Guardians. One of my favorite classes, which makes me very hyped for Mastery Pack Guardian, which has just dropped recently.
Yeah, Mr. Classic, tell us a little bit about your love for Victor and what you love about this particular product.
Well, what I love about what I love about Mastery Pack Guardians, it's not just Victor. It's a bunch of different Guardians. We have the release of Valda as well. You have all these like awesome big heave attacks. We have things like the Ley Line. I mean, on the Victor side of things like the Test of Iron Grip, the Clash of Bravado. So just a really fun, really like just great additional ways to play your game plan. We have a bit of a mill game plan here as well. Just lots of cool cards in the set.
And most importantly, this product is released today. You can go to your local stores and pick it up right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll be out there having a look at some of the CC call in action as well, being like, oh, any Mastery Pack Guardian cards coming along?
Yeah, that's the cool thing. The classic constructed calling we have has featured some Valdas, so can't wait to see those.
Yep.
Yeah, and for me, you know, not that much of a Guardian player myself, but what I do love is the artworks. I mean, look at those full art, amazing pieces of art. The Jarl Vertrady full art, beautiful cards. Like, I have to say to the artist, amazing job.
Yeah, and this was a really fun product to work on, I gotta say. Like, you know, just trying to make sure we got everything right with Valda. And the late line of the old ones.
This card is insane.
This card is gas.
It's one of those things, you know, if you manage to keep this thing in play and just continue hitting and continue to make seismic surges, pair it up with something like Tectonic Plating to keep it alive, but each one of your hits is one of your attacks that on hit is so threatening.
Just picking up more and more surges, getting ahead to that, you know, picking up the additional surges off Valda. Also gonna be curious to see how Valda has a bit of an impact on the metagame. That ability to make a seismic surge whenever your opponent draws a card. A lot of heroes like Gravy Bones that like to draw a lot of cards at the moment.
Yeah.
So, and also, I mean, as a huge Jarl fan myself, I'm gonna hope to try and get my hands on one of those beautiful full art heroes, but we'll see where I get with that. And speaking of some like old art, beautiful art, these seismic surge tokens.
Yeah, it's
beautiful.
like, I have to say, it's just like when playing Guardians, you have that seismic surge token. Now you can customize it, pick whatever one you like. You can just collect all 3, and that is definitely something that I'll be doing. Like, honestly, I have to say the vibrancy of this artwork is beautiful, and yeah, I'm definitely going to be opening some of these packs in the search for these.
I also like that it features kind of different areas of Rathe a little bit. You know, Guardians around the world unite. Like this. And one of the centerpieces of the Mastery Pack Guardian, this full art testament of Valahai, and I will give a bit of insight. Again, this was a card that had to go through a lot of development. It was a really,
Yeah, for sure.
It was a
It's-
tricky one to get correct, but I'm very happy with where we landed with
The
it.
ceiling on this card, being able to defend for 5 is insane. And as you said, pairing up with something like Valda, that hero ability, your opponents keep drawing cards, and all of a sudden you get so much value from this shield.
Yeah, there's so much cool synergy in it as well, like being able to make seismic surges at instant speed, into the defense reaction, defend for 5, and to like also block with my shield for like a lot.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see in the Classic Constructed to see how many Valdas are going to be rocking on those top tables.
Hopefully a lot. I love Valda. Okay, we're going to go ahead and have a quick break, but we'll be back with a lot more of Welcome to Rathe draft action very shortly. I think we've got Jacob playing some Katsu.
Oh, nice.
So that will be really cool to see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Tour Auckland. Welcome to Rathe Calling. And what a game we have just witnessed.
Whew, yeah, the hometown hero, Thomas, taking out another hometown hero, Donald Tang. This is both these players play every week at TCG Culture in Wellington, so it was just basically another Armory for them. You probably see that game every week if you lived in Wellington, but luckily for you viewers who aren't in New Zealand, or maybe you are in New Zealand but not here, you get to see some masterclass from New Zealand's best.
Yeah, and just starting off, that draft, what a gamble. What decisive picks to go into Brute, stay in Brute, and just be rewarded all the way through as the solo Brute of that pod. I mean, you must be feeling so good if you're fighting for your top 8 life and you are the solo brute in that pod.
Just absolutely criminal levels of getting away with it from Thomas. Just what a great display. And that game as well. How good was that?
Yeah.
Like, you're having to go into this game and then just being like, okay, all right, I roll a 2 or higher, I'm good. And then like having to draw into like more reds and then Don blocks and it's like lethal exactly. Oh my goodness gracious.
Exactly.
Filthy display from Thomas.
Yeah, absolutely living that brute life, you know? Blocking, intimidating, what was it? Buffs, and just like going 50-50s, discarding 6 powers. I could not handle it. I mean, if my tournament life was on the line and I was taking 50-50s like that, I would be shaking my boots. But those were calculated and they paid off. So what a game. So let's see where we are currently with the pod right now. This is the top 8 players from day 1, and they are in a singular pod, and they are fighting for their tournament life to make it into the top 8 finals.
Yeah, some really big names in here. You've got Zachary Gardner, who was last year's Australian national champion. You've got Donald and Thomas, obviously, from Wellington. Michael Fung as well. Everyone knows him. He's pretty good. He's not too bad. And I want to point out Jacob Clements there as well, because he's pretty neck and neck with a lot of European players on the World Tour leaderboard, obviously coming down to New Zealand all the way just to try and cinch that top spot. So, like, there's a lot of players in here that it's going to be a big fight to get through. And also, 5 Kiwis.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And one of them being Dennis Zhang, someone you know.
I just got to call out my homeboy, Dennis Zhang. You know, we started Flesh and Blood together in the Tales of Aria era. So we never actually got to play much Welcome to Rathe, but he is here. He's put in the practice. He's developed the skills necessary to really push through that win. So I'm really excited to see how he does in this pod.
And Thomas, the solo Rhinar. He's my boy. I've got to back him.
So cannot wait for this game, and I'm hearing that it is ready to go. So let's go straight into it, because I want to see more Flesh and Blood. Here is Rhinar, played by Thomas, and Katsu, played by Jacob. And I am hearing that Katsu will be playing first. So what are you looking for in this matchup? How do you think this matchup will play out?
This can go either way. What we've seen from Thomas's deck is it's very high on Intimidate, so he has a few options. Available to him. He'll probably be looking to make some good value trades, get Jacob down to the single digits, and then close it out with a massive Intimidate, because trying to go into Fatigue into Katsu is a little bit difficult. There's a lot of aggression, there's a lot of pinging, so it could go either way. But as Rhinar, you're probably just trying to trade to a level where you can just go, bam, you're dead.
Yeah, and we're straight into the action. The classic Katsu, Kadachi. The first one was leaked, so 1 damage taken by Thomas. The second one blocked, and then Jacob is simply going to pass the turn, set up an arsenal, and just get ready with a big 5-card hand.
And that was an unmovable in arsenal as well, I believe. So that's actually a really good way to dodge the Intimidate. Even if they take a bunch of cards out of your hand, so you can't double block to stop those barraging beatdowns, you can just ship a card from your hand, unmovable, soak some damage. So maybe Jacob's probably going to try and chip him down and just try and avoid that Intimidate.
Yeah, and Thomas just coming in here with a very clean 6 power, Smash Instinct, intimidating 1.
No, there'll be no responses. Sure.
So before the response, yep, we're determining Intimidate here. And I believe I saw in Jacob's hand a Surging Strike and a Whelming Gust Wave, but we'll see that soon enough.
Oh, you gotta hate to see the full combo.
Yeah.
Real ones know from back in the day when the Katsu just draws the full combo. It's just like, come on, dude.
Yeah. So we'll see how this turn plays out, because those are powerful cards that he probably wants to keep in his hand for the crackback. But let's see how he blocks this 6.
Also, interestingly, no blue in his hand there to send that unmovable out. So, I mean, do you really want to be taking 6 to play it out? Probably. But, you have to wait and see what he does.
Yeah. A little bit awkward that he doesn't have a blue, definitely, to send out that unmovable. Just going to block with the breaking scales.
Yeah.
And immediately into a pummel. Oh.
Absolutely filthy work from Thomas there.
What an opener. The ability to just convert those 4 cards immediately. So powerful. 10 damage. Nothing to scoff at, especially when Jacob only blocked 1. And Jacob wants to hold onto his hand as much as possible, because he has the powerful combo line already in his hand. He doesn't want to be getting rid of any of this.
That equipment block from Jacob was probably because he wanted to play out this combo line with the breaking scales online, which would be extremely threatening so early in the game. But now he's forced to discard a card from Pummel, and that's going to completely ruin that ability to play an effective hand.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He's behind on life. His turn's been a bit ganked, you know. Like we could see more criminal levels of getting away with it from Thomas.
All right, 11 to 19. Let's see what Jacob can do. All right, classic opener, surging strike, yellow, 4, go again. What will Thomas do?
Notably, he can still play out this combo line with the whelming, so he will be able to take some blocks from Thomas here.
Indeed. You know, do you block the surging or do you not block the surging? I feel like every Katsu player I've ever versed in my life tells me not to block surging, and I never know if that's true or not.
Yeah, no, you don't block the surging because the whelming is always so much more punishing with the draw effect coming off the top, and you want to be able to block that.
And that was the correct no block because the whelming was in the hand anyway. Here comes 4, go again, on hit, draw a card thanks to the combo ability.
And it's going to be a pretty tricky one to block. You can't just put down, you know, that Barkbone strapping in a card from hand because the breaking scales can push it over the top and then draw more cards, and then it can get really out of control. Especially if you draw into a 0 cost, discard it for Katsu, search something else. Yep, respect it.
Respecting it, 2-card block, fully blocking it out, no draw card. And also effectively overblocking to play around that breaking scales there. And there is an immovable red in his arsenal, so we'll see if he'll be able to find the blue to be able to defend against this Intimidate Smash Instinct, this time red coming in for 7.
Love a good 3 for 7.
Just so efficient. So much value.
Yeah, Rhinar's pretty good in these situations where if you're ahead on life, you can sort of slowly keep up the pressure, do 2-card hands, 1-card hands, you know, swing the club, arsenal a card. You know, you just, as a Rhinar player, you have to pick and choose your moments to pop off. You don't just eat the whole damage to go all in unless you're absolutely the man like last game. But you know, you can see Thomas being quite careful, just being ready. And also, I want to point out, this card's going to be really good if it comes up later.
Definitely. The ability to pitch stack some of those Intimidate effects and stack them all together, absolutely terrifying in Rhinar if this game goes long. All right, Jacob Clements, still on 11.
Looks like he's shipped out that unmovable there, so that's probably a good time to do that.
And here comes another Surging Strike yellow, 4, go again. Do you block it this time?
What's the chances that he draws
another natty?
Yeah, he's like, you haven't drawn it, it's fine. And no. Here comes the little one.
Here's a Kadachi for 1. We'll leak that damage. And here comes a Snatch for 4. A Welcome to Rathe classic and a staple in many, many games to come.
And right as Thomas has committed that armor block as well. I mean, you do want to stop this one because you don't want him to discard into whelming here, but like, Snatch for 4. Yep, respect it.
Yeah, 2-card block just to avoid Jacob drawing a card here. Very respectable block. Just playing patient.
4-4. Club 4-4. Club 4-4. That's the best move in the game, in my opinion.
I mean, a weapon is a weapon. Oh, he's just going to pass priority, it looks like. Maybe hoping to just arsenal the card and set up for something bigger. So the card will go into the arsenal.
Ooh, there's a drone there. That's going to be pretty interesting.
A blue drone. And because we are playing with alpha cards, Drone of Brutality is in the format. So we'll see how that card plays out. Because that can be quite warping in this format.
It can be really powerful. Just Kadachi, drone. Drone goes to the bottom. So it's a good way for Katsu to keep up on the fatigue plan, especially when you're burning through so many of your combo cards as Katsu. Like, Jacob's only probably got a very finite number of gas in his deck and able to play out these big lines, whereas Rhinar can just keep clubbing for 4. So like, there's a lot of pressure to pull off these big turns or run out of gas. And Thomas is probably just trying to navigate the big turns, hopefully not take too much damage on them, be able to swing back, set up the Intimidates. So we can see Jacob here shuffling some cards back, trying to hit one of those big turns.
Yeah, especially because he was given a full grip there. He really wants to capitalize and push as much damage as possible, and he was not happy with the hand he had, so he's just going to shuffle all of it back in the hopes to draw some gas and punish Thomas here. Let's see what he gets. 4 cards, going to be very important. He is playing 11 to 14.
Oh my goodness. So we've got a leg tap, we've got a rising knee, and we've got a blackout kick, but the other cards are red. So
he drew the natty combo, but I think he may be one short on resources to play it all out.
So I think what's probably going to happen here is we're going to see some of these cards get shipped out and maybe another one put into Arsenal to set up for later.
Yeah, because there is the leg tap, there's the rising knee thrust into the blackout kick, but he only has 1 additional resource to pitch this turn. So unfortunate, but here comes the leg tap.
Still going to be a pretty clean turn here. Get to do some Kadachis, send out some attacks. I'm fairly certain that either of these combo cards in his hand are good to Arsenal.
Yeah.
And it's probably likely that the other one's getting shipped out this turn.
Yeah, so it's just going to be leg tap into Kadachi.
So we're probably going to see the blackout kick come out next. Just 1 for 4.
Yeah.
Good value. And then maybe Arsenal that open the center.
So sometimes you don't get the combo, but sometimes that damage is simply efficient enough, and you just need to be throwing it to get tempo to push damage through. And that will be a no blocks. Thomas taking 4 more damage.
Oh my goodness. Is it go in time? At 11, it's pretty risky to go in 11, but you know,
Yep.
we see some big hitters.
But the thing is, it is frightening when you see a Rhinar say no blocks, no blocks, no blocks, when he has so many 3 blocks in hand. Here comes a yellow barraging beatdown, intimidating 1. Let's see how Thomas converts his full grip, because he decided to keep everything. Intimidates 1 card.
Here comes the Arsenal.
Pitches a blue.
Oh, huge. Going to discard a card and draw a new card. Maybe snappies into go again into club. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah. Right, discards a card. Is it a 6 power? Yes, it
It
is.
is.
So he will get another Intimidate trigger off of Rhinar's hero ability, and he will draw a card.
Just intimidating first before he takes his draw.
All right, intimidates 1 more card. Now, if Thomas manages to intimidate 1 more card this turn, he will be able to just have that barraging beat line online. But no, this will just get the 2 cards. Immediate activation of snappies.
Yep, there's the draw.
Yep, there's the draw. Good, good, good. Don't
Oh,
miss.
it's a blue. Perfect. He's going to be able to send, he could even just send 7 into this after that.
Yeah. And Jacob is currently defenses down, no cards in hand, and he has already blocked with the other 2 cards.
Filthy work from Thomas.
Yeah. There's the go again. 2 cards in the grip.
Juice is loose.
Ooh. He's thinking about sending it. I mean, 7 damage is 7 damage when shields are down.
If you're a madman, you roll the chest and you try and play this this go again card in his hand, this breakneck battery, discard the raging onslaught, and then send the club. But like that's like maybe a little. That's I don't know. I wouldn't have the cojones to do that myself.
He is thinking about it though. Maybe those are the kind of risky lines you need to take to really secure your spot in the top 8.
I'll tell you what, with those other 2 cards intimidated, even just swinging for 7 here is pretty good.
Yeah.
We could swing for 5, Arsenal, the 7 power. There's lots of stuff.
Oh,
my God, he's going for it.
He's going to go for it.
Oh, Lord.
He is rolling.
Okay, the good thing is that he can, if it's even a 1,
Oh.
yeah, this is fine.
Yeah.
Because if he even gets 1 resource, he can send the 7 power at him and he can Arsenal the other card. So, like, it's not too much of a punish.
Yeah. So it's just going to be, unfortunately, a bit of a low roll, but he's still happy with it and still a safe play. He has Raging Onslaught for 7. Just 7 damage with shields down.
This is a really key play because if he rolled higher, he could have done a really crazy turn. And if he rolls low like this, he can send out the 7. It's still a crazy turn. But the thing is, he gets to Arsenal this go again card, which is going to allow him to keep up the pressure and move Jacob into a position where he's going to die to intimidate. This is like, it's just a really key play to be able to keep up that momentum. Because you don't want to just like, okay, I've got you down low, you know, I've got the tempo, and I swing for 7 and that's it.
Yeah.
No, you want to be able to kill them on the next turn. So Thomas thinking one turn ahead as well. Very reserved.
Cool. Passing back to Jacob. He has 2 random cards that were intimidated left in his hand. Here's a Pitch of Nimblism coming in for 1. Go again, Kadachi. Very annoying to block. And Thomas no longer has any equipment blocks left, so his Kadachis will be coming through. There is an Open the Center for 5. No go again, no combo line, but it is efficient damage.
Now I wonder what he's planning to Arsenal here.
Oh, can't quite see it, but 5 damage right now, it is lethal, so it will demand the block here. Thomas, thinking about it. Victory seems close, but he just needs to play this safe. Here is a blue block 3.
Yeah, you got to
Thinking on
go for
reactions.
lethal on this next turn, or it's going to get a little bit tricky.
Jacob, considering if he wants to activate Katsu's hero ability, or he's going to activate the breaking scales.
Yep.
Give it +1, pushes to 6, just leak some more damage, bring Thomas down to 2, and Kadachi's swing 1 and 1.
Exactly.
So Thomas very close to becoming Kadachi locked here.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to be using your breaking scales before you potentially die. Or intimidate.
And here is a red barraging beatdown, terrifying as an opener here. Intimidates, and will give +4 if defended by less than 2 cards. So intimidates 1 card, 3 cards left. Here's another intimidate.
Oh,
Smash instinct coming in here. Intimidates 1 more card. will be demanding the other 2 cards.
Absolutely have to take the other 2 cards. If they're 2 blocks, which they both are in Jacob's hand, they're both 2 blocks. So that's going to put him all the way down to 1.
That is a lot of damage here, and especially all this Intimidate, removing a lot of agency in Jacob's decision to block. He's been left with simply 2 blocks in his hand, so he's just going to get pushed down for so much life.
He's still got that chess piece to block with, so maybe he can survive it too. But
Yeah.
2 and 1, not much difference against a brute that can intimidate you for game.
Yeah, and Thomas is still low, so Jacob wants to stay alive, wants to swing the Kodachis if possible. Let's see what he can do. Yeah, 10 damage. So he will have to block with the 2 cards in his hand, but he's just trying to figure out what he can do with the other 2 cards that were intimidated and his arsenal.
Both intimidates have been not. They've certainly done something.
I've certainly done something, says Jacob. I'm not sure what Rhinar does. He does something, and my cards are gone.
Yeah. Sometimes Intimidate hits the cards that you wanted to keep anyway, and you're like, oh, thanks. I wasn't going to block with them anyway. Sometimes it hits the cards that you wanted to get out of your hands. So
yeah, this is the key strength of Rhinar that people overlook is the Intimidate seems like, oh, but they get the cards back. You're actually forcing your opponent to misplay. They don't want to misplay. They don't want to block incorrectly, but you are forcing them to by intimidating the card that they want to block with, and like they have to block with the card they want to pitch or play, and it really makes them play suboptimally. And when you play suboptimally in this grindy value format, I mean, you just get ganked.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
There is a chance, you know, that Jacob can survive here if he has a defense reaction in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Because that will cover the barraging beatdown effect. If you can place a card down from hand and then a card from Arsenal, that will bypass that intimidate buff, allowing him to keep 3 cards in hand, and with Thomas at 2, that could swing it back in his favor. But I think Jacob's just really tanking on this, make sure that he makes the right decision here.
Yeah, because he not only needs to survive, he needs to keep the right cards to be able to pressure Thomas enough so that he's not simply going to die on the next turn.
As the game goes on, it's becoming really clear, like, man, that early pummel, that did so much heavy lifting.
I mean, pummel is such a powerful card at the right time, especially when he had a full grip and he had to convert his 4 cards. Just being able to pummel, push that damage through, disrupt, so powerful.
Sorry.
If we get low enough for these players to start stripping cards from each other, we know that Jacob's got a drone, so Thomas is really going to have to close it out before it gets too close to a grind.
Yeah. Here's a Scar for a Scar block for 2. Just double checking that he will need to give 2 cards here. But an equipment block will not count as the 1, so here is a flick flag from Arsenal.
Is that enough? Blocks for 5. You can take 2 down to 2 because the barraging beatdown is now no longer giving a bonus.
Oh. Now 2
3 card grit.
2. We are down to the wire. 2 life is very dangerous to be.
Oh, that's an interesting combo piece with head jab and open the center for dominate.
Yeah, but he probably wants to pitch that blue to give Kodachis go again.
You could do that. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see what he does. I mean, you do not want to be on 2 life when your opponent is from Kodachi. But here comes a head jab for 1.
I think he's just going to try and go for this dominate play, pitching that fluster fist, because you got to close it out. This is still swinging for 1.
And Thomas does not want to block it. It is just 1, but it is also half his life total.
He might die here. There's no defense reactions. He's got no way out of this dominate. Unless
that headpiece at instant speed will be able to shuffle his hand away to try and look for an out. But at the moment, this is a very inconspicuous 1. But he must be thinking about that combo line follow-up with the dominate.
He's got 1 defense reaction in his deck to be able to fish for. Oh, he's blocking this.
And here comes...
Okay, you got to go in, buddy. You got to go in, or it's death.
5 dominate. Thomas currently has no defense reactions. This is representing lethal.
Here we
even
go.
If he blocks 3. So here comes...
Here we go. 1 blue unmovable or bust.
Yeah, he has 1 blue unmovable in his deck, which he must find to survive here. Will he be able to do it? He has been taking risks in some of his games, and this is where it really needs to pay off. Can he live or will he die by the brute life? He's going to draw 1,
3 cards.
2, 3. Did he find it?
No.
No, he did not, and it's simply going to be a block for 3, and the Dominate pushes the victory through for Jacob. What a game. I thought Rhinar was in the lead, especially with that pummel pushing that damage through, but Katsu just able to string these combos together, and what a powerful combo line at the end there to finish the game. Despite all those 3 blocks in his hand, Dominate just pushing that damage through and ending the game on the spot.
So back to more realistic levels of getting away with it, which is great. So, big fan of a play from both players there. Both played very clean. Jacob Clements scooping up a few more World Tour points there, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, you just love this high-octane gameplay, don't you?
Yeah, and man, what a powerful deck in that Rhinar to just get foiled by a Katsu. Just the ability to leak damage, all those reactions, all those combo lines. This is sick. This is actually a little bit of a personal note. Katsu was one of the first heroes I ever saw in Flesh and Blood, and I remember somebody playing out a combo line and me thinking, that is the sickest thing I've ever seen in a card game.
Yeah?
Just like the whelming into like Gustwave McGinty release, Lord of Wind, if only it could be more meta, you know, in the CC. I just want to see more Katsu in the metagame. But speaking of Katsu and speaking of brand new combo lines and cards to play, we've got some more cards coming up in the future in Super Slam. I mean, no ninja here, but very powerful brutes and guardians with a slew of new tools that they can use to win their games here.
Yeah, and like let's look at all these beautiful things you can get coming up in the Super Slam season, starting with World Premiere Montreal. Get your beautiful little revered marbles there.
Yeah, and people will get their hands on the, all these cards at their pre-release on September 19th, so it's not that far away with release day on September 26th.
Tough Nut. This is the one you're excited to play, right?
Yeah, I think Tough Nut is personally my favorite hero from the set. I'm not typically a brute player, but when you put 3 intellect on a brute, you know what? It's so thematic. I love it. I just want to block, block, block. Hero ability, swing a rock. And, you know, sometimes that's enough to just push them through. And the second 3 intellect hero to ever hit Flesh and Blood. First one, I believe, being Doll. So very excited to see what he does in the metagame.
And of course, we're over to Pleiades, Superstar. A beautiful new revered guardian with this confidence token, which, you know, we've had a lot of different evasive tactics in Flesh and Blood, ways to stop people from blocking. We've had Dominate, we've had Overpower. Confidence, however, is in a new league of its own.
Yeah.
You can't defend it with more than 2 non-block cards. That doesn't mean like from hand or however, no more than 2 non-block cards. So, you know, like no equipment, no defense reactions.
Exactly.
The hardest smackdown we've seen.
Yeah, can't just shove a fridge into it. And then here's another return for KO, underhanded cheat, bringing with him a very cool mechanic in this
out of
card.
nowhere.
Outside interference, the ability to discard it, and you can reveal a reviled attack action card from your inventory and put it into your hand. So you can have all these attacks lined up in your inventory and just sort of pick the right one when you need it. And also, not to mention, this is a blue 6 power for brute. So
I love that you can just play like, you know, you've got these tech cards you want to play in certain matchups, but you don't really want to bring in 3 and try and draw them. You can just play like the one you need, and then outside interference grabs it for you when you need it. And of course, let's talk about our new 5 intellect hero. First hero with 5 intellect, Lyeth Goldmane, Victor's little brother. With the ability to actually convert into a 4 intellect hero when you need to, just by using his ability to pay 2, tap, and then give your action cards +1 so you can play more of a regular game. You can cheat through the halving of your attacks with lots of buffs, such as the Might token. And of course, Intimidate, being a mechanic that we've seen a lot of today, making its way into the Reviled talent.
yeah, so I can't wait to see what the community does with a 5 intellect hero in this game. And speaking of this sort of Welcome to Rathe Calling, a return to super rares, which hasn't been in the game for a while now, but in these OG sets, we used to have these things called super rares, so they're going to come back for a special guest appearance in Super Slam.
One night only, folks.
Yeah, and even if Brute and Guardian is not your sort of your flavor of hero and playstyle, we have 31 expansion slot cards that are going to be able to make an impact in the meta outside of those classes. And I cannot wait to show you what some of these cards are, because this set has some very, very spicy expansion slot cards. And some may be spoiled later today, right before the top 8 draft happens. and some more spoilers right before the finals.
Oh, come on, Young. Don't bait the people like that.
So, Super Slam, get excited, get out there, book your tickets for World Premiere Montreal, get ready for the pre-release, and let's see what the community does with this set. So, we've just witnessed Game 2 of this pod. We have one more game left as this draft fights for their tournament life to try and make it to top 8. So let's see how the pod is looking after that game.
Check this out. So we've got Thomas looking to just maybe get 1-2 more wins to lock himself in. A bit of a rough day for Zachary Gardner. And, of course, we've got Jacob Clements still at 2-0.
And
Dennis
I must
Zhang.
cut in here because I saw my boy
Talk about
Dennis
your boy.
Zhang coming in at 2-0. He's live. He's going to be on stream next. I am excited. I want to see my mate, who I started this game with, see if he can 3-0 this pod and lock his place in top 8.
Isn't he that guy from that Noel Leeming ad? I remember seeing that on TV. And I was just like,
so.
hey, what? It's Dennis.
I believe he was also starred in a TV show called Far North, and also he's made guest appearances in the New Zealand drama series. What's the iconic New Zealand drama series?
Oh, come on. We can't.
Shortland Street, yes. My brain melted.
Let's not turn this into a promo for Dennis. Just turn it into his acting reel.
You know,
And you can catch Dennis on his Star Now profile.
Exactly.
Taking calls.
I also hear he's very handsome as well, but he is a seasoned Guardian player, playing Oldham, playing Victor, and now in this draft format, playing Bravo. So I want to see what he does against Jacob Clements' very powerful Katsu deck, which he navigated very beautifully to really push that through.
It looks like we've got Michael Fung as well at 1-1. Donald Tang at 1-1.
Yeah, taking a loss here. I mean, Michael Fung, one of the biggest powerhouses in Flesh and Blood, taking a loss here. So, yeah, so it is very exciting. But, you know, even when these overseas powerhouses come to New Zealand, they can't beat
try
my
that
boy,
in New-
Dennis Zhang.
Yeah, I mean, this is New Zealand. Come on, man. This is the hometown. You're going to get a hometown smackdown. Come to New Zealand and get smacked by Dennis. You know, it's good stuff.
It's good stuff. It's good stuff. So don't go anywhere. We have one more game left of this pod coming right after this break. So see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to World Tour Auckland, where we're covering all the action from the Welcome to Rathe ALPHA draft.
Oh, yeah.
So we're getting into the final round of Swiss coming up shortly. So
Yeah.
players looking to lock their position for top 8.
Yeah, we already have some. I believe we already have some people locked, right?
We do have a couple, but there's still a number of results to come in to fill that one out. But before we get into any of that, I just want to tell the people out there, we had something pretty spicy coming up right after the last round of Swiss, directly after. So tell your friends, don't go anywhere, stick around, because you are going to want to see this.
Yeah, it's a massive announcement. So something that I can't wait to share with the world personally, but also just,
Carol.
so some great stuff coming up if you're a fan of the first draft. I'm just going to leave it a little bit mysterious.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to start moving things along before Carol gives away the game. But so let's go ahead and have a look at the standings to see where we're at moving into this last round of Swiss. Okay, so we have a look up the top of the standings, our 2 9-1 players. We have Jacob Clements, who won that last round, and a bit of a thriller, coming through with an old school combo line that opened the center with Dominate for Lethal.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
I was a big fan of that. So he's on Katsu, so he's going to be playing against Dennis Zhang on Bravo in our final featured round with Swiss. That's going to be a cool one to have a look at.
So I guess they're playing for seeding, right? Because they're already locked for top 8.
Yeah, and seeding can be very important, getting the choice between first and second. Also, just a lot on the line going into this. And moving down, surprise, surprise, we see our guy Michael Fung sitting there at 8 and 2, followed shortly behind by our featured drafter, Thomas Galbraith.
The Rhinar man himself, Thomas, ended up falling in the last round, but all he needs to do is just convert that last round to secure a spot in the top 8.
Yeah, and I think this is where it starts to get really interesting when we start looking down at some of these 8-2s. So I look at some of the names down here. Donald Tang sitting at 8 and 2, Nicholas Barlow sitting there at 8 and 2.
So Nicholas is actually part of the second pod, and he is one of the 2 O's in that pod. So needs to secure that last one to get into top 8.
Yep, so wants to get that win. So basically a win and infirm if he can make it there. And then I see a couple of names down the bottom, Jacob Pearson and Sam Sutherland. That's going to be a bit of a showdown, because that is, again, 2
titans of the game. If you don't know Jacob, he's been a dev with us for a long time back in the day. And Sam Sutherland, one of the best players, I'd say, from Australia, but one of those mechanologist mains. So it's good to see him do limited as well.
Yep, Sam, taking down the Auckland Classic Constructor calling a while ago on Dash, and then having that infamous high octane mechanoid turn at Worlds. So all right, so a couple of wins going on there. So looking down at the rest of these standings here, we have Marko Zutic sitting at 8-2. Once we get down to the 7-3s, it seems a little bit unlikely at this point that they are going to be live for top 8, but still want to be fighting it out for those getting that sort of top 32, top 48 cash prizing.
Yeah, so it'll be nice for them to lock those in. Marko is actually a local Auckland player as well. It's nice to see another local in the running for the top 8. Yeah,
and he's played a bit of Bravo and stuff back in the day as well. So yeah, definitely some sort of Player of the Year points and stuff on the line.
Yeah,
I feel a lot of exciting games coming up as well.
For sure, I reckon Jacob Clements is going to be stoked to pick up some of those points for to continue securing his lead in the European side of Player of the Year points. But
should we take a look at the pod just to see how that has played out so far? So as we see, Jacob and Dennis are our 2 O's. Looks like, unfortunately for Ricky Galway there on Bravo, sitting at 0-2, that may be the end of their top 8 run for this one. And some of these other players, it'll be, obviously the tiebreakers will have a little bit to do with this, but there will be some number of players who go 1-2 and actually can still secure their position in the top 8 from this draft pod. But I think if you're sitting at 1-1 here, Carol, I mean, I know for me, I would want to absolutely be winning this game. If I win the game, I feel like I'm in. I know I've made it. I've got that X and 2 record. I've made it to the top 8. I don't want to be going to that. I don't want to be ending up Swiss, losing my final round, and then be sitting there when I've been in this position before when they're running through the top 8 and you're crossing your fingers.
Yeah,
and,
just hoping that you sneak in. And it is a kind of like a narrative we alluded to before, where that 2-1 completely locks you in, but you have that element of that cushion to be able to drop a game here, drop a game there, and potentially still make it to the top 8. So kind of well played by all these players to secure the spot in this pod. But let's get to the game and see who takes out the last round.
Yeah, we've been talking the talk. Let's see the players walk the walk on stream. So we have Jacob Clements on Katsu playing against Dennis, like a long-time New Zealand fair player on Bravo. He's a bit of a Guardian player himself as well.
And I love Dennis's. He loves to post those YouTube videos, talking about Auckland, what to do in Auckland. Definitely worth checking out. And it's good to see the local hero versus Jacob, who's coming in to take the #1 spot in the Swiss rounds.
And this is great. I mean, as we talked about, like, Bravo and Katsu are kind of maybe I can't quite put it this way, but sort of those, almost the headliners of this draft set in the sense that they are probably the ones more commonly drafted. But let's go have a look at the equipment quickly. So over on Dennis's side, we see the Hardened Cross Strap, fantastic in Bravo.
It's very strong.
Iron Rod Helm, Iron Rod Gauntlet. And then if we go ahead and look at Jacob, the Breaking Scales, very powerful
crucial,
in Katsu. Iron Rod Plate and that Hope Merchant's Hood.
Yeah, and those breaking scales, just crucial to push through potential on-hits like that Whelming Gust Wave, etc. But Dennis getting started with the Bravo Hero activation, ready to dominate, hopefully push through some damage on the first turn of the game.
Yep, so Dennis starting this game, and that's one of the benefits of playing something like Bravo, just being able to push that damage. Like, how big is this attack going to be? Or it could just be Filtering Hand. Oh no, he actually is going to come in with that Barraging Brawnhide, coming with Dominate. Really nice interaction here, because if this is defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards, gains +1. Because of the Dominate, this is only going to be able to defend it by 1 card. He's going to look to push 4 damage on the first turn of the game.
It's interesting, like Yellow Barraging, Brawnhide, not the usual card you want to pick up in a draft too early, but here Dennis is making the most out of that ability for sure.
Pitching away that blue unmovable, maybe going to save that for later. Could deal with that Open the Center Dominate we saw last game.
True.
And I love to see the players as well, just having a bit of a, having a bit of banter with each other, be like, really, man? The great thing for this with Dennis is getting an awkward card out of the deck. Like, you actually don't really want to see a yellow 2-block card later on in the game. And actually going to go ahead and pick up the blackout kick on defense here.
Yeah, red blackout kick, one of those combo finishes for Katsu. So must be pretty happy with sniping that one out.
And here we're going to see things kicked off with the Surging Strike yellow coming down, and we do see this Whelming Gust Wave in hand. Straight
away. Maybe that's why Jacob was so fine to just say, you know what, I'm just gonna keep these cards. I'm happy to lose that red blackout. And yeah, red Whelming.
So picking up 2 cards on defense, coming in with the red Whelming Gust Wave, that's representing a breakpoint at 4. And also Jacob has the red Snatch in hand as well.
What a hand. What an absolute banger of a hand.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dennis does have the Iron Rod Helmet and the Iron Rod Gauntlets. But, I mean, he kind of needs 2 3-blocks here. And it's going to have to use both the equips. And also, the Breaking Scales has the ability to give +1 to the Whelming Gust Wave.
Yeah, if he wants to pick up that extra card. And Dennis is pushing in that Iron Rod Gauntlet. He's threatened by the on-hit here.
Honestly, he might kind of be okay with, like, just saying, yeah, if you want to use the Breaking Scale without defending, that's fine. But how about a red Snatch to follow this up?
He was so ready to counter that red Snatch. Wow.
I mean, definitely kind of okay for Dennis. He didn't want to get stuck with a red in hand. He would have effectively just passed anyway. So good to get a bit of efficiency out of there. But Jacob's got to be thrilled with how that first turn went. And oh, is that a drone of brutality I see in hand?
Yes, it is. It's a drone, but it is, I believe it is a blue one.
See if we can spot it there. Yep.
Yeah. So this might be one of those kind of safety valves for Jacob, being like, if this game goes late, maybe I can utilize this to just continue to push damage.
But a pretty nice turn here lined up. So just going to come in with the head jab, going to come in with the Kadachis, pitching that 0 cost, so it has go again. And has the option here to either come in with the blue drone for 4, which is going to go back and bottom an arsenal card, which I really like.
Ah, yes. Here we go. Here's the blue drone in action. And, Jacob's saying, you've got an Anathos that comes in for 4. Well, I've got my own as well.
So one thing to keep an eye on is fatigue in this game. It will be relevant. So Dennis has been blocking with a number of cards, but he was able to push that early damage. Going to defend this with a red Raging Onslaught and take 1. But I did spot a Regurgitating Slog in Dennis's hand. He blocked with those 2 Slogisms earlier.
Interesting. Maybe he's happy to just go, 6 Dominate, pushing in that damage. That's that's the thing with that early life lead that he managed to generate on the first turn of the game. I think he could be just quite happy to be like, you know what, I'm going to just try and close this game out sooner rather than later and stop Jacob from recurring that drone in the late game.
Yep, and Dennis pretty happy to just play a little bit defensively, probably because off the back of that early life lead you mentioned, saying, look, I picked up a 4 life lead right off the bat. I can just play and chill a little bit here. Like, I can count on you probably having a turn that might just be Kadachi attack for like 2 or 3 on the backside.
Yeah,
If you look
and
over
actually Dennis's hand was a little bit awkward. Defending with that yellow pummel, he had the regurgitating slog, and he's now pitching a yellow disable to play out that slog.
And I want to point out that Jacob's hand here, he'd love to defend with more cards on this turn. Because we saw him arsenal that yellow whelming gust wave. This turn, he'd love to put 2 cards in front and just go Kadachi head jab.
Oh,
and we're going to see that homeland in action.
very
I like
heads-up
this.
play from Jacob, being like, you know what, I can't use this hand defensively that well. I'm just going to get rid of it and see if I can get something better.
And actually choosing to get rid of the entire hand. Maybe sort of identifying here that, look, I'm actually on a clock here. Like, you have dominate on your hero ability. You have this hard and cross trap, which is going to pick up the 2 resources. I mean, that can't pay for the hero ability, but it sort of pseudo does in a way. Because it uses those resources you're going to pay for the attack anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so yeah, the players just chatting away as they shuffle up the decks here. So Jacob just identifying here, I'm not going to be able to utilize this hand well. I want to pick up something a little bit.
What is Dennis up to? Yeah.
I'm not sure. Is he
It's the ultimate cut, you know, just put the top card of the deck on the bottom.
Okay, so
right.
it looks like the judges might just be sorting something out there. I wonder if he's going for the old-fashioned card of death where your opponent presents your deck and you take 1 card and put it on the bottom.
Yeah, you can see
That's
the
always good
players are
fun.
relaxed at ease, you know, Dennis going for that cheeky card, but this is a game just before the top 8. These players are live, so it's a, you know, there's a lot on the line, so it's important to maintain the board state, play correctly, make sure everything is done right by the judges.
So while we have a moment to catch up, Rathe, while the judges are sorting things out, like, what is your take on the game so far? I know we're very early into the piece. Sometimes Katsu likes to sort of go for that Kadachi chip strategy and maybe win by fatigue. We saw things like that Red Drone of Brutality come out. Do you think Jacob might have to adjust his game plan here based on some of the early damage that's come down and based on this dominate regurgitating slog that he's like facing down, probably taking at least 3 damage on this turn?
I do wonder if that is actually one of Jacob's strategies, is to play towards that drone and recur it, because as we saw when he drew his hand, there was a lot of yellows, a lot of 3 blocks, and that's why I think that was quite an important play to kind of get rid of that Hope Merchant's Hood, get rid of that hand, hope for something better, and just draw some of his more aggressive cards and kind of lean into more aggressive strategy now.
All right, let's jump back into the game. It looks like everything's been cleared up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so they're just saying, look, just shuffle and cut normally, man.
He's still going for it. It's like, oh, yeah, I'll draw up your hand for you.
I thought he was gonna
Dennis just can't help himself.
I thought he was going to take 4 cards and put them on the bottom. Okay, so what
Yeah,
did
let's
Jacob
have
pick
a
up? Did
look.
he improve the hand?
Oh, he got that. So that's kind of, I mean, it's not the best hand to redraw. I believe, you know, seeing this hand, I believe it is one of Jacob's strategies is to play these highly defensive cards. Lots of pitch, lots of utility with Kadachis, being able to pitch these blues and yellows as 0 costs to Kadachis, but that punishes him here.
Yeah, not great, but it has improved. He is going to be able to use up most of the resources on his hand, so he's able to go Kadachi, drone, filter away this hand and wait for next time. But yeah, Dennis doing a good job of just chipping in this damage with evasion, with things like this dominate here.
And this might be a point where Jacob might be priced in to say, you know what, now that I saw this drone again and I can get that value for 4 here, maybe my game plan is to just play towards it now.
Okay, and a big power card in Dennis's hand here. Oh, it's just the blue pummel. Okay.
Big power card, the red sink
below. You know me too well, Carol. So, might just look to be very efficient here, defend out with that blue pummel.
Yeah. So I'm curious what Dennis is going through in his mind, being like, do I have to pressure Jacob? Do I have to be the aggressor in this matchup where the Kadachis are starting to chip away, the drone is getting its second hit, or is he thinking, you know what, I've got an Anathos, I can actually play the long game, I am higher life, and and I'm happy with how this goes.
Yep, so Dennis just going to go ahead and defend with 2 cards there. And a little bit of an awkward turn here. Although I did see a Sigil of Solace in his opening hand. That
really?
That might be the Arsenal card that I actually lost track of. If he's able to go Sigil of Solace, Arsenal, that sink below, that's a really nice conversion on what was a bit of an awkward hand that didn't present that much.
Yeah, and one of the things to remember from Jacob's side, he's not aware of of that information that we have. So seeing something like that blue pummel used defensively could mean that Dennis has another one potentially to play on that Anathos. Now, unfortunately, it can't get the +2 from its ability because his pitch card is 2 cost. But yeah, Dennis with the plate. So it is a blue sigil, and honestly, every life matters in this game.
Every life matters, every card counts, so just going to go ahead and gain 1 life there. Jacob happy to defend with 1 card, but Dennis maintaining this nice life buffer, 5 life so far. And the blue headshot comes down. I mean, that's one you probably don't mind.
And what's going on here? What's up with this sigil?
Come on, guys. Don't make it so hard for us. So we do have potential Katsu activation here. We do know that Jacob has access to that open the center in his deck, so...
Yeah.
So importantly as well, just for our viewers, Katsu, you do have to trigger it on the first time an attack hit, so it's kind of now or never.
Yeah. And Jacob is willing to give up a whole card to attack for 1, so you could say that he would have been fine with Dennis giving up a card to stop the on hit, but also pushing some damage with Dominate here isn't the worst thing.
Yeah, because he wants to maybe try and make up the life total, maybe a little bit unsure about giving up that red Rising Knee Thrust.
And he goes for it. He's saying, you know what, I think I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive here.
Yeah, just really... Oh, and we actually had to have a look through the deck, and we saw a red unmovable access to that. And this red open the center, I like this play, because, look, the red Rising Thrust, it can be good at some point. The open the center, it's very good right now.
Yeah.
You get to use all your resources efficiently, pitch the blue, come in for 6, dominate, and then follow up with a Kadachi. Now, this Dennis, the sink below an Arsenal...
Yeah, true. It's pretty well timed for that. But another thing I want to point out is Jacob, by using the Katsu hero ability, he shuffles his deck yet again. That drone might go back to the top.
Yep, so on Dennis' side here, definitely a bit of a decision to make here, because if he blocks with a 3 block, the sink below is only actually covering up 3 of a potential 4. And we know how important breakpoints are, particularly with those Iron Rod equipments gone. So does he want to just play for value, or does he want to preserve that sink below for a later turn, maybe to stop out something like a Surging Strike or a Leg Tap that is at that sort of magic number of 4?
Yeah, just a little bit more threatening, right? But yeah, I saw a nice little pickup from Dennis on the draft.
Wait, was that an Enlightened Strike?
I honestly think if you're in one of these drafts and you saw an alpha rainbow foil E-Strike, you'd be over the moon. This is one of Kieran's favorite cards of all. It's got to be a favorite card, right?
I love it. That and Ancestral Empowerment, 2 of my favorite cards in the game.
Yeah.
And a tough defending decision here, because one thing, Carol, walk me through this. I think he's considering, does he want to go like the E-Strike into a full power Anathos here?
It could be. This is one of those pivotal points where Dennis has the option to say, you know what, I'm gonna continue to try and play towards fatigue. I can go that route, or I can use that E-Strike, take a little bit more damage to go, as you said, and E-Strike go again and Anathos and continue to pressure Jacob's life total.
So I like this line. I like this line a lot because you're getting the full 4 value out of the sink below. It opens up the ability, and then we see a Kadachi come in for 1 more damage. That's going to be the end of the turn. It gives you the ability to go this E-Strike go again into an Anathos and Arsenal a card. So you can come in for 5.
I actually think it's quite reasonable for... Oh yeah, so he is going for that particular.
Wait a second, was that a red disable in hand? If it is, he has the option to harden cross trap into a red disable here. I didn't quite catch that card, but that is a huge tempo swing if that is the case. Oh, wow. Come on, Dennis.
He's keeping his cards close to his chest there.
You know, I get a lot of flack in there for saying this, but Enlightened Strike, best card in the game.
Oh, managed to pick up that equipment block.
And the
he's going to be
flick
stoked about that.
The flick flag is so good here. You so rarely get value on the flick flag against the Guardian that attacks that likes to attack once per game.
Yeah.
So if the next card you defend with the Certus the Cup with combo against +2, we saw Jacob has access to a ton of combo cards.
So Dennis is still committing to the line despite the flick flag. He's coming in for the disable, coming in for 9, threatening to get rid of that arsenal. And the interesting thing is it still demands more than 1 card, because defending it for 5, even with a combo card, the crush would still apply. So might be asking Jacob to give up his Iron Rod plate here. Yeah.
Yep.
Nonchalantly throws the plate straight in front of that disable.
Going to go ahead and push 3 damage, dropping Jacob all the way down to 7 life. Only 2 cards in hand, but that flick flack was huge there. That got him so much value.
Yeah. Very heads up from Jacob.
Okay, now I want to point out why he decided to use those breaking scales on the E-Strike, because he knew he could cover up the crush. So he's coming in with a Surging Strike here for 4. Yellow Whelming Gustwave and Arsenal, potentially threatening 4 damage with the breaking scales. So he wanted to make sure he can threaten on this turn.
Dennis just playing around the graveyard. And there it is. There's the Whelming Gustwave.
So here we see maybe the slight downside of using that Sink Below earlier. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's still going to be awkward to cover up with Sink Below, because if you go no blocks, then he just says no reactions.
Yeah. But what is a card that Jacob could draw? I mean, probably what he would hope for is just another pitch, right? Get 2 extra damage with those Kadachis. But yeah, interesting to see whether Dennis respects this on hit.
And what's
here.
Dennis working with on his side? So we see a Red Debilitate, definitely a valuable card. But also, I mean, lots of options available to Dennis. If he wants to give him 2 cards here, still has the option to Anathos back for 6, even pitch that Barraging Brawnhide into a Cartilage Crush for 7, threatening the Crush, which is going to tax Jacob's resources a little bit more on the following turn.
Yeah, lots of decision points, and he is going to respect that on hit. He's going to play it safe. He still has that Cartilage Crush.
I like Jacob just joking with him, being like, come on, man, this was just 3. And this might point towards where Dennis wants to go with this game. Did have the option to actually just pitch the Cartilage Crush and the Barraging Brawnhide to activate that Anathos coming for 6. But instead, choosing for 1 more point of damage and an on-hit effect.
Hey, 7 is lethal right here, Kieran.
Yep, so I think he's understanding that, look, I don't actually want this game to go super long. My opponent has Kadachis. I know they have the blue drone. I know sort of just by the tenor of their deck, they're a very defensive deck at this point. I don't want to get into this battle where I'm just like taking 2 damage a turn from Kadachis and slowly getting ground out. So I like this more aggressive line saying, like, I just want to push damage.
Yeah. And has to leverage that life lead right now.
And Jacob,
Things like slowly getting into that spot where the players might start counting the cards, left in deck and seeing which direction the game is heading. But yeah, I think the right call for Dennis to just push the damage in now.
15 non-equips, obviously, right? 15 non-equips,
Yeah.
Okay, so 15 non-equips in the graveyard for Dennis. So half of his deck gone. I'm not sure if he was including the Cartilage Crush there, but roughly half his deck gone. Jacob's sitting about...
Yeah. So this is the stage in the game where, you know, we're kind of like halfway through the decks. The number of cards in deck actually are starting to matter.
So I think Jacob's sort of recognizing this line here, saying, like, you could have come in for 6 with the Anathos. Instead, you're coming in for 7 with this. And I think Jacob looks to be about 2 cards ahead or so in deck at the moment. But he has to be concerned about this life total. Because at some point, Dennis has navigated this game very well, leveraging that early life lead. Like, if you give me 2 cards here...
Oh, that is a red flick flag for Jacob, though. Pretty sweet card to have in this kind of more of a grindy situation. So as we can see, Jacob does have a few 2 blocks in his hand, which is, it can start getting really awkward if this game continues to go down into the second cycle.
One thing I think he might be contemplating here, Carol, is like, look, do I try to just get full value from the flick flag, get pushing that in a 3 block, fully cover this, or do I maybe want to defend for 5, using my Fluster Fist, one of these 2 blocks, I then go Kadachi, Arsenal my flick flag, and then hopefully try bait Dennis in to committing too much into a Dominate. Because you pay 2 resources to Dominate, that doesn't add any power to your attack, it just gives Dominate, and Red Flick Flag is the perfect card to cover that up with.
Yeah, and kind of, ooh, and maybe Jacob is trying to go for that bait because he's actually opting to get crushed here. He's going down to 3, so the lower Jacob goes, the more he might try and incentivize Dennis to kind of say, no blocks, I think I've got this game on lock, and go for that dominated big attack.
Okay, so just going to come in for 2 go again with the head jab here. So it's nice because the crush wasn't really relevant in a way. He's able to pitch a blue, come in with the head jab, is still able to follow up with Kadachi. And he's also threatening the Katsu hero ability here.
Yeah, that Kadachi lock. So the lower Dennis goes, that's the power of Kadachis. Once you start getting to that kind of under 5 life total, those are getting really scary.
Yep, so is Dennis going to be patient, or is he going to start trying to go for this big, the Bravo Dominate hero ability? He is.
Yeah.
This might pay off big time for Jacob.
Yeah,
Okay.
extremely heads up from Jacob here. He knew that if he goes Kodachi, Dennis is not incentivized to use a whole card to defend that life.
So, Carol, this is big here. This is big. He's going to be able to defend with this and get the flick flack. So he set the trap really well. And if we look over at his hand, he's got Kodachi, Hijab, open the center. He's going to close the life gap very, very quickly on this turn.
Yeah, and might start demanding some cards from Dennis's hand. And there's only so much you can do as a Guardian with 2 cards. The Dominate on the hero ability becomes less threatening. You might have to, if you want to go for the Dominate, you might have to Arsenal a card, but not attacking with Anathos is a big sacrifice.
Okay, Kodachi for 1 coming through here.
Okay.
Following up with a Hijab. This is probably going to buy a block because he's like,
Yeah.
I don't want to get hit by an open the center.
And that's the thing. Dennis has no idea that Jacob has it, so he might be thinking to himself, maybe I do need to stop that Katsu activation here.
Okay, so we look over at Dennis's hand. That blue unmovable has come back around. So it does kind of give him a nice out here. If he wants to say defend with the pummel, blue unmovable, they open the center, come back with Anathos, keep yourself at a nice, healthy life total of 6, and then just demand a card back.
Yeah. Well, I think one consideration is like maybe pummel is the way to close this game out, though. Is it kind of, coming in for Anathos for 4, arsenaling the pummel for the following turn is also an option, so...
Yeah, you're right. I actually like taking the 2 damage here because if you want to discard a card to fetch up the combo, that's fine. Like,
True.
and it actually a pretty nice heads-up play. So this one is coming in for, this should be 5 Dominate. Could be covered up with the clean unmovable if he wants.
Yeah. But even then, the breaking scales are starting to kind of lean over Dennis's life total. Those breaking scales are going to be more and more threatening each time.
Really interesting game from both sides here. So how does Dennis want to navigate this? Like, I would be a little bit worried about defending this here. I mean, the one thing is, he might be going for is defend with 1 card, pitch attack with Anathos, threaten the pummel. So you need to keep 2 cards to do this. This is a very risky line because you go down to 2 life, and then your opponent has Kodachis.
Yeah.
If they manage to sniff that out, you could be in a world of pain. The safe line, I think, is here is pitch unmovable, swing with a hammer, strip 1 card, and hope you can get there.
Yeah.
But I can understand from Dennis' side, like, man, these Kodachis are just chipping away. The decks are starting to get a bit thin. What Dennis doesn't know, and we know,
Oh,
and he's going
I love that he's committing to...
all the way down to 1.
All the way down to 1. So he's really putting all his eggs in one basket with that one play.
Huge draw step here. What we know is Jacob has a red unmovable in deck. If he draws that, that is massive.
Yeah.
Because the
He
thing is,
did draw it. I do believe he drew it. There it
he
is.
drew the
There it
blue
is.
unmovable.
Oh, wow. What a pickup. And he must be feeling so safe. But what do you do in this spot? Do you say no blocks against an Anathos for 4?
I like no blocks here because you've got them in the lock.
Okay, so he's... Yeah, so at least Dennis is stripping 3 cards here, but I don't think 3 cards is enough. Being on 1 life, unless he has some sigils of Solace, those Kodachis just become way too much.
Yep, and now the Kodachis are going to strip 2 cards back every single turn. So, I mean, in this spot, I've got to favor Jacob because this is going to strip 2 cards. Your Anathos gets 2 cards back, but then they start to strip 3 cards a turn.
Yeah.
And I understand, like, I said, I think you go no blocks. I actually think Jacob's play was right. That's why he's 9-1, and I'm sitting here in the commentary booth. Because you don't want to give them the chance to just sit on that pummel.
Yeah, but I think what Dennis might have to hope for here is that Jacob starts seeing those 2 blocks. Because if he's able to strip 3 cards, I guess Jacob's life total of 3 still gives him a bit of a cushion, but yeah.
And just to point out
spot.
to some of our viewers, one of the ways you can actually get the Anathos up to 6 if you have 2 blues on hand, you can pitch to the Bravo hero ability with no intention of using it, just to get that second card into the pitch zone. And if we look over here, I mean, it looks like Dennis is potentially eyeing that up.
Yeah. I feel like one of his options could be, do I attack for 4 and just strip 1 card, hope for the best my opponent bricks, and next turn I can set something up with the arsenal, or just push 6. And yeah, over pitching to the Anathos here, coming in for 6.
Yep, so I think Jacob just very firmly in the driver's seat here. Going to go ahead, defend with not his 2 blocks, you mentioned, take 1. But now it's where it gets really, really tricky to play against Katsu, because what are we going to see? Kadachi into Kadachi.
Yeah.
Please give me 2 cards. Then it's down to 2 cards left in deck. This will take a card, and then Jacob also has the yellow scar for a scar that's just going to get 1 more card. That's completely fine at this point.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I think this is going to be a tough one for Jacob to lose. And that drone, now we're just going to see it turn and turn.
Oh man, Carol, this is bringing back bad memories for me of losing in Classic Constructed to a drone card way back in the day.
Mr. Classic made finals of the first ever Classic Constructed back in 2020.
Taken down by Kadachi drone, but this is going to be it, I think. So Kadachi into drone for 4.
Yeah.
Unmovable, and that's game. And what a fantastic game to end on. Our Swiss Welcome to Rathe Limited draft. I mean, really, really cool. I think Jacob did so well there to try and lay the trap. He played very patient. He went very well loaded down on life. But it was exactly what we were talking about. He said, look, if I just defend this out here, I can still chip away in my turn. If I can force him to use a full card inefficiently, then this is all I need to get the tempo. Once you get the tempo on Katsu, it's very hard for the other hero to get it back.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about the game was, you know, Dennis did get that early life lead, and there was quite a lot of tension between, do I play towards the fatigue, or am I the aggressor in the game? And I think we saw it from both sides, where Dennis had a lot of decisions of, I could just start defending here and lean into that Anathos, those Anathos attacks, or do something like regurgitating Slug for Dominate, hope to get Jacob stranded with those cards in hand and hope he doesn't have much of an offensive hand himself. So.
I really think the story of the game for me was the defense reactions on Jacob's side. And they were both super impactful. That first blue flick flack, managing to get the value on the E-Strike, because you could tell Dennis took some damage to pivot on that turn. He's like, I can go E-Strike into disable, and I'm going to threaten multiple cards. Instead, just getting that 1 card plus the equipment, just let Jacob sort of get back into the game a little bit, and then having to commit the 2 cards into the red flick flack was just the sort of started to be, that was the turning point for me. And then also the red unmovable to stop lethal at the end. It's got to be a frustrating time to be a Bravo player in Limited. Okay, but I mean, we did promise straight after the game we'd jump into the reveals. So I think the people are probably sick of listening to me. So should we just jump straight into it?
Let's do it. And I think you should just message all your friends, because this is big. This is a bit of a game changer.
You can't imagine how hard it was to get this beast here tonight. You've never witnessed brutality like this before. Killer instincts and intimidating power. Get ready for a wild ride. The hunt is on, and only the strong survive. Rhinar! The reckless rampage is here to dominate.
That's right, everyone. Not 1, but 2 Armory decks coming up later this year. And let's kick things off with Rhinar, one of our favorite heroes from way back in the day. And Carol, I'm going to let you take this one away, as some people may not know, but Carol is actually the designer of the Rhinar Armory deck. Let's move ahead and look at some of the cards and sort of talk me through some of this.
So honestly, Rhinar has been my go-to hero since way back Welcome to Rathe, you know, doing those sealed games, doing those drafts, and playing Rhinar in Classic Constructed. So, I mean, what is something that Rhinar players would love to add to their deck?
A blue 6.
Alpha Instinct, a blue pitch, 6 power, Rhinar spec, and this deck really much leans into one of the underexplored mechanics for Rhinar, for brutes in general, which is beat chest. And one of the things I really wanted to do with this Armory deck is to lean into that mechanic and really make it about the beat chest. It's something that we saw introduced in heavy hitters and was kind of the go-to mechanic for Rhinar in the limited format. But now we'll kind of get a chance to revisit that and add a little bit more oomph to the beat chest mechanic.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes we have a bit of a joke at the office when cards have no defense value. We say it's all Carol's fault for brutes. So you couldn't help but give the 0 defense.
I mean, we saw in that draft Thomas slamming every blue Wreck Romp he could see, and I don't know. I hope the players will enjoy adding 3 more copies of blue six. I mean,
for sure. I'm just busting your chops, but this card's an absolute banger. I'm
Yeah.
very hyped to play this in Rhinar, and I know that other Rhinar players will as well.
Yeah.
So, moving on from Rhinar, let's have a look at the Arachne slip through the X Armory deck. So this one coming out in December, so a little bit further away. You know,
Yeah.
Rhinar's coming up first. But man, you know, Slippy been putting up a lot of results recently.
Yeah.
And so the featured card we want to show from this is Meat Madness. So a little bit of disruption, but in a chaosy way.
Yeah.
Wait, chaotic. Okay, I'm not good at words. So
Meat Madness.
So
The
it's-
chaos.
So a 0/3 red stealth card. When this hits, choose one at random. They choose a card in their hand, banish it. They choose a card in their arsenal, banish it. Banish the top card of their deck. So I remember playing this card in Dev sometimes. And
Yeah.
it's quite funny because, you know, you've got the 5-card hand, you've got your arsenal, your 4 cards in hand. You get hit by the Meat Madness and you're just like, top of deck, please.
Please. Yeah, and quite often, I mean, we do roll the 6-sided die when like 5-6 for the banish, so it's like, please roll. You know, one of the few times in a game of Flesh and Blood, I guess, where you're like hoping your opponent rolls the 5 or a 6 for this one.
Yeah, but you know, I joke about the top of deck thing, but also, I mean, just playing into that ability to mill important cards off the top of your opponent's library, very impactful. But the ability to have a card that can sort of threaten at random both hand and arsenal.
Yeah.
Really, really strong, because sometimes traditionally when, you know, you're getting attacked by something like a Command & Conquer, Leave No Witnesses, you have like the cop available.
You know exactly what to play around, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you just like, I can give up this card, or like you look at your hands and they're coming in with like a, say, a Mark of the Black Widow. That's fine, I can get rid of a card in my hand. But like this is coming in, you're like, man, that's one powerful setup card in my arsenal. Like, if I really did my hand, this would really suck if this came through and hit me. So, some really exciting stuff coming up for the Armory player, sorry, for the Arachne players out there.
Yeah.
We all know, you know, Brian, a bit of an Assassin fan as well. So.
Yeah, Brian designed that one, and honestly, it's such a great deck to play.
Yep, so I'm pretty hyped for both those Armory decks coming out later this year. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I do love Sliffy, but like, I'm a Rhinar man through and through.
Yeah.
Like, a bit of a fun story going way back to the first New Zealand Nationals. Carol's first child actually was about to be born. So I was trying to figure out what to play, and I decided last minute to take Carol's Rhinar deck he'd worked on. I was like, just walk me through it. He walked me through how to play it. So I get down to Nationals, and then like in between rounds, I'm like, okay, like next round's coming up. I'm like, I don't know how to sideboard for this. So Carol's like in the hospital.
Yeah, so it just so happened that my firstborn, she was being delivered on the same day of Nationals. So as I'm kind of there in the hospital, kind of, you know, prepping my partner for what's to come, I'm getting phone calls from Kieran being like, hey, how do I play the mirror? What do I side in? What do I side in?
I message you, Carol, he doesn't reply, give him a call. I'm like, you're not busy, right? So anyway, this is my matchup. And then it's funny, I'm like, so I do this right? And Carol's like, absolutely not, you do the exact opposite. I'm like, sweet ass, thanks, bye.
Yeah. And hey, managed to top 4, right?
Made the top 4, so thank you, Carol. So like, there were fun times in that. You know, I have to apologize to his partner every so often when I see her, even all these years down the road. But a cool thing from that was I actually managed to pick up the gold scabskin leathers.
Yeah.
Carol got a different gold legendary later on, so we did a bit of a swapsies. I'm like, Carol, you're the man who built the deck. You're the ultimate rider.
Yeah,
you
I'm glad
this
to
card.
have that piece in my collection. And I hope that you all enjoyed the Rhinar Armory deck. I feel like not only that, but now with Super Slam, the Brutes are about to get a bit of a boost. So that combined with the Armory deck is going to give Rhinar quite a bit of juice. I actually saw Eugene see one of the kind of Rhinar goats, the guy who's been playing probably the most Rhinar games ever in the world. And yeah, it was good to see him excited about what's to come.
That deck pack's a bit of a punch. I remember like when it was sort of in development, Carol's like, hey, just come give me a game. I'm not going to tell you what either of the cards do. And I'm like, okay, sit down. I'm just messing around. And then he starts like, it's like, wait, Was that like 22 damage? All right. So let's have a look at the draft pod, how that all played out in the end. We know Jacob got there with the 3-0. So Jacob's going to be our number 1 player going into the final top 8 draft. Picking up the 3-0 in Katsu, playing that pretty masterfully. And honestly, like a bit of the way he played that reminded me a little bit of fellow dev Jason Chung, who's a big Katsu draft fan. And while Wraith Limited, he just navigates that really well with the Kodachis going offense into defense. So big shout out to Jacob for taking that down. Obviously, for Dennis for making the final in that Bravo deck.
Yeah.
Our featured drafter, Thomas,
the Rhinar player, managed to get that last win and secure a spot in the top 8 as well. It's great to see him pick up that win on the last round.
Yeah, and his unfortunate round 1 opponent, Tang, getting lethaled for 9. So he ended up going 1-2 in that draft. So himself, Zachary Gardner, Jacob Maxwell, probably going to have to be crossing their fingers a little bit to see.
For sure.
Well, one of them is quite likely to make top 8. We don't know who. We'd have to see how the tiebreakers play out because you never like to promise anything. Michael Fung picking up the 2-1.
Yeah.
Just
securing his spot. He is definitely going to be in the top 8.
Yep. So we're starting to see our top 8 take shape here. So we have our Dennis, Thomas, Michael, and Jacob for sure locked, and then we'll have to see who fills out some of the rest of those slots there. So we do know, just from walking around the room talking to some of the players, it looks very likely that the players who 3-0'd some of the other draft pods are going to make it there. We saw like Jacob Pearson and Sam Sutherland having that winning in. Looked like Nicholas Barlow, and I didn't quite catch the last name, but also potentially playing for that winning into top 8.
For sure.
So, yeah, it's going to be exciting to see some of those final draft results trickle through to firm up our top 8.
And I do wonder how much of these of this particular draft, I mean, the players are going to start picking up, especially on the pod we were looking at, specific players playing towards specific heroes. Maybe it's a bit of a giveaway that Jacob played Katsu, Michael Fung played Bravo, maybe Thomas. Could he run the back-to-back Rhinar in the top 8? I would love to see it. But yeah, there are some of the considerations going through the players' heads right now. Yeah,
and also because the players I've been talking to said, look, we actually haven't drafted a ton of Welcome to Rathe because it was so long ago back in the day. So I'm also curious to see how these players adjust and pick up on the fly. Like I know a lot of players have been doing some practice drafts, around, but there's nothing like drafting in person in a high pressure tournament setting to really hone and sharpen your skills. So I'm definitely interested to see if I can talk to a couple of players, say, hey, what have you actually picked up over the Swiss draft and how's that going to influence you going into top 8? Are there a couple of cards that underperformed, interactions that you spotted? Maybe be asking Dennis thing about Flick Flack, his thoughts on that card.
Yeah. One of the things I'm kind of hoping for in the top 8 draft is seeing one of those legendaries. Can you imagine that? Imagine sitting down in the top 8 playing, you need to 3-0 this draft to take down the win, and you open something like the Cold Foil Mask of Momentum, the Tectonic Plating, Scabskin Leathers.
Yeah, I'm also hyped to see a little bit more Dorinthea on.
Yeah.
Dorinthea, one of the Golden Girl, sort of it'd be quite iconic, but we'll see how that all goes. Anyway, we're actually going to go ahead and take a very short break, but we do have something a little bit interesting. We got Young and Cash doing a bit of crack shuffle play for Mastery Pack Guardian. I remember doing this internally in Dev, and it was actually very fun. Like just the concept of crack shuffle play, you crack open your packs, you look through it, and it's just put them together, shuffle up, and get going. Like, no need to worry, like, am I playing this, am I playing that? I mean, you're playing everything, so just get amongst it.
And it's a great way to teach new players on how to play because it removes a lot of these decision points in deck construction. You don't have to worry what hero you're going to play. You don't have to figure out what cards you're going to put into your deck, which cards you're going to cut, what equipment you're going to play. You just open the packs, crack, shuffle, and play.
I know, because even like Sealed is like, I think a very beginner-friendly format, but I know even when I was like teaching my partner how to play when she was interested, it can be a little bit overwhelming because you open them up and it's like, I have like 100 cards.
Yeah.
Well, obviously not 100, but like, I have this, or sometimes like, for a brand new player, an overwhelming number of cards, and they're all different classes. Then I have like my generics, my hybrids, my equipment, and then it's like, okay, what do I do and what hero do I pick? So I really like the crack shuffle play. Just take some of that confusion out of it. You get your first taste of Fab, and then you just want to play more and more.
Yeah, it's smooth. Every card is either Guardian or generic. There's a few in there, but you just kind of chuck it all in there, and you're good to go.
All right, then we're going to hop off for a little moment. Don't go anywhere. We've got some crack shuffle play, and then we've got the top 8 Alpha Welcome to Rathe draft coming up from the World Tour Auckland. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Let's see.
Welcome back to Rathe, everyone. We're here at World Tour calling Auckland, and our top 8 has now been set and finalized. Let's just jump right in and have a look at who made it into this illustrious group for the top 8. So we know a few of our names already, but let's just go down from top to bottom. So we see our first quarterfinal. It's going to be Jacob Clements versus Jacob Maxwell.
Yeah, and Jacob Maxwell is one of the few players to get in there on X3, I believe.
Yeah, I believe saw him just when they were going through the names. They went 1 through 7, and then there was those people in that sort of 8 through 10 who were like, "Is it going to be? Is it going to be?" And then you hear your name get called, and you're like, "I did it."
You could see Jacob just being like ecstatic about made it to that top 8.
Yep. So Battle of Jacobs, a bit of a Jacob mirror, if you will, in the 1 and 8 seed. Then we see Thomas Bailey Galbraith, one of our our featured drafter on Rhinar. Is he going to run that back?
I hope so.
Who knows? And then Logan Boyd, who I believe may have 3-0'd one of the other draft pods to make it up here. Looks like potentially taking down Nick Barlow in that other game. So then we have a bit of a New Zealand versus Australia battle. A bit of a friendly rivalry going on there for Thomas and Logan.
Yeah, and then Dennis Zhang, who we've seen on that final the final round, who's secured his spot in the 2nd seed versus Marko Zutic, who's also one of the local Auckland players, and he managed to 3-0 his pod to secure a spot in this top 8.
So Marko, one of those players, was also like top 8 in New Zealand Nationals in the past as well. So very accomplished sort of hometown hero. So yeah, I do like seeing, I'm not going to be biased, but I do like seeing a number of those Kiwi flags there at the top 8.
Yeah, for sure.
And moving down to the other one, we have Michael Fung versus Sam Sutherland, two sort of, as you mentioned, titans of the game, squaring off down there in the 3rd versus 6. That one's going to be pretty sick as well.
I believe Sam had a crazy strong one-off Katsu draft that he managed to just string together to 3-0 his pod.
Yeah, so actually taking down Jacob Pearson in that win and in on the final round of Swiss. So ending Jacob's quest to end up with a back-to-back calling or another calling win.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is the players are just getting set up to draft now. So while the players are drafting, we're just getting that all set up, ready to go. We're going to actually go ahead and watch some of Young and Kashan playing some crack shuffle play, Mastery Pack Guardian, and don't worry, we'll let you listen to them as they play.
Yeah.
We won't bother you by talking over the top.
They're fun guys. I'm sure it'll be a blast to watch.
Yep, and don't go anywhere because we'll be back right after that with some more draft action.
Welcome back to the feature match at World Tour Auckland, where we are celebrating the release of Mastery Pack Guardian in stores now with a cheeky little crack shuffle play. I'm here with Dev Uyong. Now, Uyong, it's correct that you didn't work on this product.
No,
right?
no, I didn't. So I'm actually really excited to sort of delve into this format of crack shuffle play because I've been hearing a lot about it, but I just haven't really had the chance to get into it. So
Well, let me guide you through it.
Yeah.
It's very, very simple.
All right.
So, you get 3 packs of Mastery Pack Guardian. First thing you do, you crack them open.
Yeah.
You take out the back 3 cards.
Okay.
And then you shuffle the rest.
Okay.
Then you play.
Just like that.
1, 2, 3. Now,
Nice. All right.
we've got 7 packs here. There's 3 for each of us and 1 prize pack for the winner of this
All right.
extremely important matchup
Yes.
at World Tour Auckland.
Exactly. You guys have been seeing some high quality, top tier gameplay. Now we're just going to bring it down, way down to us. Just
I think
trying
we're
to figure
bringing it
out
up. This
We're
one's
bringing
for
it
the
up. All
marbles.
right.
This is what the people came to see.
All right. This is the peak of competition in Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let's draft these packs. So
All right,
you can
so
take first pick.
I get to pick the first one. All right. I'm going to pick,
Oh, of course, you go for the middle
of course, the middle one. Surely.
one. Well, I just think, I'm going to go right on the side here.
Okay,
This
okay.
one's the one with the marble.
All right. No. I think it's this side. I think you're mistaken. This
Nah,
is going to
you're
have
dreaming, mate. You're
the
dreaming.
Marvel full art seismic surge.
No way. No chance in hell.
I think that's what I'm getting.
All right, let's grab this one here for me.
All right. Sounds good. All right, and I'll grab this one then.
All right, and I'm going to yoink this one here.
Cool.
And this is going to be our prize pack for whoever wins.
All right.
That here.
Let's get it.
Okay, so 3 packs. So, first things first.
Yep.
Let's get our pack. Crack it open.
Oh, so wait, which way? This way or this
way here.
Oh, yeah, this way here.
There you go.
See?
Got it.
Okay.
And you got your back 3 cards.
Okay, 1.
These get removed.
2, 3. Oh, so I don't even know if I've pulled something good yet.
Well, you can flip it if you want.
No.
Or you're going to wait?
Yeah, I'm going to wait.
All right, good stuff. Now, we're going to get our second pack. Same thing here.
All right.
Crack that bad. Oh, look, I've got 2 face downs.
Oh, all right. I guess we can reveal them all at the same time after this.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Put that there.
Yeah.
Final pack. Oh,
I feel like I haven't opened a crack in a while. I snuck a peek at a card. Okay.
Oh, look, there's this little set card.
I got a double face down myself over here.
Oh, goodness gracious.
All right.
So we've removed these cards here.
Yeah.
We've got our 30 cards. So all we're going to do, and this is a little trick I like to do to make Mastery Pack Guardian Crack Shuffle play even more fun and a little bit more wild, is you don't even look at your cards. Don't even look at what's in them.
All right.
Shuffle them up together blind. You don't know how many blues are in your deck. You don't know what's in there. You don't know what you're drawing. It just makes it all that little bit more unpredictable.
All right, sounds good. I'm excited.
All right.
Shuffle. Oh,
shuffle up.
I have a question for the audience. So, I got into a bit of an internal debate in the dev room. So when people shuffle their cards like this, do you call it a power shuffle or a pile shuffle? Because I thought it was called a power shuffle.
That's what I thought it was called.
And then a dev told me, no, you misheard pile shuffle. And people just started calling it power shuffle. And I don't know, my worldview in TCGs was shaken because I've always called it a power shuffle.
I feel like the power shuffle is what it's got to be, especially with Mastery Pack Guardian when you're throwing such big attacks.
Exactly.
It's got to be a power shuffle, you know,
yes,
like energy.
Surely, right? But pile shuffle does make sense. So
yeah, I guess.
I am a little bit shaken.
Can you riffle shuffle?
Oh no, I can't. I can't
do it, Oyong. Everyone's watching you. No pressure. No pressure.
I'm only used to shuffling with sleeves. All right.
Come on, it's only step 2. It's the shuffle step.
Right.
He's done it.
I kind of did it.
Congratulations. You've now done the crack. You've now done the shuffle, and we're about to do the play. So, we've got our deck shuffled together.
Yep.
Now, obviously, the hero in this set is Volder. So you'll find in all the cards that you removed are where your tokens are.
Cool.
So you'll have a Volder token in there somewhere.
Yep.
And you'll have a High Riser weapon.
Okay.
And then everything else that you have in there is probably either equipment or foils or other stuff here. So
all right, shall we quickly reveal these before we get into it then?
Yeah, you do. You go first.
All right, so I got my hero, I got my seismic surge tokens. All right, so these are the face downs?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Show us what you got.
Something good. Oh, overswing.
Okay.
Foil. That's really pretty. All right, let's go. Battle.
Oh, I got some equipment.
All right.
Water scalers. Very nice.
But do you get to play that?
Yes, you get to play.
Oh, you do?
Get to play this equipment.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right.
Come on.
That's a good upgrade.
That's a good upgrade.
All right.
Must be nice.
Show me where you go.
Ooh, foil seismic eruption. That's a majestic. And this one has had a lot of rumbles around how good this is. I mean, being able to play it on the opponent's turn, set yourself up for Valda. This is one that I'll be very happy to have in my collection.
Yeah, we'll give your attack essentially dominate because of Valda's ability, and also you get access to that new legendary shield, which blocks the more seismic surge tokens you have. So
big if true.
All right, I got a chess piece.
Oh, yep.
Richter scale.
Also got a chess piece.
All right, and then
another chess piece. Shame.
But it is good. It is strong.
All right. Oh, shield. Let's go.
All right. Oh, no.
All right. So I can't play this. I'm going to put this aside.
Does this overswing go into my deck?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
So the foils are removed and the marvels are removed because, Crack Shuffle play is designed to be able to be played anywhere when you're on the go. You just want to be able to shuffle it up. You probably don't want to be putting unsleeved marvels and foils into your deck. So
makes sense.
Those are there.
All right. Take the hardened cross straps. Oh man. All right. Bye.
All right. Shall we high roll for start?
Sounds good.
5.
3.
Less than 5.
Yeah.
I'll be going first.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck, Uyong.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that is how Fab works. Yep.
Oh, it's over for you.
Okay.
It's over for you.
All right, I'm going to try and read some cards real quick. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right.
I am going to start by pitching for 3, and I'm going to play Emerging Power. We've seen a bit of this card today from Welcome to Rathe. The beginning of my action phase, destroy it. My next Guardian attack action card gets +3. Got go again. So I'm gonna whack you for 3.
All right. I see it. Okay. So I'm going to defend for 4.
Oh,
A
goodness.
clash of chests. So when this defends, a Guardian attack, clash with the attacking hero. If there is a winner, the other hero puts a -1 counter on the chest they have equipped. If they don't, they lose a life. And my chest doesn't block anyway, so very risk-free for me. Let's clash.
Rough. Okay. 8.
What?
Oh, we both got 8. Oh, thank goodness.
All right, all right, all right.
Yeah, both
all
so
right,
excited
all right.
to see an 8.
What a sack. All right.
That's what you get when you clash with cash.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to put a card into my arsenal.
Okay.
And I'm going to pass to you, my friend.
Sounds good. I'm going to draw up to 4. All right, so we both know we have a 4 power in the hand. I think I am practice, do this, do that. I mean, nah, I'm just
Oh,
gonna
wow.
do
He's
this.
bringing out the div moves
All right.
and crack shuffle play.
I'm going to pitch 4, play Rubble Razor, heave 2, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to swing for 8.
Yep. Sounds pretty good.
1 in hand.
What did I ever do to you, Young?
No, it's not so much about what you did. What haven't you done?
That's true. I haven't done a lot in my life.
No.
No, that's a lie. I've done a great many things.
Let's
including laying the
unpack that.
smackdown on you. All right. You want to unpack it? Unpack this, mate. Here we go. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly check that I'm good at maths. Yep, I'm good at maths. So I'm going to defend for 8, and I'm going to defend with Crash and Bash.
Yep.
When this defends, I may reveal a card with Crush from my hand, and if I do create a Seismic Surge token, I'm going to reveal Grind Them Down.
Cool.
This allows me to get a Seismic Surge,
Cool.
and defending all this, Crash and Bash with Cash.
Sounds good. All right, I'll close the chain.
All
And
right.
then I will pass the turn. Arsenal.
Okay. I've only got 1 card. Only 1 card to my name.
Wow.
All right, so my Seismic Surge token is going to crack.
Yeah.
So it's going to give me 1 less cost on my Guardian attack action. Emerging Power is going to crack. That's going to give me a +3 damage.
All right, must be nice.
And then I'm going to play
Uh-huh.
Thump for 8. Now, when this has higher power than its base, it gets Dominate, and when it hits a hero, they discard a card. So you can only block with 1 card from hand, and if it hits you, which it will, you'll have to discard a card.
Oh, man.
Send him back to the dev room, folks.
Oh, man. All right, all right. So I'm going to lose a card as well? Oh, God. All right. I am just going to Clash of Mountains.
Okay.
It says when this defends a Guardian attack, clash with the attacking hero, the winner creates a Seismic Surge token.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
6.
Nothing!
It's free.
Oh,
It's free.
rigged.
All right.
Rigged.
I will take 5 though.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right.
And
That's
then, yeah. I'm sorry, I was meant to discard, but you've actually already drawn up, so you've actually missed your discard trigger.
Come on, mate. It's crack shuffle play.
All right.
I think you should discard your card.
I will.
That's enough
discard
out
this.
of you.
I'll discard this. So my turn starts. The Seismic Surge pops,
Sure.
and then I will pitch 3, and then I will play a Choke Slam for 6. Crush. If it deals 4 or more damage, attack action cards they control can't gain damage.
Seems good. Seems good. Oh, Choke Slam.
Give me the cards.
I could give you some cards, or I could. Yeah. No, I'll just give you some cards. Surely, I'll just give you some cards. Yeah, I'm gonna block for 6.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Ain't no ands, ifs, or buts about it.
Cool. I'll draw up to 4.
All right. Pitch 3, smack for 7 with crush. If it crushes you, you can't play attack action cards with 3 or less base. Now you may be wondering, in a Guardian-based set with high attacks, why does it happen? Well, there's a few surprises in here. Maybe they'll come up. Maybe they'll come up. Maybe they won't.
All right. Okay. So I think I simply need to block for 3.
Oh yeah, taking 4.
Taking 4.
You are crushed, my friend.
I just want to swing back with my attacks.
Sounds good.
All right. I'm going to pitch 5 here for a buckling blow.
Okay, all right. How much is this coming in for? 7.
7. It's a real callback to Welcome to Rathe here. Classic Guardian card. On crush, put a -1 counter on your piece of equipment. All right, give it to me.
Ooh. I don't know how I feel about this.
All right, this is very easy to play.
Yeah.
Crack, shuffle, swing some big attacks.
All right. I'm going to defend with this card and with this card. When this defends, look, I got a Majestic.
Oh, must be
Just
nice.
raw dogged it in the deck as well. Don't care about scuff marks here. When this defends, clash with the attacking hero, the winner destroys an aura the other controls. Now, neither of us have got any auras,
But we
should
will
just
clash
again.
for the vibes.
8.
Oh my god. All right.
This truly is some flesh and blood of all
Yeah.
time. All right. Yep. Oh, I take 1 from that though.
Oh, nice.
So attack for 7, right?
Yes.
All right.
Ending your turn? No, that was my turn. Oh my god. All right, I end my turn.
The bro's been testing too many wizard mirrors in the dev room. All right.
Like,
small turn
whose
for
turn
me.
is it?
Coming in for 3.
All right. Ooh.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that.
Pretty neat card.
Nah, rigged.
Okay. I'm gonna block for 4. Crash and bash.
Oh, shiver me timbers.
Reveal a card with crush.
Oh, yes.
I
Yep,
make a
I've
seismic
seen that one.
surge. Feels pretty good to me.
All right, that's my turn.
All right. So I could get funky with it,
Get funky with it.
as the kids say. So I have an interesting amount of resources. I have 1, 3, technically 6. That's kind of cool. All right, let's do this. First, I'm going to play Geyser.
Oh,
When this
broken.
enters the arena with 3 energy counters when it has none destroyed. At the beginning of your end phase, remove an energy counter from this and create a seismic surge token.
Why couldn't you have this 1 turn earlier?
So that's kind of neat. And then so now I have 1 floating and a seismic surge. Did I do the math right? Yes, I did. I am a good player. Activate hardened cross
God,
traps.
what are you doing now?
Essentially makes my next guardian attack cost 2 less. So 1, 2, 3, 4 for a debilitate for 8.
You sure you just want to use the mask and pass?
I'm going.
All right.
I'd rather swing for 8 with a
All
pretty
right,
decent crush
fair
ability.
enough, fair enough. Wow, my hand is garbage. Should have done step 2 a little bit better and shuffled.
They say a poor worksman blames his tools.
Oh, don't give me
Have
that.
you
Don't
ever
give me
heard
that. Oh, God, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do with this? Interesting stuff.
You are 8 life ahead, so if you take this, we'll just be even, you know?
Wow,
Nice-
really
nice
some
even
true
Stevens.
gaslighting coming out of the dev room here. That was to go. All right, well,
Just give me a whole hand.
it's not.
If it's bad, you can just shove 4 cards into it.
It's not looking great.
It's not dominated. It's not
I'm gonna
dominated.
be real with you. It's not looking great. all right. I'm gonna defend. You know what? I'll defend for. Oh no, I want to swing again. I'll defend for 6.
All right, sounds
I'll
good. Take 2.
2 damage.
I'm just going to Arsenal.
Ooh, before you do, make sure you make one of those.
Oh, yes. As I go to my end step, boom, make a new seismic. All right, and draw to 4.
Pitch 3. 3. What am I supposed to do? I have
Riveting.
three reds and one yellow.
Absolutely riveting gameplay you're showcasing here.
No, I think it's good because as you may not see, I'm actually putting this in my pitch zone.
I
I'm
see.
going to pitch stack you, Young. I'm going to prove that I'm better than the devs.
So you said for 3?
I hope I don't just
Block for 3.
I hope I don't just get my ass handed to me after being all macho about it.
All right, Seismic Surge pops. I'm going to pitch 5.
Nice.
Come with Disenchantment of the old ones. Crush when it deals 4 or more damage to a Guardian hero. Destroy all auras they control.
Lucky for you, I have no auras.
Yeah. I do like to kick a man while he's down.
I mean, it's still 10.
It is a big number.
Big number, good. Oh my goodness. Man, this started off so good for me.
Also, this art is sick. What the heck?
Yeah. I think that's one of the ones that comes in Marvel as well.
Yeah.
Which is pretty
I kind of want to collect these in Marvel now.
I think I'm going to have to give you 6 here, and I'll be taking 4. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Move to Arsenal, and I'll make another Seismic Surge.
Sounds good, Chief. Sounds good. Pitch 3, coming for 7. And if this crushes you, you will lose your hero ability. So
Q.
watch out.
All right. I will block.
Is that another crash and bash? Oh my goodness.
Sure is.
These block 4s, crazy work.
I think I might also. I will block. Wait, what's my arsenal? Yeah, I'll block 7.
All right, sounds good to me.
Reveal a card Crush.
Oh yes, of course. Okay. Wow, another 8.
Yes.
Who's got 8s for days?
Yeah, I'm kind of on a roll here. So these Seismic Surges really smoothing out my turn cycles. Here is a Debilitate.
Wow.
8.
2-card debilitate.
2-card 8.
That's pretty nice. I'm not going to lie to you. I've got to take charge of this game somehow.
Technically, I have 1 floating. What could it be?
What's that supposed to mean?
What could it be?
Don't give me that. Come on, mate. There's no pummel in this set, I think.
Also, pummel costs 2, but you know?
True. That is true.
You never
That is
know.
true.
I could cheat and play a Razor on this, even though it doesn't
You wouldn't
work.
do that, surely. Surely you wouldn't. Surely not. Okay, so I've got to give you some cards. I'm actually going to give you 1, 2. I'm going to give you 5 here.
Yeah, I'm going to play Lunging Press.
No, you're not, because I will be calling a judge.
All right.
And I'll be calling your boss, Brian Gottlieb.
Brian Gottlieb. All right. I'm
Brian,
gonna make a
Young's
Seismic
being mean to me.
Surge. I'm just having fun.
That's it. No Ranger support for the next 5 years.
No, please.
Now, I had to take a little bit of damage from that. I took 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yep.
I was having too much fun. I forgot to take down the damage.
All right. You've seen a lot of 8s. You know what's
I have.
bigger than 8? 9.
9. That is
This is Command and Conquer at home.
Wow. All right. I guess I should defend that.
Yeah, well, if it crushes you, your arsenal's gonna go on the bottom of your deck. So
I see. I hear you. I hear what you are saying. And I'm just gonna give you 9, I guess.
seems good.
It's a block for 9.
All right.
Because I have this Seismic Surge, I get to have another efficient.
Aw, that's so
1-card 8.
good. That's why Young's a dev and I'm not.
That's the Seismic Surges turning my turn cycles
You are-
into butter.
You are so good at drawing block 4s and 4 for 8s with a seismic. You're just
Whoa.
so good, Uyang.
Wow, could you please say that again, but maybe a little more sincere?
No.
You know what? Fair enough. I respect it.
Okay. I am going to defend for 5 here with Crash and Bash. Mine happen to all be blue, which is a bit upsetting, but that's okay. I'm going to reveal a card with Crush,
Yeah,
and I'm going to make a Seismic Surge token. I'll be taking
Alright.
3. 1, 2, 3.
sounds good. Close the chain. Oh, I'm getting a little thin on the deck size. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, Seismic Surge is going to crack. Now it's my turn to inflict the 8 upon you. Here's 8, mate.
All right. I see you. I hear you.
You should take 8.
I'm gonna Block for 6. This is battle worn.
Seems good. Seems good.
I'll take one.
Yep. Sounds good too.
Kind of got a spicy play in mind.
Yeah, I believe it.
All right. So I'm going to play a seismic stir.
Huge. Big even.
Gives me 3 seismic surges.
That's massive.
So-
it's going to give you dominate
So
as
next
well.
attack, I'm going to get dominate.
Have you just tried to like pitch stack me?
And then also, I have 1 floating, so I will
Oh my god. That's
get an
crazy.
intellect.
Work. That's crazy.
I will
work.
end my turn,
Okay.
and I will draw 5.
Wow, it's not looking too good for me there.
All right. Let's see if I can draw some gas.
You probably can.
Yup.
It doesn't sound too
Sure
good.
did.
All right. I am going to.
I
I'm going
love
to pitch 4.
Yep. I love the
And-
gas that's in my hand.
I'm going to play Embolden.
Oh no.
So-
Okay.
Next turn, this is going to pop and give +5. Then, I'm going to come in for 3.
I can't convert my hand. For 3. All right.
It's over for you, Uyong.
I hear you. I see you. I will block 3.
Sounds good. I'm going to pass turn to you, my friend.
I have 3 seismic surges pop.
Oh, God. So your hero ability will be active now.
Yeah. So this is dominate, and now watch me capitalize.
Watch me whip.
Watch me whip, baby. There's 6 dominate.
Oh, yes. And you know what? My pitch stacks come up just in time as well.
Oh no.
So, dominate, I'm going to block for 4, which I pitch stacked earlier in the game, entirely intentionally.
Yep.
Because I just knew when this defends, clash with the attacking hero. If there's a winner, the other hero puts a -1 on some arms. If they don't, they lose 1. So neither of
no.
us have got arms, so the loser of the clash is going to lose a life.
All right.
What? 6?
5?
Oh, let's go! You lose a life!
All right. All right. I see you.
I
see
also
you.
lose some life. I'll be taking 2 here.
Okay, cool. All right. I have 3 cards in hand. You know what? I'm going to Arsenal this.
Good on you, Chief. Good on you. This one's for all you calling Taihape enjoyers out there. Embolden's going to crack, which is going to give +5 to my next Guardian attack action.
I have 1 card.
And I'm going to pitch 4. I'm going to come in with the thump for 11. Dominate on hit. Discard a card from your hand. Bam.
Dominate.
So are you guys, are you hiring for the dev room or? Because I feel like I seem to recall that maybe there was a vacancy coming up.
I am going to. When this hits, it's so close. I'm going to block 3.
Well, it's got dominate. What? No.
No,
what?
but it's only
What?
8, so I'm going to take 3.
But still, I only get. Oh, that's crazy work. You have
It's a majestic.
There's defense reactions in this set.
Yep,
Oh my god. Okay, so you still discard a card.
Yes.
That's the important part.
that is correct. I will have to discard this.
Okay, so it's still looking good for old mate Cash.
All right. I'm going to come in with a hammer for 3.
That seems wise. That seems very wise. Yup. I will be defending for. You know what? Let's get rid of. I don't need the other Embolden. I'll
All
block
right,
for 3.
fair enough.
That seems fine.
And I may have miscalculated how
You're looking a little bit thin there, mate.
draw my 3 cards.
All right, this one's for all the marbles. Very simple. We're just going to come in for 7.
Ow. Hey, that kills me.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't block,
Block 3, take 4.
you are crushed.
Gah, my arsenal.
I'm going to Arsenal a card,
Yep.
and I'm going to pass to you.
I guess I'll come in for 3.
Oh yeah, it's all coming up cash. Block for 3.
All right. Pass. Draw my card.
All right, a young 6.
All right, I'm gonna block 5, and I have no more cards.
All right, so you take
Right.
one here.
You got-
Yeah, we're gonna play it out. We're gonna play a game of Flesh and Blood properly.
I extended my hand.
So-
and you-
You're gonna pass turn.
yeah, good game.
I'm gonna activate Richter Scan. I'm gonna think. No,
Yeah.
I'll swing for 3. Do
All right, I'm gonna think about this one.
you want to check the graveyards?
Yeah, I'm gonna check the graveyards. What do I have? How many pummels have you already played?
0, but that could change.
Interesting. 2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand.
Interesting. Overswings. I see it. I see it. I'll take 3. Good game.
Good game, Eon. Oh, the classic, the classic. Oh, the classic.
Hey, that was actually kind of fun. Like, I can see how this would be like a great way to just like introduce someone new
Absolutely.
to like
and,
into the game.
and it's also really good just on the go. Like if you
Yeah.
just want to play some quick and easy fad for 10 minutes, it's a good one to do. All right, so to the winner go the spoils. So I'm going to open up this last pack of
Must be
Mastery
nice.
Pack
Must be
Guardian.
nice.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
is, Eon, it is.
We didn't see any marbles, so maybe.
We did not. So let's have a look and see what we've got. Ooh, a shield.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
All right.
That would have been handy.
Oh, we did get a Majestic there. Break Stature.
Ooh.
It's got a little fire quote on there. Crazy work. Well, that's it for us at the feature match area for
Yep.
Crack Shuffle Play. Uyong, what have we got coming up next on the stream?
I believe we are gearing up to show some of that top 8 draft. So I am so excited. We'll be right back very soon to see what's going to happen. More alpha packs to be opened. Maybe there will even be like a cold foil heart, you know? A cold foil tectonic plating maybe.
I would love to see that pitched.
Yeah.
I would just love to see the Alpha Heart pitch 30k. That
Yeah.
would just be incredible.
That would be amazing. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. All right. I kind of want to play.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Tour Auckland, where we are now down to the top 8 of the Welcome to Rathe draft calling. Top 8 left. I am so excited.
Oh yes, this is where it all bubbles down to our final 8 competitors, each vying to be the hometown champion. Uyong, who are you backing?
I have shown this bias before. I am so fully behind Dennis Zhang, my boy, the guy that got into Flesh and Blood with me. You know, during the COVID lockdowns, we were like, what are we going to do? We're like, what are we going to do during this lockdown? And we thought, why not just buy a bunch of cards before the lockdown goes into effect? And then I just remember picking up all these cards, opening stuff for the first time, and even just playing on webcam as we played Flesh and Blood together. But let's see who is exactly left in this top 8 and see who they need to beat to get the trophy at the very end. So,
well, you might be backing your boy Dennis Zhang, but like I'm seeing right there, Thomas BG. They don't call him Thomas the Tank Engine for nothing.
So another hometown hero from Wellington.
Oh yes,
I understand. And Dennis is from Auckland, so a bit of rivalry there. There's also Marko, who will be going up against Dennis in that first round. Another very prominent Auckland player. Both interesting to note that Dennis and Marko are both sort of prominent Guardian players. So I'm really excited to see sort of how they decide to draft.
And both Kiwis. 4 Kiwis. Is it 4 Kiwis? 4 Kiwis in top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we do it in the homeland, mate.
Yeah, that hometown buff really coming into effect as well. Again, Jacob, another New Zealand player.
I quite like that the only non-New Zealand or Australian players, Jacob, Clements, Michael Fung, both at like exceptionally good players, high on the Player of the Year leaderboard, have been paired together. That looks pretty great for them. They'll both be looking to get some World Tour points out of that.
Yeah, so really excited to see how these players line up in that pod and how they'll be set up, because who you're passing to and who you're receiving cards from is going to be so important in trying to navigate this draft when you're sort of surrounded by all these pro players and seeing where that draft might go. So let's have a look at the seeding now. And let's have...
Oh, one moment, caller, as we used to say when we're thinking in the tank.
Yeah, there's so much excitement going on. We just want to get to the next draft, but, it is a live event. There are some delays happening at the moment, but what are some cards do you think these players, as they gear up to draft, what are some cards they want to see?
Heart of Fendel. Pitch 3, gain $30K.
That would be the true winner, I feel like. I feel like if you sit down for top 8 and you rip open a cold full heart, you're like, I think I've already won. Everything else is a bonus. And as I understand it, for this draft, we will be following Dennis Zhang as the featured drafter. So let's see what he does and how he navigates his draft, because he does have a strong Guardian bias. He has been playing Bravo up until now. But, will he be forcing? And will I just talk smack about how he's just forcing Guardian all the time? Or will he be flexible and sort of adapt to the signals that are being sent to him?
Oh man, there's a lot to play for here. You got your cash prizes, you got your trophies, you got your gold falls, and also Player of the Year is rapidly coming up. So they will be playing for World Tour points.
Yes, so not only are you fighting for the title and the money and the cards that you're going to get from this calling, you're also fighting for some World Tour points, which will contribute to getting you up on that leaderboard for the race for Player of the Year, which is the sort of new exciting thing we have. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Player of the Year, new thing, right? So all of our best competitors, you now earn points for all of your wins that you have at these select tournaments. There will be obviously one Player of the Year, the person at the top of the leaderboard, who will be getting that clean 25K. And on top of that, there'll be 2 regional champions. So there's APAC, there's Europe, there's America. So you'll have one from each of the others. They'll be getting 15K each. Then there's 3 second place from each. They'll all be getting 10K. Then your third place from each. They'll all be getting 5K. So 9 players in total will be going home with some pretty hefty prize pools. And where can you earn these points?
Yeah, and exactly. And today we are at a calling event. So there is up to 16 points up for grabs. So it's going to be very exciting, and it's going to do a lot to push them up and down on this leaderboard.
All right, so let's have a quick look at the Americas. Brody Spurlock obviously has just completely solidified his lead in this race, with Michael Hamilton, who just recently top-8'd Pro Tour Singapore, not far behind. However, Michael Fung, all the way down here in Calling Auckland, has been racking up some points. So, you know, he's trying to climb. Maybe he'll try and get himself into third, second, you know, just go home with a bit of pocket.
Yeah, most certainly.
And over in Europe, Jacob Clements, he's like the UK all-star, and I think he kind of looked at Tommaso and Pablo and Alex and Arthur Trahay, and I mean, look at all these names, so many names that we all recognize. All of these players have been riding his ass, and so he's come all the way down to New Zealand to just really boost himself forward, and he's doing a great job of it, being here in top 8.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how tight these points are. 65 and 64 for second place, so anything goes at this point.
And over to APAC, we have our favorite Pudding Tam, who is tied with Sheree Wu, fresh off of his win at Pro Tour Singapore. Now, Nick Butcher from Australia was previously quite high up there, and as you can see, there's like 1 point of difference for Sheree Wu and Pudding Tam above him. So obviously he's going to cross the ditch over to New Zealand and try and re-solidify that lead. Lots to play for here other than just the calling prize pool. There's a lot that you can go home with.
Yeah, most certainly.
And of course, you know, looking at the sort of global leaderboard up here, it's looking like Brody Spurlock, Jacob Clements, and of course, Pudding Tam are looking at taking home each of their regional wins. So it's all to play for. And of course, wrapping it all up at World Championship Philadelphia. Once we get to there, we'll see that. But let's just take a quick look at what's coming up before that. You've got your Kansas, your Copenhagen, those are our callings, and of course a whole bunch of battle hardens. Lots to go through, but let's take it back to the calling here. Let's come back to Auckland Showgrounds for the Auckland Showdown. Uyong, what are we watching next?
So we're moments away from watching Dennis Zhang make his draft here. He's already opening his packs. Reminder to everyone, these are Welcome to Rathe ALPHA packs. Very rare, very spinny, and potential to even just hit big before you even play any games. Just the rarity of the cards that are possible is very exciting.
Hey, look, it's that guy from the Noel Leeming ads.
Oh,
sorry, I've done that bit already.
let me recycle. Isn't he the guy from Shortland Street?
Oh my God, you're right.
No, and there's also a TV show called Far North. I believe he plays a very prominent lead character in that.
Yep, Far North, and then we're going to be going far south to Dennis Zhang's picks very soon. All right, let's have a look. Raging Onslaught immediately jumps out to me, that 3 for 7, and Heart and Cross Trap is such a key piece of equipment that can really allow you to break past that block 6, attack 6.
Exactly, an extremely powerful piece of equipment that also allows him to stay open if he wants to. But currently, he's just sort of assessing the pack, seeing what signals he might be sending to his left, and trying to get a gauge of what he needs to grab out of this pack. What calls out to you as the pick you would want?
Well, it's one thing because you can take a signal, but the generics are so strong in the set, and they're so splashable in every deck. The generics, they're sort of split into 2 lanes. You've got your light go against stuff and your heavy cost 2+ stuff, but they all work in the heroes in different ways. Heart and Cross Strat would probably be the pick for me because that actually allows you to cheat a pitch card. We've seen a lot of players winning games today with a combination of Heart and Cross Strat. Look, there it is. Yep, you can throw it onto a Regurgitating Slog for free. You know, when you come down to those games where someone's taking your whole hand, you get one card, a free Regurgitating Slog for 6 or 8 Dominate can just win. Yeah, very good pick from Dennis.
And you must be very happy with that first pick, a very powerful chest equipment. But let's see what the second pick here is going to be. There is that Helm of Eisen Peak there, a Razor Reflex red coming to the front and a blue. That ability to have an attack reaction that can also give go again on hit for these 1 and 0 cost attacks. Very powerful.
Yeah, Razor's an interesting one because traditionally it has quite a comfortable home in Dorinthea and Katsu, but you can play it in some really cheeky builds. Like you can play it in Bravo. You can play like a Snatch or a Wounding Blow, and you can Razor it and then get it go again, come in with your Anathos. Like these cards can be played in the heroes you don't expect to play them, and if it comes your way and you don't see it, you don't see it coming. Yeah, absolutely great. It looks like there's quite a few class cards that he could pick if he wants to take a lane. There's that Red Whelming seems kind of nice. The headpiece seems kind of nice for Bravo.
Yeah.
Equipment blocks, obviously really, really good in this format. You can block a lot of breakpoints. So maybe it looks like he's tossing up between going for more generic power, or maybe he's picking a lane between Guardian and Ninja here.
Yeah, that Whelming Gust Wave is very powerful, but he does consider the option of picking the equipment to continue to stay open. But pulling those 2 class cards to the front, maybe he's considering... Maybe he's going to try commit quite early before he knows exactly what's happening. These cards are powerful enough for him to commit to a class. Let's see what he does. This is a very difficult pick.
You can also like taking that whelming and then moving out of Katsu into something else. Sometimes that's really good because you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to have to play against this card.
Yeah, exactly. And also, Dennis showing his potential Guardian bias here. A very, very experienced player on Guardian, deciding when tossed between two powerful reds of different class, going for that comfort pick in Guardian. And also, it is important to note that this is not a called time draft. So Dennis may be taking more time on certain packs and less time on certain packs. There was a little bit of flexibility added to this draft.
He did get past the Steelblade Shunt, and I saw him immediately look at it because that's a really powerful card.
Yeah.
Regurgitating Slog is an answer. It's a yellow, but it's something you can pitch away and end the game with. There's a few things he could pick up here.
Yeah, he seems to be looking at sort of that resource-based blue as well. But that Steelblade Shunt red is such a powerful card in this format. Just defense reactions that also deal unpreventable damage. So clutch in the right moments.
Exactly. Like you don't have to put, like you can take a class card and you don't have to commit to that hero. You can just take a few good cards, see what happens, and then pick a lane later. It's a very open format in which you can build a deck to the generics and sort of the pitch ratio and the threat density, and it allows you to really craft something special.
Yeah.
Disable and debilitate both in blue. Really good to reinforce that Bravo pick, especially because you've been past them. It seems like you could keep drafting this Bravo lane, take the blue block 3 big smack attacks, and then see what else comes your way.
Exactly. So in other draft formats, you might not necessarily be picking blues early, but in this format, blue Guardian block 3s are very powerful, especially because Bravo has access to Anathos, a very powerful weapon that is very anti-fatigue in this format. So Dennis deciding to prioritize those blue block 3s and really solidify his position in Guardian early.
Oh, now here's a really interesting card, the super rare Last Ditch Effort. The best thing about it is its consistency. It's blue, it costs 3, and it blocks for 3. So you pitch it for Anathos, you can Bravo it, you can defend with it, it's fantastic. But when you end up in a Bravo mirror, that card can really shine. When you keep pitch stacking it and you come to fatigue and then you suddenly go 8 into 6, because if you have no cards in deck, that last-ditch effort can it can swing for 8 with go again.
Yeah, absolutely devastating if we get to that full fatigue state. But there's also a red debilitate, a very powerful red in Bravo. The ability to crush and give -2 to your opponent's next attack. Very good at stealing some tempo.
And Debilitate and Buckle are both really, really clean cards in Bravo simply because of their cost to power ratio. Being able to pitch 2 blues to activate Bravo's ability into the 8 power often goes over the top of a lot of blocks in hand.
Yeah, exactly. And he decides to take the last-ditch effort here. A very strong blue. There was some temptation to possibly take that red Debilitate, even though it may be a slightly weaker card, to send a stronger Guardian signal to your left. But no, he's just going to stay true, take the more powerful card, and have this very powerful, guaranteed in-game power.
So looking at this pack, it looks like Brute is open, and it looks like maybe there's some Guardian and Warrior cards that have been taken from that. But we're in pick 5 now, so there's quite a safe chance that if there are any other Guardian lanes, people have picked Guardian immediately now. They're probably not to the immediate left and right of Dennis. That's just my guess, but you know, it's looking like pretty clean for Dennis's seat here. And if he takes this buckling blow, he's shipping a pack with 3 Ninja cards and 3 Brute cards and no Guardian cards, and he's just saying, I'm playing Bravo, do something else.
Yeah. Yellow buckling blow, not necessarily the best card you want at this stage quite early in the draft. It does signal that there may be a Guardian to his right quite close by, but still, even though it's not a blue and it's not a red, yellows are quite good at also pitching into Anathos, because sometimes you need to pitch 2, 3 cost or higher attacks to give that Anathos that +2 pump. So sometimes having these yellows kind of helps activate that ability, because if you just have 2 blues, you can't pitch 2 blues into the Anathos. So not too unhappy to take this.
Good boy.
But really staying true. He is now full committed into Bravo. It feels it's going to take quite a bit to come out of this if he wants to.
That is one of the things I really like about this set, is that every card has its place. Like, you look at something and it's a yellow and you're like, oh, it's a yellow. But I can dominate it with 2 blues, I can block with it, I can pitch it for Anathos and have 2 floating, it's good for pummel. There's like a place for everything. You might look at it and be like, oh, it's a yellow this, or it's a blue this, whatever. But, you know, every card has its place and can truly shine if you know how to use it properly.
Yeah. a little bit of an underwhelming pack, but there are still powerful just Guardian blues in the deck. Guardian blues and yellows. So he will be happy to, he will be able to pick up a nice playable card here. But
I would really love for him to pick blue flock here. I think that would be absolutely based. Just to like be able to play this, get a quicken token, and then just do something completely stupid with it in game would be awesome. I mean, he's probably going to take one of the block 3 cards there, like the Stonewall Confidence or the Crush Confidence. But
yeah, I see the vision. I see the vision. I mean, Dennis loves to block and grind, but maybe he's feeling quite frisky in this top 8, willing to bust out some crazy combos to go wide.
Come on, Dennis, take the funny option. It's only a calling, don't worry. Yeah, okay, he takes the Crush that you can block with and you can send. Yeah, going for consistency.
Yeah, and it is still a solid 3 block, so not too unhappy to see that.
It's actually quite good to pick up some of these yellow cards as well, because if other people go into Guardian, sometimes you can find yourself really short of the blue 3-cost 3 blocks. And so having a couple of yellows in there, while not like, you obviously, most hands you'd probably want to have blues, but you know, the yellows can really help bandage out your resource pool, your resource curve.
Yep, and wow, a red barraging beatdown quite late. So a Brawnhide, I mean. So quite a powerful 3-cost 8 power, potentially, demanding 2 cards. A very solid pick to sort of carry you through that mid game, generating quite a decent amount of value.
It's going to be hard to contest that with the Blessing of Deliverance, though, because life gain can really help with the fatigue plan. So if he's been trying to go into this sort of grind game, Blessing of Deliverance is a very good value card. You can just play it, you can put it in your arsenal, and then when you're forced down to 1 card, he doesn't mind. He wants the big damage. Good on him.
He wants to be able to get to a state where he is threatening enough damage to force his opponent to try get to that fatigue endgame state. So good choice, solid numbers. Should be very happy with that one.
Yeah. So what I was saying about the Blessing is that you can put it in your arsenal, and then when you're forced down to 1 card, a cost 3 blue, for instance, you can pitch it, play this card from your arsenal, draw a card, and then swing your Anathos for 6, and then also gain 3 life. So that basically allows you to gain some life and swing for 6 for 1 card, which can be a really good tempo play. But, you know, he could be relatively confident that he'll swing around. And also, to be honest, being able to dominate and send an 8, that might just be the better pick in that instance.
Yeah, agreed. But also, yeah, important to note that life gain in this format is very powerful and quite unique, especially when you get into states where you're sort of Kodachi locked out with these Kodachis that are very difficult to block and they're leaking 1 damage at a time. Life gain is kind of a very powerful anti-Kodachi lock tool that you can have access to.
Oh, Slogisms. Really good to pick one of these up if you want to get a regurgitating slog for a nice little in-game there. There's also a couple of block 3 cards in there, like Crush Confidence in blue would be a nice one to pick up for consistency.
Yeah, I think I'm very excited to see that blue Crush Confidence. Blue blocks 3 is a Guardian card. Kind of everything I want at this stage.
I would go for the Slogism myself, I think, because it's a block 3 blue, so it gives in that. It does block for 2, but picking one of these up gives you that freedom to pick up a regurgitating slog. Maybe it wheels back to you, maybe you just pick it. And having a regurgitating slog and 1 Slogism is just a WTR classic.
But Dennis does elect to just go with the Guardian card. He just wants that stable block 3 when he needs it. And again, sort of solidifying his sort of mentality that he's going to block, he's going to grind out, and he's not necessarily going to do anything too fancy. Well, at least not for now. Let's see how his picks go.
Not a lot to pick for a Guardian here. Nimble Strike is a blue that can block for 2. The Potion of Strength doesn't block, but you know, if you want to set some games around it, there's some really cool stuff it can do as well. And I think that out of all these cards, you know, it's not ideal, but picking up a blue here is fine.
Yeah, just more blues to add to the pile.
It's worth noting as well, they don't have to play every card they draft. So if he wants to, he could really just pick something that another player wants just as a hate draft. You know, he could take that Sharpened Steel, he could take that Awakening Bellow. But I think at this early stage in the game, you probably just want to get as many good cards as you possibly can.
Yeah. It is interesting, though, there are still pretty decent Brute and Warrior Reds still in the pack. So the pod may be a little Brute Warrior light, but let's see how this plays out. Oh, a Sigil of Solace yellow.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting one. Yellow Sigil is interesting because, like, obviously red is the best one, but having a yellow is not bad. You can pitch it. It covers 2 Kodachi swings, so
exactly.
Yellow is actually fine if you're at 1. You don't want to get Kodachi locked. As I said, you know, every card in this set has a place.
Yeah, so he does lock that in, allowing him to stay alive a little better. Let's see what he can find.
There's that regurgitating slog, but, you know, it has wheeled back so far. He could just take the blue demo crew.
Yeah. And again, there's another, just a Guardian block 3, yellow, Crush Confidence.
That's probably what he'll pick then.
Yeah.
I mean, like that card looks a little bit better. Good consistency, good blocking.
Yeah, will help him swing that Anathos. So most likely putting in there, unless he's sort of thinking if he needs sort of that last bit of punch with that Regurgitating Slog. But no, again, just a nice, safe choice of a 3-block.
Yeah, easy clap.
What do you think he's looking for now? What does he need to sort of close out this draft? Oh, there is a yellow pummel on the wheel.
I was going to say a pummel, you need some sort of end game. Like you can hammer for 6, but if anyone's got an anti-strategy for that, you've got to have some way to end the game. Pummel makes sense. And yeah, probably I would be also looking to pick up a couple of big attacks just to be able to pitch away and end the game with. Also defense reactions. Like we've seen one blue sink below go past Dennis. I bet you he's really hoping to see some unmovables, some sink belows. He's got a yellow sigil, but you know when you're running into Dorinthea and Bravo, you really want defense reactions. Even against Rhinar, when they're intimidating, you want defense reactions.
Yeah, you really need those defensive capabilities at reaction speed to really help you get to that end game and not fatigue out yourself by having to overblock or commit multiple cards to blocks.
Yeah, exactly. If you're building a deck to try and grind out, you need answers to the sort of death blows that people can present. Yeah. Yellow Nimbleism there. Not really anything else you can really pick.
Yeah, it is interesting though. 2 Brute cards left in the pack, so this just might be another like potentially solo Brute, but more 2 Brutes. Like at the very least, Brute light. So Dennis possibly questioning his choice to go into Guardian, but he should be decently happy with the picks that he has.
Yeah, I mean he knew from the start that blue flock would wheel. Oh, when he gets the Stonewall Confidence on the final.
Yeah,
on the final pass. That's nice.
Yeah,
that's nice.
So not necessarily like a great card, but it is a Guardian card. It does block 3, and it is playable. So sending him, but potentially somewhat of a signal that maybe Guardian isn't as crowded as one might think.
It's a good one to play in the mirror as well if you play it going first.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the opponent supposed to do? Every card blocks for like 7.
Yeah. So let's see.
Another heart and cross trap there. Yeah.
No. I believe he is reviewing his back.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Oh, another last-ditch effort.
It's crazy. How did he get 2 of those?
Bro, this is a sick-ass pack. So he's just sort of assessing it. How many blues does he have? How many block 3s does he have? Can he get more efficient attacks to sort of help cover up his early game and mid game so that he's not just swinging for Anathos and can present something a little bit more frightening?
It's a solid start. I think at this stage when you've done your first pack, it's always like I need a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
And I think he still needs a little bit of everything. He's got some decent blues. He needs some more blues. He needs some more threats. He needs some defense reactions. Some more equipment would be really nice. If we could get a Goliath Gauntlet or like some Iron Rots, I think would be really helpful.
Yes.
But again, it's the first pack, so you need a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
We've basically got the boiling pot of water on the stove right now. We're waiting for the ingredients.
Yeah. And important to note, Dennis did kind of lock into Guardian quite early, so he would have sent a very strong signal to his left that Guardian is being taken. So theoretically, he may get rewarded quite heavily in the second pack, where everyone to his left read his signal and got out of Guardian quite early as well.
Yeah, you should get some juice here.
So let's see. What are you hoping to open in this second pack here?
Tectonic
dream
plating.
card. Tectonic plating. Yes. Temper 2
go,
block, create seismic surges.
I opened
Sounds
the
right.
heart and cross strap, but whatever.
I hear you. Oh my god. Tectonic plating would do wonders for his deck. Yeah, he might want to pick up, definitely D-Reacts. I think he wants some unmovables, he wants some staunches if he can, to really defend powerfully and get to that end-game state. I think that's one of the key weaknesses in his deck at the moment, so hopefully he sees a few of those.
Yeah, the pot's boiling, we're waiting for the ingredients, but he does know what kind of soup he's going to make.
I see.
I don't know why this has turned into
What kind of soup is it? What kind of soup is
It's
Bravo?
Guardian soup.
Yeah,
Guardian soup.
I don't know. Like a potato broccoli soup?
Yeah,
very
something hearty, like a hearty bone
something
broth soup.
hearty.
Yeah.
No spices in it at all.
No spices.
Yeah,
What are you trying to
it's
say?
just
There's no
hearty
flavor in
3
Guardian?
plots and just 3 pitches.
Wow. You heard it here. You heard it here first, folks. Local Ranger player thinks Guardian has no flavor. Come on, they both dominate with on hits.
Sure. You know. All right. Oh, I block 3. I swing my hammer. I swing my hammer.
I don't know why. I don't know why we segued this into like a cooking show.
But
Yeah.
now I do feel like soup. This venue is ever so slightly cold.
feel
and
like soup.
I have been craving a bit of soup. You know, nothing gets me going like a nice hearty chicken and corn soup, to be honest. Yeah, but Dennis is waiting to open up a second pack. I believe everyone's sort of setting the pace, making sure everyone is ready, making sure this draft is conducted professionally. This is a high-stakes tournament. And man, I don't think I've ever seen Dennis be this serious, ever.
You reckon? Not even in the Noel Leeming ad.
We're back on the no leaving hand bit.
Yeah, it's a good bit.
It's a good bit. It's a good bit.
All right, here we go. Immediately off the bat, I see some really good cards here. Demolition Crew can end the
blue
game.
unmovable.
Blue unmovable is perfect in a Bravo as a blue cost 3 and it's a defense reaction. Yellow Sink Below is extremely decent and an arm piece that blocks for 1. Oh, at this point you're just like, no, I want to play sealed. Give me all these cards. I want to play all of them.
Yeah, I personally would be torn between the Iron Rock Gauntlets and that blue unmovable. Blue unmovable, so much consistency, but Iron Rock Gauntlets, just the ability to have one block on your equipment piece, very important in this format. Able to block a breakpoint from things like Snatch. Able to block a Kadachi.
Yeah,
So important to have.
And at this point, you're probably trying to think about what other people are going to take as well. And you know that Iron Rock Gauntlet's going to get snatched up by anyone playing anything, whereas some of the other cards might come back to you. Like that blue unmovable and the Sink Below, probably not, but you might have a better chance of being past some stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh, Scar for a Scar.
Yeah, and
And
important.
Wounding Blow.
Ooh, some
Sorry.
solid picks here.
Wounded Bull.
Yes.
Well, there is Wounding Blow in there as well.
Yep. And important to note that because this is Welcome to Rathe Alpha, the red cards have that sort of color incorrect pink strips, which is always very fun to see.
Yeah, that's actually a really good thing that you've raised there. The pink strips were quite an interesting part of Fab's history and something where you'll kind of it's quite endearing to remember the pink strip, except for Razor Reflex, which for some reason was the only card in the set that's in red that came out red instead of pink.
He pulls that Scar for a Scar to the very front. 4, go again. Very powerful ability, especially in a hero like Bravo who doesn't naturally go wide. Just accessing this generic to give him the potential to do that kind of wide play, very powerful. But also Wounded Bull, which is a solid 3/8 sometimes, and also Debilitate, a very powerful crush red ability. So he's going to be tossing up between these 3.
I'd love to see him take Wounded Bull and do some Michael Hamilton gaming. Just kidding, Wounded Bull. We were playing that ages before Michael Hamilton. This is the Welcome to Rathe Classic, the 3 for 8.
Yeah. But I do like that Scar for a Scar. Get a little greedy.
Yeah.
You know, Scar for a Scar into Hammer feels kind of nice sometimes.
Crazy work to take that Scar, but it's just crazy enough. It might just work.
Yeah. Maybe I do just take the Wounded Bull just for that guaranteed.
Nah, you and your boy are on the same wavelength.
All right, let's go. Let's go wide.
Scar gaming.
Let's go wide, baby. Come on, Dennis. Now you just got to pick up 2 more red scars and just go full. Potentially. Potentially. Oh my God, I can't believe I made it.
Bro, you are psychic.
Surely he makes this commitment here, right? He just goes, imagine you're fighting against Bravo and he goes 4 go again into 4 go again into 4 with the hammer and you're like, what are you? What is this?
It's hard to contest the headpiece because the headpiece is really key as well. But I think in an earlier pack, there was one of these headpieces that didn't make its way back around.
Yeah.
So maybe you can hedge the bet that the other Guardian player or one of the other Guardian players may already have that headpiece already and he might just wheel it. In that case, he could probably take the Scar.
Oh, that's such a wild gamble. That headpiece is very powerful. The ability to get a piece of intellect when you want to, especially when you're on the play, super powerful. That one block, super important. But that Scar is so tempting.
Imagine he takes the Scar
is so
and
tempting.
the helm wheels.
Yeah. I believe the helm is the strictly correct pick, but man, that Scar would be fun. No, he has to pass it.
Imagine the Scar wheels.
Yeah.
Surely not.
All right, maybe there's another red Scar here. Let's find out.
Come on, man. You can't run it back 3 times.
There was a yellow Scar.
Quite over
There's
your
yellow
head.
Okay, let's see what's left in this pack. Bunch of cards you can't play.
Blue Regurgitate's kind of cheeky. I think Yellow Pubble's a pretty solid pick here because if you get 2 of them, then you've got a little bit that you can work with.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like there's many Guardian cards.
No, I believe there's
a few,
the
like, random
yellow emerging power, which he doesn't necessarily want. And there is clearly a Guardian pack card missing as well, or anything decent for Guardian. This might signal to him that someone close to his left, despite his strong signal, is also in Guardian. So this may be potential early warning signs that he may be surrounded by Guardians here.
And if someone popped into the class sort of early pack 2 or late pack 1, you know, that Helm was a good... Yellow Pummel is going into his pack here.
Yeah.
Very nice. Now it's his second one as well.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, but it does give his deck a little bit of reach, a little bit of surprise potential, and it simply was one of the few cards that he could take from that pack that was going to be meaningful.
I actually really like it in yellow as well. Like, obviously the red is high impact, but there are so many times where you could draw it and it's a bit clunky because you don't have the pitch to play it out and you have to put it in your arsenal, and it's a little bit awkward. When it's yellow, there's a lot that yellow pitches for in Bravo, the ability, the 2 costs and stuff like that. There's actually like a lot more flexibility to be able to pitch this card away and stack it with some other things, especially with your Hunt Cross Strap. 1 blue and that on a 3 cost is pretty neat.
True. And here is Red Demolition Crew. Not necessarily the greatest of attacks. And
But it does close the game.
Yeah, and that red Stonewall Confidence. And a yellow Blessing of Deliverance.
You know, that demo crew will probably pair quite well with the pummels as well. Because you can slap it down, reveal the pummel, and then be like, I'm going to send this at you. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, that might just give his deck the punch that he needs. And there is also a yellow Woundable, just a little bit of solid consistency. Damage, pitches well into the Anathos to help him pitch 2 cards to get that 6.
Nah, hear me out. You take blue Nimbleism, and then you wait to be past 2 Nimble Strikes.
I see.
I'm kidding. Don't do that.
And then just combo with the scars and just go as wide as possible. Yeah, that yellow Woundable, not necessarily the greatest pick, but it will smooth out that deck a little bit more, help him swing Hammer for 6, is a solid 6 or 7 power attack in the mid game. So,
yeah, consistency's always a good shout. Like Demo Crew's good, but you know.
Oh, and an Ancestral Empowerment.
Is that a foil?
A powerful Majestic. I am not too sure, but it is an Alpha Majestic.
Beautiful either way.
What is still left for Guardian in this pack? And the answer again is not much. He is most certainly surrounded by Guardians, both to his left and to his right. So he is going to have to navigate this properly, find the pieces that he needs to be able to get all the playables he needs and have a consistent deck. But this is, I'm not going to lie, looking a little bit rough.
I think at this point, when you're facing down some potential Guardian mirrors with sort of a weaker power line for Guardian, the number one thing you want is defense reactions, because if it's going to go to a grind game, block 6, hammer 6, and someone like you don't want to be the guy that takes damage to play a big dominate turn and just gets eaten by defense reaction, and suddenly you're like 6 life behind. You just never get back into the game. Yeah. So he's the hate draft.
He is going to hate draft that Ancestral Empowerment.
Nah, I don't want to play around that. Get that out of here.
Yeah, and I think I do respect that pick, because there wasn't enough in that pack that he was going to be able to utilize in his deck that well. So he would rather just hate pick and just get that out of the system.
That red 3 for 7 there is so juicy.
Yeah, he sorely needs some Guardian 3 blocks that can swing or pitch very well, and that Crush Confidence red, he would be happy to see that, I think.
I feel like it's too greedy to go for the other pummel. I mean, he might, but...
No, I believe he already has a second yellow pummel. Yeah. If he adds a third one in there,
this is mad work.
I may say some less than friendly things about Dennis on the stream if he takes that yellow pummel.
I think regurgitating is interesting, and again, that's why I said going back to picking that slogism, because then you can take the regurgitating knowing you've got something for it. Whereas if you take this regurgitating and you never see a slogism, then it's a dead card. So, you know, but I could see this 3 for 7 being a good pick.
Yeah,
oh, he is going to hedge the bet. Yep.
He is going to take the regurgitating slog. This kind of signals to me that he is now looking for a bigger spike turn in his draft to try end games, because he is seeing that the quality of his cards is not potentially the greatest, and he needs some kind of play to close out games and push damage.
Red 3 for 7 here with Cartilage Crush is very nice. Also a yellow Raging Onslaught for more consistency in pitch and defense. He could hate draft the Steelblade Shunt just to not have to deal with it. But I think at this point, you want to make your deck just that little bit more aggressive. Yeah,
that red Steelblade Shunt, a premium card in Warrior, still left in this pack at red. Dennis will not be too happy to see that, but he is in Guardian, and he will just have to stay the course.
I'm very interested to see what this pod breakdown looks like at the end and who's on what.
Yeah, it will be very fascinating how close to his left the other Guardian player is, because Dennis locked into Guardian quite early, and despite that, still a Guardian on his left.
What would be your guess for breakdown of the pod?
Oh, I am concerned. I feel like it's at least 3 Bravos.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, potentially a 4, but most likely 3, I think.
We've got more consistency here.
Yeah.
Some blue 3 costs and a yellow 3 cost. Probably, I mean, at this point, like you're weighing up defense or pitch, and at this point, I think he was relatively okay on blues, but they do dry up quick.
Yeah,
so yeah, probably got to take some blues.
Yeah, he has been taking a lot of reds and yellows, so he just needs a few more blues to round out this pack because Bravo needs a lot of blues to function.
Yellow barraging Brawnhide there for consistency. Very good.
Yeah. And he's just looking for any playables at this stage, but unfortunately, this pack, not a single playable for him. This is rough.
Just hate drafting stuff you don't want to play against, like Yellow Shunt. Yellow Shunt being a good defense reaction against Guardians, so like get it out of here. Same thing here, no Guardian cards. Going in on stuff he probably doesn't want to play against.
Yep, no Guardian cards, no generics either. So this potentially spells doom for this pod because it sounds like there may be many other Guardians in this pod also struggling to play the picks.
4 Guardians, maybe?
Yep, so they're like taking generics to like get playables into their deck.
Yeah.
And now we're getting to packs that just don't have generics or Guardian playables.
Oh, there's a Guardian card, though.
There is a Guardian card, but there is a red Stonewall Confidence, which I believe is his second red Stonewall Confidence. Like, simply not a good card. It doesn't pitch into Anathos to activate its +2 ability. It blocks 3, but it's red, and it's not necessarily a card you want to be playing out in many situations because it just doesn't quite do enough for the hero.
It does have, yeah. I mean, I think going first, there's definitely some use for it.
Yeah.
You're right, it can be quite awkward to use middle of the game, and you don't really want to be spending 2 cards to play it and decking yourself out more and stuff like that. There's definitely some really cool stuff you can do with it in the Bravo Mirror if you manage to see it turn 1.
Yeah.
So we might see that. But yeah, you're right, it can be quite awkward.
And he just hate picks the yellow Driving Blade here, which is still a fine card in Warrior to be seeing this late. So then it's just going to be assessing the damage here. He needs, at this point in the draft, when the draft has been going this way, he is thinking about how many playables do I have and can I get enough playables to not bauble? The fact that he saw so many packs with cards he simply could not even play in his deck, disaster.
I think his equipment suite's looking really good, though.
Yes.
If he's lucky, he might just be able to get like the first couple of picks of some defense reactions and some blues.
Yeah.
It's looking consistent. Like with yellows, you can play Bravo with a high number of yellows because you can pitch 2 of them to Anathos for 6. So like it's not entirely it's not entirely over if he has some yellow 3 costs.
Yes, agreed.
But I think you definitely want to try and pick up some defense reactions if you're going to be going into a Bravo heavy field.
Yeah. And the thing about there being too many Bravos and maybe your deck power level dropping is that you will also be versing those other Bravos that have also struggled to get their playables. So there is some up and down. Maybe you can try dodge the other Bravo players and try and make it to the finals, but let's see.
I have a feeling we're going to see some very like back and forth block 6, hammer 6, block 6 games, or we're going to see a Guardian versus a just absolutely super juiced ninja or like Dory or Rhinar that is just like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, so one more pack left to go. Dennis Zhang really needs to round out his deck or he will be in trouble. He needs some defense reactions because even through pack 1 and 2, he was not able to pick up any unmovables, no staunches, no sink belows. He is kind of defenses down if he ever comes up against a warrior.
Yeah, and in my experience, that final pack, you pick it up and there's like 4 cards that you need. And you're just like, ugh, I need all of these. There's the slog.
There is a red slog.
Some blue 3 plus cost defense 3s.
Yeah. And he did pick up that red slog, red regurgitating slog before. So this red slog would pair nicely. So despite his potentially lower power level deck, this kind of gives him 2 powerful reds and a potential cheesy out to devastate an opponent with a huge dominated attack with even one of those yellow pummels on top. So this
and he's
gives
probably never going to get it. Like you don't know if you're going to get another chance to see a slogism. This with the heart and cross strap and the regurgitating slog, this gives him that ability to go. Here's 12 dominate off of, I think about 3 cards you can do it.
Yeah, so a bit of hope here.
Oh,
and
staunch.
A blue staunch. It's blue. It's
and
Guardian, and it's a defense reaction. everything he kind of needs here.
Neither of those is going to wheel back to him. He has to pick one wisely. And I think Staunch being a blue and a heavy defense reaction when you're considering a lot of Bravo seems really good. But maybe you also are thinking the sink below might be good for some of the wider decks like Dory and Katsu, who are probably going to be quite juiced.
Yeah. But yes, that blue Staunch now coming out to the front, a very, very powerful defense reaction. The ability to just block so much off of one card, very important for this format.
That Staunch is so tasty.
Yeah, he needed this very bad. So pack 3 going pretty good for him.
Into the soup it goes.
Yeah. Into the soup.
Into the Guardian soup.
All right. Let's see if we can pick up some meat for his potato stew.
Ooh,
here.
Cranial Crush.
Cranial Crush.
A blue 6 for 8. Hello.
Yeah. A powerful blue, a powerful attack. Blocks 3. Kind of, again, everything he needs in this deck right now.
A blue 6 for 8 is actually crazy, especially if you're going into low power Guardian Mirrors. Being able to pitch this over and then you're the guy who gets to go, here's 8. Now you have to block with your whole hand and then I'm going to last ditch effort into hammer you. I think maybe even though it's like a lower power format and, you know, well, sorry, a lower power pod potentially for the Guardian players if there's a lot of them, which is what we're assuming. Like, Dennis actually does have a lot of tools for fatigue in the mirror. He has a lot of ways to break those numbers with, like, the in-game juice. So, I mean, maybe there's a light at the end of the tunnel for old mate Zhang.
Yeah, these first 3 picks, absolutely critical, and they have been paying off dividends here. These are very powerful cards that he desperately needed in his deck, and he is getting rewarded. So, let's see if this train can continue. He needs a few more things to go right.
Also, 8, dominate. That's what you want to see.
It's pretty good. All right, picks up the cards. Let's see, there is another blue block 3 Guardian card.
Tasty, tasty.
A yellow Staunch, very
Ooh.
nice. All
Yeah,
right.
that defense reaction, that might just be enough.
Yeah.
That and the blue, like, that's exactly it. Like, you just need a couple. You just need a couple to sit on in the arsenal so that your opponent can't go, here's dominate 8,
Yeah.
die. And you're like, no.
Yes. So this yellow Staunch is going to be happy with that. Just his second big defense reaction in the deck. This might just give him some game into Warriors and Brutes and other Guardians. So he's going to be slamming that down.
Good on you. Good on you, mate.
All right, 4 for 4 so far in this pack 3. Can we make it 5 for 5?
Kia ora.
It is looking very tense on his face right now. He is calculating what he needs.
He's realized that this pod is way more technical than you'd expect. Like, I mean, not that you wouldn't expect that in like the top 8 of a calling, but sometimes it's a very clear pathway forward where you're like, okay, like I'm doing good, my seat's good. Like if you're in one of the Dory, Rhinar, Katsu seats here, you're like, yeah, sweet. But if you're in one of the Guardian seats here, you just got to be doing like 10 times more mental work.
Yeah. All right.
Well, the blue slog.
Slogism, red debilitate, and a blue block 3 that costs 3. These are juicy cards to see in Guardian. He is thinking about the slog just to make his slogism regurgitating slog package a little more consistent. Or he may just be grabbing a blue block 3.
Yeah, he has the
red
flexibility
debilitate.
here as well because he doesn't need more than one slog, but yeah, he elects to pass it. He's got his one that he needs. Because if he's not able to play it, then he will be fine. So he takes the red debilitate here, just another big threat.
Yeah.
Passing the slog because he's already got the red one. You know, if he doesn't get that off, he can just block with it and it's fine.
Yeah.
Is there an equipment he can use there? Nope.
But there is a red cartilage crush, and there is a wounding blow, and there is another red razor that I see, or is that just yellow? Yellow razor.
Yeah, I think that red 3 for 7 is going straight into the deck, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
This is where interestingly, he's starting to pick up a lot of gas now, even though we thought there were a lot of Guardians. Maybe there were less than we thought, or maybe they might just be like the placing and the way that the packs are being passed, but he seems to be getting just a little bit more gas now.
Yeah.
Probably needs to pick up a few more blues. If he's lucky, another defense reaction would be nice, but I don't think that's going to happen. A few more blues, though. I think he's actually got a pretty solid deck.
Yeah.
Especially for a Guardian Mirror in which he's got the cranial and the last-ditch effort for the late game.
And another Guardian blue block 3, exactly what he needs. And he is being rewarded from his rights. So this kind of signals that he guessed the signal correctly in his pack 1 and sent the strong signal and was rewarded with Guardian cards. But in pack 2, he was punished as other people jump to the Guardians on his left. But again, he's being rewarded from his right with these very powerful staple Guardian cards that are really rounding out his deck right now.
Yeah, he's drafting exactly like I would. No, I'm just kidding. There's another blue block 3. There's another, interesting, there's another regurgitating. I don't know if you need to take it, but it's definitely there. And red buckling blow. That's good. Now he's starting to see some big attacks that he can throw. Now he gets to have a little bit more gas in his deck.
I really like that red buckling blow. Just a solid red attack that you can chuck in your deck that blocks 3. I am interested about that blue barraging Brawnhide, just kind of rounding out that resource space if he feels he's very short on blues, but very difficult pick here.
The other thing you have to keep in mind as well is defense quality is also extremely important.
Yeah, he has been shoving a lot of 2 blocks into his deck, especially in Pack 2, so he will just elect to take that block 3 powerful red Guardian attack. Can he get a few more rewards?
There's another Guardian blue block 3. Yeah. Seems legit.
That's kind of all you want to see in Guardian right now. Just solid resource base, solid blocks.
And as you can see, now we're starting to see the Guardian stuff dry up a little bit.
Yeah. All right, just takes it. He will be quite happy with that. Only a few more cards left to take, and a yellow buckling blow quite late. So still decent Guardian cards left in the pack. And that red blessing of deliverance for that life gain if you potentially needs it. But that blue wounded bull, just another resource base. He has been taking a lot of reds and yellows, so rounding it out with more blues. And looking at the pack here, not many options. Scour the battlefield. Red. There is a yellow Stonewall Confidence, which he will most likely take because it simply blocks 3. But he is considering this.
Scour the battlescape. It's like scar for a scar at home.
True. So he could scour the battlescape into scar for a scar into hammer. So that keeps the 0 for 3, 0 for 4 into 4 dream alive, you know?
I do like how polite you're being about my absolutely
no, I don't think
gremlin pick there.
I don't think it's that crazy because he might think he wants to burst his opponent a little bit more. And also that card does allow him to cycle through his deck a little bit more, get a little bit more consistency as well. If he plays it from Arsenal, gets that go again. So not too crazy of a pick, but you know, gets that yellow Stonewall Confidence.
Just get the block 3.
Whoa, and that is a very late Guardian blue block 3. He slams it down. Absolutely happy to see that blue crush confidence.
Delicious, delicious, delicious. This soup is getting better by the minute.
Yeah. All right. Can he get a little? What do you sprinkle on the soup? Pepper? No. some garnish.
Some garnish.
He just needs some garnish for his soup, right? To round it out, to really carry on the soup metaphor that we were going for.
Yeah, drizzle of olive oil.
Yeah, drizzle of olive oil. It's been simmering in the pot. He's getting a nice hearty beef ragu sort of. Is that a soup or is that a sauce? Okay, I'm getting very lost here. All right, let's just get back to the action.
It's got a good body to it.
Yes.
Appreciate you, Young. Yep, blue block 3. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Sometimes a blue is a blue is a blue is a blue.
True. And blue. Emerging power. He's got a decent number of blues now. I think he can build a really consistent deck with enough gas in it to go late. He's got some defense reactions, which is good.
Yeah,
it's kind of looking pretty decent for him. It just depends on how juiced, like if he queues into Katsu, Rhinar, Dory, how juiced they are.
Yeah, and I simply may have pulled the trigger too early just looking at those Pack 2 picks, just because I'm not that familiar with Welcome to Rathe draft. Maybe Guardian was more open in Pack 2 than I realized. It may have just been a distribution thing.
Yeah, it did look like it was getting a bit rough for a second, but it's kind of come back now.
And he takes his final pick. Not playable, but doesn't matter. So, decent Pack 1, terrifying Pack 2, and a very rewarding Pack 3. So
all right, let's take a look at our pod.
So Dennis Zhang.
3 Bravo, and looks like we've got 3 Katsu.
Wow.
1 Dory. And Thomas, the solo Rhinar, once again.
Oh,
absolutely
my God.
Criminal levels of getting away with it. That's incredible.
What a pod distribution. And look, Michael Feng, to his immediate left from Dennis, went straight into Bravo as well. That's why Pack 2 would have been quite punishing, especially with Marko also 2 more seats down from that. So I see why that Pack 2 felt so rough, but this pod looks crazy. 3 Bravos, 3 Katsus, which is not necessarily where you want to be. 3 Katsus really fighting each other for those reds is going to power down those decks a lot. But a solo Dory and a solo Rhinar, I am terrified to see what's going to happen.
Let's take a look at Dennis's deck now, I think.
Yeah, let's see how that breaks down, because did he manage to pick up enough playables? Did he manage to pick up all the cards that he needs? So, 38 legal cards.
Now let's have a look. 12 blues. Ideally in a Bravo deck you'd probably want a little bit more, but he's got 12 yellows, so you can work with that. You can work with that, especially when you have 4 costs in your deck. Also, the other thing that some people maybe look over, if you draw a hand of red and yellows, you can pitch a red and a yellow 3 cost and swing Anathos for 6.
Yeah, exactly. And also, he did manage to pick up 3 decent pieces of equipment: Iron Rock Gauntlets, Helm of Eisen Peak, and the Hardened Cross Strap, but he did fail to find a boot slot. Let's see if that comes into play here.
I think he's really well positioned for Guardian Mirrors. I think he's well positioned into Katsus, especially because there's 3 of them. It just depends on how he goes into Dory and Rhinar.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at his attacks. He has access to 22 attacks, and I'm curious to see if he managed to pick up enough power to sort of carry him through that early game and that mid game. I am seeing quite a few solid reds: the red Debilitate, the red Buckling Blow, the red Rampaging Brawnhide. These solid, efficient numbers to get him through, but frankly, not that many powerful reds here.
I think there's enough. So there's enough 3 for 7s here that you can send into the to the ninjas and the aggressive decks. You pitch them for Anathos into the Guardian, so it doesn't really matter. Like the 4 for 8s.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not as clean for you to be able to send those out into ninjas. So they're sort of more relevant in your heavier matchups. But I think there's probably enough here just to keep those other decks on the back foot. Again, it's going to depend on what juice they've got, but like he's looking pretty well. I think it was solid, especially for a pod with 3 Bravo.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious about the 3 super rares that he picked up in this game, because he did pick up some spicy things that might give him an edge. So this Ancestral Empowerment, hate drafted right out of the pack, doesn't want to deal with it. But his access to blue Cranial Crush, it's a 8 power blue that will come back in the second cycle and still present big numbers in that late game. And his 1 copy of Last Ditch Effort. If the game ever grinds down to the very end, Dennis has a very, very powerful trick up his sleeve.
Especially because if he saves Heart and Cross Strap for it, there's a really real chance that he can just send some cards. Like even if he draws 2 yellows, he could just go Heart and Cross Strap, Last Ditch Effort for 8, Anathos for 6. He's got the Regurgitating Slog in his deck as well, so there's lots of in-game stuff. Last Ditch and Cranial, both really good in-game. That Ancestral, I'm pretty certain that all 3 Katsu players are going to be pretty mad at Dennis for that.
Yeah.
Of course Dennis would take my Ancestral Empowerment.
So let's say you are Dennis in this seat right now. How happy are you with this deck?
I would say solid, maybe 7 or 8 out of 10. I'd be like, okay, like it's not bad. I've got my defense reactions. I've got some stuff. There's a few things that could have gone a little bit better. Like just to maybe smooth out a little bit more of the pitch. I'd ideally like to maybe have 2 more blues.
Yeah.
But there's enough here that it could go my way. The only way it won't is if he sort of draws a bunch of 2 blocks on the wrong turn or a bunch of yellows and reds on the wrong turn, which Welcome to Rathe can be forgiving about that, but when you're facing down like a potential solo Rhinar or a solo Dory, I mean.
And I think the key combo, the most exciting thing that we should look out for is that Regurgitating Slog red and red Slogism combo that may come up to sort of end games out of nowhere. So I am now hearing that Dennis is ready to play his first game in the top 8. Can he do it? Did he draft the right class? Did he get enough cards to get him that victory? So Dennis on the play as Bravo, and a hometown Auckland player versing Marko, also on Bravo, also another hometown great Auckland player. So fist bumps extended, Guardian Mirrors, and they're also playing Guardians in their CC life as well. So these are 2 veteran Guardian players, local scenes, local armories, fighting it out in this calling top 8. Let's see how this game opens. Can Dennis dominate a big cheesy attack on turn 0?
He gets to go first.
And leak the damage. And here is a yellow Buckling Blow dominated, coming in for 7.
Yep. Okay.
Immediately into a blue unmovable.
But this is good. Hand. This is 1 defense reaction down, and we saw from that pod that there's a very limited number of those. Also, Dennis's equipment is looking a lot stronger than Marko's. Marko does have a Goliath Gauntlet, so there's probably a very powerful play coming in, but the defensive quality and the ability to manipulate your pitch with card and cross trap, it's looking pretty good for Dennis. And this is what we saw when he was drafting. He's got a really good, consistent line of cards in order to take out the Guardian Mirror. Now, let's just take a look because, you know, he's got a little bit of damage through on the top. He's got a lot of good late game cards. Marko's going to have to either do something big, maybe he'll swing for 6. I mean, it's a Guardian Mirror. We'll probably see a lot of block 6 swing for 6.
Yeah. And he's just going to come in with a Demolition Crew.
Yep, revealing this, and look at his hand. He's got a pummel to pair with it.
Well, so here comes 6 Dominate with a little card called Pummel waiting in the wings.
It's about to be, it's about to be 8 discard a card. That's actually that's not a bad rip. It's not a bad rip going second, actually.
Yeah.
Get your Unmovable to stop the Dominate. Get your Dominate Pummel going second.
Yeah, exactly. Guardians going second had this trouble of not being able to utilize their full 4-card hand when given that kind of tempo, but access that pummel lets him convert all his 4 cards into damage and disruption. But let's see if he decides to hold back on it, because if, for example, Dennis has a D-React in his arsenal, this can blow out this play.
Yeah, I mean, surely you go for it. Surely you go for it. Yeah, you
You
go
do,
for it.
and here comes down the blue pummel.
Is he going to take it?
Bring
Does
it
he
up
have
to
the
8,
defense reaction?
over by 5. Dennis looks at it.
Has he got the out?
He
No,
does not.
That's a huge tempo push. And the other thing as well, pitching Unmovable, that's going to come up later and be a pain in Dennis's ass.
Yeah, so Dennis is going to keep close track of that. 2 cards in the grip, 1 card in the arsenal. What can he throw back?
Hammer for 6, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get this hammer for 6 train going if he can, because that ability to just swing that weapon for 6 and keep cards in his deck and out-fatigue his opponent plays right into sort of Dennis's game plan. But no, he's just going to swing 7, seize that tempo early, push that damage while he can. So here comes 7.
Normally you would just pitch this away to swing for the 6 to keep cards in deck, but I think he's recognized here that that early pummel has put him sort of a little bit behind on both life and deck, having to discard a card. So, like, at this point, you're like, okay, I've just, like, it could go to fatigue. I'm going to trust that I've got good anti-fatigue plans with last-ditch effort, cranial crush, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm just going to swing the 7. I'm just going to try and eke back a little bit more value.
Yeah, and there's also something interesting about having that last-ditch effort in your deck. You might even want to get to your fatigue state a little bit quicker where you don't have cards in your deck so that you can swing that out for 8, go again much quicker. So a lot of interesting micro decisions being made here, because you're right, he definitely could have just pitched those 2 cards and swung Anathos for 6, but he's electing to say, no, I want 1 less card in my deck and 1 more damage right now.
If I could choose how this game works out, it would be Slogism, Regurgitating Slog, last-ditch effort, and just come in for a billion.
Yeah, and it's a 3-card block, but that was a Drone of Brutality that gets blocked and goes immediately back to the bottom of the deck. So essentially a 2-card block and a 1 card for free.
Yeah, okay, so Dennis gets very valuable information there. He's facing a very big possibility. You probably can't fatigue this guy. He's got drone, you don't have drone. Play to your end game.
Yeah, so Dennis will have noticed that, and immediately he will be shifting gears. He needs to push damage much quicker. Marko has the end-game advantage. Dennis needs to push that Regurgitating Slog, Slogism combo, or utilize those pummels and that large-ditch effort to go big and go wide and go hard.
There is enough. I've done the math, Young.
Oh.
So if he uses Hard and Cross Strap and he has a card in Arsenal, he could play last-ditch effort from Arsenal, go again, or whatever, Slogism, Regurgitating Slog. It's a pretty difficult thing to try and stack up, but he could do it. And I think, honestly, that would win the game. So
all in one turn?
He could do it. He could do it.
I would be blown away if I see that, and I hope to see it.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, you got to work towards something big, especially with that drone sort of threatening that you're probably not going to win through fatigue.
Yeah. Dennis electing to swing another 7 attack, Cartilage Crush, pitching a yellow pummel though, something interesting to keep track of. That will be coming back round for that sort of in-game push. Marko blocking with 2 cards, taking it slow and steady. Very comfortable blocking, especially because of that drone that he has access to.
No, you took.
Oh, slight confusion about the life totals. Hopefully they get that all corrected.
Oh, sorry, I ticked myself.
Yeah. Well, I think all he did was mark his own one down.
No,
what a
right,
gentleman.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'll take the damage for you. Don't worry about it.
14, 17. Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Cool. All sorted. Some of those pre-show jitters for the finals top 8 of a calling. Here is Crush Confidence for 7.
So much on the line here. World Tour points, money, gold foils, and bragging rights.
Yeah, bragging rights for 2 local Auckland players that are yet to take out a calling. So, you know, once you win this, especially over another Auckland player, you get eternal bragging rights.
Ken Oath, mate. Ken Oath. A lot of 7s being thrown instead of 6s makes sense because, you know, one player knows he's got drone. He doesn't need to conserve cards. The other one knows that conserving cards is a losing game plan. So,
Yeah.
7's good.
Dennis just thinking about blocks here.
If we have a look in Dennis's hand, he does have that cranial crush, and it looks like he's thinking about blocking with it. I think maybe potentially because he knows that like the fatigue plan's not a good thing. This, like, cranial's a very expensive card. It's good for fatigue. He knows he's probably not going to get to that stage, so, you know, just keeping an open mind. It's a super rare. You really want to like keep it or play it or something, but he's just being very patient, very reserved, and just knowing, you know, self-control. I can block with this card. I'm probably not going to need it in this particular sort of game state. I can just block with it. It blocks for 3, and that's one of the best things it can do. People look at the card, they look at the power level, they look at the effect, but these cards, they have other numbers on them, and blocking for 3, that's good.
Yeah, so he elects to block with the Cranial Crush and a red Debilitate. 2 very powerful cards, but calculated to fit with his game plan. He's just going to throw a Wounded Bull for 7.
Michael Hamilton Gaming. Sorry, pre-Michael Hamilton Gaming.
Yeah, he elects to get rid of those more powerful cards and block with them just to throw out that efficient 2-card 7.
Love a good Wounded Bull.
Yeah, you know, 3 for 7, solid numbers. And again, gets another 2 cards, leaks 1 damage, 16 plays 13. Dennis passes. Now Marko, 2 cards in hand.
The good thing about these games being quite linear and straightforward is you get to devote a lot more of your mental game plan to the lines and the setups and the pitch stacks because, you know, unlike sort of future sets, there's not like a lot of crazy different elements that are all going on. It's very straightforward. So you get to put more brain power into your play lines, and that's how you come up with these crazy finishes that we've seen all weekend, these insane finishes.
Especially in this Guardian mode, so that was just an Anathos 4 block by 3. And important to note that Blue Sloggism was the pitch for Marko. So it'll be important to just keep track of these cards that go into the bottom. And here comes 8 Dominate.
Big if true.
Yeah, and Barraging Brawnhide will require 2 cards to bump down that power level, but because it's dominated, Marko can only give him 1 card here, which is sort of break serve on that Marko's game plan of blocking 2 cards, swinging a card, blocking 2 cards.
Unless he's got a defense reaction in Arsenal, in which case get ganked.
Exactly.
No, that's fine. Like you didn't have to take too much damage to send this out. The mistake you want to avoid is taking a whole bunch of damage to send out a dominated Bravo attack because it's so likely that the opponent can block it with a defense reaction from Arsenal. So you only want to do it when it's not going to cost you like too much. Like, you know, they're swinging in for 4, so you can give them 1 card and send back an 8 and just go for the opportunistic dominate.
Yeah. And here is a blue unmovable from hand blocking 5.
Well, we know where most of those defense reactions went to.
Yeah, that's the 2nd defense reaction Marko has played. I mean, talk about must be nice.
Must be nice. I do have to point out, though, in Dennis's favor, like, he has really brought this game back to sort of middle of the road. Like, he's played very clean, and he knows what he's working towards, and he's sort of inked out. He's gone for these like value plays, and it's worked out quite well. We're sort of in the middle of it.
He's playing very efficient turn cycles, but here comes Dominator Buckling Blow for 8.
Big chonk.
Yeah. If it crushes, it will put a -1 counter on a piece of equipment Dennis controls. So unless he can de-react this, he will be very tempted to block with the card and just shove his equipment forward.
Yeah, and it's you don't want to give them the equipment that early because you really want to do it to stay alive at the end of the game. You want to be like, okay, you can't kill me before I get to my end game. But like, if he doesn't have the answer, yeah, all right, there it goes. Goes in front of it. He blocks for 5 just to be able to use that defensive value before Buckling Blow crushes and puts a -1 on it anyway.
Yeah. So now Dennis is also out of equipment blocks, and Marko never started with any, but Marko still has that Goliath gauntlet. And here comes Scar for a Scar.
Scar for a Scar.
Go again.
Delicious.
What a classic Flesh and Blood line.
Probably the most iconic card, aside from, I would say, Sink Below, or maybe Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
Wow.
But this is just an efficient number. A 0 for 4 go again. What more could you ask for here? It will just get a card, potentially just leak 1 damage, but It is very powerful.
Scar breaks the math a little bit because instead of doing this whole 6, 7, and like having a sort of, you know, block leak 1, leak 2, 4 into something I don't like. 4 into it could be anything. Really leaves you in a bit of a difficult defending decision because if you block this out and then you start blocking out more, then, you know, like you could be left behind on tempo, life, deck. There's a lot that can go wrong.
Yeah, Marko not happy with his hand, electing to mulligan 2 cards away.
2 cards back in the deck.
Let's see
Draw
what he
2
finds.
more.
Let's see what he was looking for here.
I reckon he's had a card that he wants to use at a later stage, but he doesn't want to block with it now. And with Scar and 2 more attacks coming, he knows that this is probably a turn where he's going to have to defend quite heavily.
Yeah.
So using that Hope Merchant's Hood just to salvage some key cards to his endgame is very heads up.
All right.
Heads up, as he's using the headpiece.
Dennis
That was a bad joke.
I'm just going to elect to let that slide for a little bit.
Thank you, Young. I appreciate your generosity.
And maybe I might bring it back to that soup metaphor that we were talking about before. But let's see. I'm excited to see what Marko draws here. Will he find what he was looking for? So he had a blue and a red debilitate in his hand. So he may have been looking for more resources, and he finds another blue. So that hand looks pretty solid. He gets to do whatever he wants on his turn.
Yep, it's got a few more options, which is good. Potentially also might have been digging for some more defensive value, considering 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal on Dennis's side. So there's a few things that could happen here.
Yeah, there is that temptation to keep 2 blues in that red debilitate so that you can dominate an 8. So he will elect to no blocks and just take 4.
Like, right,
he is
meet
very
you at
happy with
9.
the hand. And here is an Anthos for 6.
Yeah.
2 float.
Clean play. Clean play.
A 10 damage turn cycle. Pretty solid. Here's a block for 3.
Taking 3. All right. I guess he's just like, I'm ahead, and I'm just going to keep you racing. But you know what? Him going lower early, that's exactly what Dennis wants. He wants it to go to low digits so that he can out of nowhere be like, hey-ya, big. Oh,
and here comes
huge.
10 dominated debilitate on crush, -2 to Dennis's next attack. An absolutely powerful ability in this matchup that's going to absolutely rob the tempo from him.
And he's got no defense reactions in hand. And we know he doesn't have one in arsenal because he hasn't used it yet.
So he's simply just going to block 3, take 7, go down to 2.
And get crushed, which will put -2 on his first attack. This is a massive push from Marko, and it could knock Dennis all the way back to no leaming.
Back on the no leaming bit. I love it.
That's a good bit.
It is a good bit. It is a good bit. People should YouTube that commercial. All right, blocks for 3, take 7.
Rough.
Dennis is not going to be happy with that one. He needs to string something together here to really wrestle back that tempo. But once you're down to 2 life against a Bravo, you are in dominate range.
Oh, he's got the slogism though. And he's got the regurgitating slog.
He plays
That's coming in for 10. If Marko doesn't have the defense reaction, it could literally just kill him.
God,
and it kills him.
immediately
He's
gets the
dead.
handshake.
Goodbye. Welcome to no leaming, Marko.
I did not expect the game to end suddenly out of nowhere like that. What on earth? He strung together the red slogism, red regurgitating slog, and just immediately crushes a potentially game-losing board state into a win out of nowhere. Marko had already used 2 blue unmovables throughout that game, and then when this huge attack came in, he just had no answers.
He didn't have it when it mattered, and that is going to put Dennis Zhang further up to our top 8 bracket into the semifinals against the solo Dorinthea.
Yep, so that solo Dorinthea took out Jacob on Katsu, and he's going to be going up against Dennis. So I cannot wait to see how that goes, because he's going to be versing up against a solo hero, a solo Dorinthea, and Dennis only has 2 defense reactions in his deck.
And I just want to point out there as well, our solo Rhinar, Thomas the Tank Engine, moving to the semifinals as well against Jacob Clements, top of the EU leaderboard.
Yep, and Jacob had just taken out Michael Fung, another very powerful player from the States. So what a semifinals we have coming up. We have 2 New Zealanders, 1 Australian, and Jacob from the UK. So it is going to be fire. I mean, do you think Dennis has a shot into the solo Dorinthea in the pod?
It's really going to depend, because we didn't get to see all of the Dorinthea cards, but we did see a Steelblade Supremacy. That can really change a few things as well.
Oh, yes, there was that majestic Steelblade Supremacy just going around in those packs.
But to be honest, Red Regurgitating Slog, Red Slogism can solo as well.
Yeah, it just blew that game out of nowhere. So maybe Dennis will need to rely on that ability as well to push that kind of damage sort of in that game, because when the card quality of a Dorinthea is that high, like it's going to be so hard to block that out.
Absolutely. And it's going to be a very interesting next couple of games for you, so don't go away. We've got some really interesting stuff going.
Yeah.
So let's take a look, Uyong,
Yeah.
at some other stuff that we've got cooking on the side.
Yeah, so we have a few more spicy events coming up in the Fab Tour. So ProQuest Yokohama coming up in October 4th to November 9th. So check it out. Much more competitive Flesh and Blood coming your way in the future. And at this event, look at some of those beautiful playmats. Personally, I want that Tough Nut playmat.
You want a Tough Nut? I'm sorry. Thanks, folks. I'm here all week.
sometimes, you know, sometimes you like a soft, sometimes you just want a nice tough nut to sort of take you over the...
Let's move on. Look, okay, let's just drop in about these promos here, because Swing Big coming back, this card from Everfest, a very, very strong Brute card coming back.
A solid Brute staple. 2 for 8, devastating ability, coming up with this sick art, new alternate art coming. So it's going to be very exciting. And not to mention, keep your eyes out for this card, Overcrowded, that's going to be given out to the top 4 and call for, because this is going to be a fab staple for some time, I feel.
Yeah, Overcrowded, so good. Like the anti-codex of frailty. Obviously, people saw Armory deck Slippy was revealed earlier today, and obviously Overcrowded being a great counter to the codex. Anyway, Overcrowded, you can get this at ProQuest Yokohama, running from October 4 to November 9, a full 6 weeks at your local game store.
Yeah. So, I cannot believe the game that we have just seen. I thought we were going to grind out, and then Dennis was just going to slowly lose the game, blocking with his 4 cards. But no, he just slams out that damage out of nowhere. Dominate, ends the game. That's how my boy does it.
Absolutely. Your boy's doing good.
So, here, now we're going to push to a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to have the top 4 that we're going to show. Both games of that draft semifinals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everyone, and we're just going to get straight back into some more action very, very shortly. Man, I just saw the end of that game. What a thriller. So it took me way back to the first time I ever played Welcome to Rathe Sealed. I went turn 0 Sagas and regurgitating Slog, and I'm like, I think this is the game for me.
What a way to get into it, eh?
Yep, so and you may have seen as part of the stream on the bottom scroller down there some familiar faces, some of your friends. That's because here at the World Tour weekend down in Auckland, we have 2 callings, Classic Constructed and Limited. So we'll be bringing you all the action from day 2 of the Classic Constructed calling tomorrow.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go have a look at the bracket before we jump into this game.
Yeah, I just want to point out this, Kieran, what a clean spread of heroes. You know, every single one of the 4 heroes making it to the semifinals. And actually we have quite a cool matchup coming up with Jacob Clements on Katsu is going to verse Thomas Bailey Galbraith on Rhinar, and it is the 2 players we have seen already in the Swiss. I mean, in the previous draft. So this is a bit of a rematch here.
Yeah, rematch. Not only the same players, but the same heroes as well. And if we have a look at the bracket here as well, we see Thomas again finding that lane to be the only Rhinar in the draft. So if we have a look at the breakdown, we have those 3 Bravos, 3 Katsus, 1 Dorinthea, 1 Rhinar. So kind of following a bit of that narrative we're talking about of Katsu and Bravo kind of being not the easier heroes to play, but ones with a more clear game plan. But if you find that lane in Dorinthea and Rhinar, those decks can be very strong.
Yeah.
But enough talking. Let's just get straight into the action. I can't wait.
Yeah, so Thomas starting the game off here. And yeah, so kind of to talk about the previous game these 2 guys played, we saw we saw Thomas try to stitch together a bit of a combo turn. Jacob Clements in the end taking the win by the Kodachi lock. So yeah, I'm curious to see what happens in this go around.
Okay, and there we see a familiar sight. The blue wrecker on to the red smash instinct. I'm getting a bit of deja vu here, Carol.
Yeah, coming in for 7, gonna get that intimidate, and we'll see if Jacob decides to defend with 3 cards or.
Oh, and pretty nice for Jacob actually getting that red snatch intimidated. That's probably not a card you want to block with. Wait, is that another snatch in hand?
Yeah, Jacob Clements, pretty good hand here.
Okay, so that's going to pick up the red snatch, red blackout kick, and a blue. So, I mean, Thomas is going to be pretty happy with how that first turn went. Looking down at the equips, I want to say he's got the Snapdragon Scalers again, the Barkbone Strapping, Goliath Gauntlet, and Iron Rod Helm. That is a really strong equipment suite. Over on Jacob's side, just the Iron Rod Plate and the Iron Rod Helm.
Yeah.
Not looking quite as shiny as that.
Yeah, so Thomas from his previous draft managed to upgrade his equipment. Jacob had that breaking scales previously, not this time, but something tells me that Jacob's playing a much more aggressive Katsu this time round. He was the highest seed, so he did decide to go second. So maybe he's just happy to just pressure with his cards this time.
Okay, that leg tap coming in for 4 damage here, pitching that yellow sink below. Thomas just saying no blocks, like bring it to me, and we're going to see our first Katsu activation of the game potentially. There is a rising knee thrust.
Yeah, let's have a look at his hand. So he has the red rising knee thrust. He has the red snatch, and yeah, how much can you upgrade this? Because he did defend with a red blackout kick already. Maybe he's got a second one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just say, I'm going to keep my hand here. I mean, you want to posture a little bit because you don't want to hide the fact that you have this really powerful follow-up to the red snatch. You know, you want to be tanking on this.
I see,
The thing about the red snatch, yes, he does have pieces of equipment, but you want to get rid of these equipment blocks as quickly as possible. But I like the fact that Jacob here is actually...
Oh,
okay.
He goes for the discard. I love to see this. Red Snatch, one of the most premium generics in the format, straight into the bin just to fetch an even stronger card. And this is the yellow blackout kick, so it is going to be coming in for 6, but still, that's just damage.
Yeah,
Jacob just wants to say, you know what? I know maybe he's saying, I need to close this game early before Thomas can get his Intimidate combos going.
And that, Kara, I just want to point out, this is a very, very aggressive line. I mean, that might be the last time he can get value from the blackout kick.
Yep.
But we see he actually did have a spare resource. I mean, he used it to play the blackout kick. He could have gone leg tap, rising knee, Kodachi into snatch. Instead, choosing just to get 1 extra point of damage by getting rid of that snatch and going straight for the yellow blackout kick. That's going to, and Thomas on the other side is going to defend with a blue awakening bellow on the rising knee. And then the Breakneck Battery onto the Blackout Kick, dropping down all the way to 11. Only 2 cards left in hand.
That's some crazy damage coming out from Jacob. Like, I think he's really valuing that extra point of damage just because of this. He almost got Thomas down to 10. 11 life is... You already have to start taking factor, putting those Kodachis into the equation. So.
And every point of life matters a lot. And yep, here we go. Just the red smash instinct coming back with a good old 3-7 again. That's going to intimidate one card. But I think Jacob's got to be pretty thrilled with how that first turn went. Like you said, probably just recognizing here, every point of life is so significant. You want to just get them as close as you can to that Kodachi lock.
Yeah.
And just saying, look, you have 2 pieces of equipment. The snatch is not hitting. It's getting a card in my equipment anyway.
Definitely.
So let's just go hard, go fast.
Yeah. Very little consideration for the cards in deck. I think on the very first turn of the game, Thomas managed to 3-for-1 in a way, getting 3 cards of Jacob. So maybe Jacob is super priced into the aggressive game plan and just not worrying about.
And Jacob going with no blocks here, and I think I know why, because he has a natural combo line again. He's got that head jab into the open the center with dominate.
Probably not as explosive as the turn before, but still being able to just spread that damage out. You know, you're coming in with the Kodachi for 1 here, then the head jab for 2. It makes, despite having all these 3 defense cards on Thomas's side, like, it's still a rough call to just be taking all this damage.
And it's very tempting to block this head jab because you don't want to give him another Katsu trigger. So you might just think, okay, let's try shut off the Katsu combo. But we've got a bit of bad news, Thomas. He's got the open the center anyway, coming in for 5 dominate here.
And still a card available for Jacob.
And there's another blue Wrecker-Arm. So Thomas, again, looking like he ended up with a very strong deck. He's going to drop down to 8 life here.
Oh, and here comes another Katsu ability trigger.
Yeah, so we're not finished. I was thinking, okay, maybe just Arsenal's that scale the Battlescape, but we're going to actually see a Flusterfist come in here.
Yeah.
2 Chain Links have hit, so if that's a yellow Flusterfist, that's coming in for 5 more points of damage.
That's wild. The full combo line. You know, I think we see Flusterfist quite a bit. It's still a very popular card in Classic Constructor at a 0-4 combo, but it's got a line of ticks that is very, very significant right here. And I wonder if Thomas is thinking to himself, maybe I should have defended this thing out. Yeah, coming in for 5. Wow. Wow. The amount of damage that Jacob was able to string together is insane.
And all of a sudden, Thomas down to 6 life here. I mean, he has all this beautiful suite of equipment, but just no opportunity to actually utilize it so far. Just being forced into defending from just the absolute fireworks Jacob's thrown out. And I've got to say, Carol, this is looking very strong for like a 3-off Katsu in the pod.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes in and, you know, the player's already sweating.
Yeah. Okay, what can Thomas come up with here? Like, he kind of looks like he might be wanting to play at least a card from Arsenal. I mean, worst case, you can Romping Club, but... Yeah,
Thomas is really... and needs to set something up with a very few cards in hand, so... not the worst. Romping Club is a clean 1 card 4, which is reasonable, you know, threatening some damage, but it does give Jacob just the ability to just say, you know what, no blocks, I'm happy to just keep my hand and keep going. And yeah, having a look at his hand here, we can see that he does have that yellow leg tap. It's not a red, it's a yellow, and a yellow rising knee thrust. So despite having a bunch of yellows, this is still a very good offensive output here.
I mean, I think Jacob's just going to consider saying no blocks here. Look, I go down to 9. My turn, I can go pitch open, my yellow open the center, leg tap for 3, rising knee thrust for 4, into a Kodachi with no go again.
Yeah.
Arsenal, my red open the center to set up a dominate kill. That's still pushing, what, 8 points of damage?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And that is exactly what he ends up doing here. Coming in with that leg tap for 3.
And also what we know, but what Thomas doesn't is like, he's already got the rising knee thrust, and he doesn't really have a good way to Katsu ability with that open the center stuck in hand. But this might buy another card in equipment block here.
Yeah. So the break point is actually pretty threatening. As you mentioned, Thomas doesn't know that it's not a 0 cost card. So Katsu on-hit ability is very relevant here.
And a little bit of an awkward hand as well, with the Savage Feast and the Primeval Bellow. Okay, so it is actually going to get the equipment block here.
Yeah. And here we go. The Kodachis are starting to chip away, and this is starting to look very scary for Thomas. He's still unsure on whether Jacob can continue this chain or if this is the end.
Yeah, and I mean, he does get to keep 2 cards here, but that looks like a Primeval Bellow over in Thomas's hand, which doesn't really go nicely with the blue.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
I think Thomas would really love to play some sort of card from Arsenal here to actually just present some damage.
Mm-hmm. He might have to go for a Barkbone Strapping line here. So one possibility is to use Barkbone Strapping, hope to get 2 resources, and then the Primeval Bellow is a freebie because then he does it.
That's huge.
That is a pretty big win for Thomas.
That is a massive win here. That lets him, if he wants to, go Primeval, like just based on the cards in hand, Primeval Bellow, Intimidate, +5, effectively +6 because of Romping Club.
So
it's not a 6 power.
It's not a 6 power, so there is no Intimidate here, but it's still 9 points of damage, which is threatening lethal. Jacob does have 2 pieces of equipment to work with and some cards in hand, but it is something.
But Jacob really in the driver's seat in this game. I mean, if he can find another hit jab to pair with that open the center, let's see if we can...
Oh,
what's better than one hit jab?
Galore. He is ready for some more combo action.
And Jacob, I mean, he can pretty much, it's pretty free for him to just throw away that blackout kick here. The blackout yellow is not doing too much work. He's got a line of just Kodachi, head jab, open the center. And that's going to take so many cards away from Thomas.
And again, you know, despite it being a yellow head jab, it might get a card from Thomas because of the Katsu hero ability. Thomas doesn't have the information of what's in Jacob's arsenal, so... every on-hit is threatening here.
Also has to be very careful because Open the Center does have Dominate, and that's going to be coming in for 6 with combo here. And I think the story of this game was just the amount of tempo Jacob was able to get off the back of that first turn.
Yeah. Very heads up to go second and just set himself up for a massive first turn of the game. That is exactly what he did.
Okay, all the way down to 3 life now.
Now, importantly, there is that consideration of going down to 3 and not 2 because of cards like Reckless Swing, potentially.
Yep, you're right. You know, you never want to die to the Reckless Swing.
And here we go. Head jab for 2.
So, I mean, this is probably going to get a card. The Open the Center is going to take another card, but Thomas does have a small window to make something happen here.
One thing I'm really interested in is what does Thomas have in his arsenal? It's a card that he's been... kind of saving there for quite some time. And he does manage to, he can survive, but even, that's the thing, go down to 1 and all of a sudden it gives Jacob the window to be like, you know what, give me a headpiece for a Kodachi attack.
And what's a really big deal here as well, Carol, is that Jacob is setting up that yellow sink below in Arsenal to give himself a bit of protection from the Intimidate, from barraging beatdowns. Oh no, this hit!
Oh,
Dominate, yeah, and that's another
and
yellow
here we go,
Flusterfist.
another yellow Flusterfist coming in for 5, and this is just going to strip the remainder of Thomas's cards. And then he is on 1 facing a Katsu with Kodachis.
That is an absolute disaster. I feel like I keep almost forgetting. I'm like, well, you know, it's Katsu Unlimited. He's not going to have the full combo lines, but just time and time again, he's got it.
Yeah. And the cool thing to see about this format is that some games can really build towards that late game, trying to play that nickel and dime, trying to get 1 damage in here and there, and play quite defensively. And sometimes all it takes is 2 turns of back-to-back combos, and your opponent is on 1, and you have 2 Kodachis available.
Yep, so now, I mean, Thomas really just sort of praying for a brick on the other side, but that Raise of Reflex in hand is looking very likely to close out the game here. But, I mean, what can Thomas say? If Thomas has a defense reaction, we could keep going, but pitching that red flip flag, that's pretty scary.
That's one of your kind of... I remember back in the day, this was one of your tricks. You know, you pitch the red flick flag like, oh, I don't have any resources. Then, bam, comes the Razor Reflex.
And the Razor's going to come down, and it looks like that... The shake of the head from Thomas, and that's lethal. And that is game. I mean, that was...
What a turbo game. And Jacob Clements comes out victorious once again against Thomas Bailey Galbraith.
Yeah, jeez. I'm in shock. That game was just all gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're running hot on Katsu, nothing can stop you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
and we have the first finalist in the form of Katsu, piloted by Jacob.
Yeah, and so now we have a look at onto our other semi-final. We've got Dennis on Guardian versus Logan on Dorinthea. Now it's going to be really interesting whoever comes out of that, because obviously Guardian, they have these big attacks, but Katsu with the Kodachis, the ability to chip damage, line up these combo lines can make things a little bit tricky for them. Dorinthea, on the other hand, might be a bit more of a difficult matchup. We do see some defense reacts in the forms of things like Flick Flack and Sink Below, but in general, one of the themes of a lot of these starter cards, we saw so many head jabs, they all block for 2. So, it's going to be an exciting battle.
It's going to be so the way I see it is Dennis is the last hope of the New Zealand player base. He's the sole player who can take the victory for Kiwis all around the country. But it's a tough thing to do against a solo Dorinthea. We have access to all these powerful attack reactions, etc. So let's hope Dennis is packing some strong unmovables or something.
And if you're a big fan of Limited, which I am, I love how some of these games play out. You definitely want to make sure you make your way to the world premiere of Super Slam coming up in Montreal, September 12th to September 14th. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be really fun. We obviously have played a lot of this internally. And I think, we can't give too much stuff away, but I feel like the way this shapes out, it can be a pretty wild Limited format at times.
Yeah, if you enjoy the it does give me it does make me reminisce of those Welcome to Rathe kind of very burly, physical, melee combat style matchups. We have the Guardians and the Brutes, but the Reviled and Revered talents do add a little bit of spice and a little bit of extra flavor to the set.
Yeah, so we've got the Calling and the Battle Hardened on that weekend, and you're going to want to go ahead and pick up your World Premiere package. So, you get the Super Slam art cards with the Numbskull charms, the Thespian charms, Cheetah's charms, Liar's charm. I really like as well how we got them sort of stamped with the name. So you got the Tough Nut, the Pleiades, the KO, the Liar, and these cards are actually very. It's really cool because I think they have some very strong limited applications in terms of destroying sort of the other side's tokens and everything, but also some pretty cool applications to CC.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Super Slams is the super rares. They do give a cool little wrinkle to the limited format, and they let you expand on what you can do in limited. One of my favorite cards in the set, and I love these promos. I'm a big fan of the full art promos with the micro text box. And Mocking Blow is one of my favorite cards in the format. I think it's just so simple yet packs the punch. I would definitely be looking to pick up as many of these as I could. Bully Tactics. Now, we've seen a lot of these Rhinar turns where you want to intimidate your opponent as much as possible. Why not just pay 3 and intimidate them 3 times with bully tactics?
And crowd goes wild. I'm a huge fan of Tough Nut, so really cool the way this basically. It's cool. What's better than a 3 for 6? How about a 0 for 6 at times? So if the crowd has cheered you, and it is revered, so it's not just a Tough Nut card, even though we see Big Green Guy on the art, so it can be played in both the revered heroes. And obviously, last but not least, the Comeback Kid. So when it attacks here, if you have less life than the crowd cheers you, if you've been cheered, it gets +1.
Yeah.
I've heard 3 for 8s can be pretty good.
Yeah,
I might want to ask Michael Hamilton about that.
3 for 8 with a slight little bonus depending on what your hero does. A confidence or a toughness for the next turn, that's pretty good.
Yep. And of course, the Calling promos. You get one of these hero cards at random in Rainbow Foil. You get a beautiful Tough Nut, Ladies, KO Underhanded Cheat, which we like to call Cheeto.
Yeah, definitely. So it's I don't know about you, Kieran, but internally kind of looking at the split between Brutes. I love Brutes, but honestly, in Super Slam, I'm a Reviled guy. Yeah. I've been loving KO and Liath Goldmane. Liath, for me, is one of those heroes that I do like to dabble in Guardian sometimes, but Liath opens up the whole Guardian, the way Guardians can be played wide open.
Yeah,
I think having access to 5 intellect is insane, and I really hope players enjoy it as much as I do.
The first 5 intellect hero, I think you can build it in actually a bunch of different ways. And I think it's one of those unique things. You have this downside, but then you have 5 ins. And I think I'm going to be really excited to see what some of the best minds in the Flesh and Blood world come up with when it's like, hey, I get an extra card per turn. What can we do with that?
Yeah, and here we have the two new talents, Reviled and Revered, and these 2 cards very much reflect what they're about. Reviled getting those might tokens with Bask in Your Own Greatness, and dig in for the Revered heroes.
Yeah, as a defensive player myself, I quite like sometimes going, yeah, I'll defend, and then I'll make 3 toughness.
Try and attack me again.
Try and attack me now for next turn. Of course, if you're Carol, he likes basking in his own greatness, making those mites.
Always, always.
And of course, last but not least, the Super Slam pre-release kit. So just some bangers in here. So really, I love the art in Super Slam. I'm just going to say, absolutely love it. So it comes with your Cold Foil Spew Obscenities, Offensive Behavior, Uplifting Performance, Old Leather, and Vim. And you have your heroes down there. You got your tokens. You got your equipment.
Yeah. I really like this kind of new take on pre-release. It's nice to go to your LGS and hang out with the community, but sometimes you just want to go home and chill with your homies at home in your own kind of environment. So I really like this kind of new take on what you can do with a pre-release.
Yeah, beautiful product as well. Love that. And the release day celebration promo, you get your 8-card promo pack. You get your charms. So you get your 2 of Rainbow 4 charms of each of them. We've had a look at these previously as well. But a little bit of a different art treatment for these as well.
Yeah,
so
Mr. Classic,
very cool.
what's your favorite charm out of these 4?
Our favorite charm? I think maybe the Liar's Charm.
Yeah,
I think the Liar's Charm, it's pretty damn sweet. I mean, also target hero losers and can't get abilities. Just saying, you might be able to target yourself. Get rid of that downside on Liar, so...
For sure.
Okay, so now that we've gone through all that, we have another top 4 game. We've got the other semi-final game coming up for you very, very shortly. That's going to be Dennis on Bravo versus Logan on Dorinthea. And also coming up right after that, there might be a bit of a spoiler card.
Oh, yeah. I think I know what it is. It's a bit of a spicy one.
Yeah. In fact, I think I've been the victim of this card a couple times. So
yeah.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the action very shortly. And spoiler card, don't tell your friends, jump on right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Tour Auckland. Welcome to Rathe Calling, and we have one more top 4 draft game to play. Our hometown boy, Dennis Zhang, one of 3 Bravos, going up against Logan Boyd, the solo Dorinthea in this pod. So let's have a look at that bracket. And look, Dennis Zhang fighting Logan Boyd for the final spot in the grand finals. Jacob Clements just took down Thomas Bailey, the solo brute, as one of 3 Katsus. I mean, how phenomenal is that?
Oh, you hate to see it as a Thomas fan, but well done to Jacob Clements. That's why he's at the top of the EU leaderboard. One of these other 2 players in the semi-finals will go on to face Jacob Clements for all the marbles. And we've got Dennis versus Logan, Bravo versus Dorinthea, New Zealand versus Australia. Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's get straight into the action.
Let's not wait. Let's do it.
All right, come on, Dennis. One more game to get into the finals. One more game to get into the finals. So, Dennis Zhang on Bravo versus Logan versus on Dorinthea. And I believe Dennis is on the play. That is a very serious-looking Dennis and a very serious-looking Logan. This is all the marbles to get into the finals of a calling.
It's not even just like the Kiwi mirror match now. Like now it's personal because we're fighting across the ditch.
Exactly. All right. Dennis Zhang on the play. Let's see what it can do with the 4-card grip.
We've got some lovely equipment setups here. We've got Goliath Gauntlet and Refraction Bolters, and actually a cold foil Refraction Bolters.
Woo!
Deliciously shiny.
All right. That's a very fancy piece of equipment. All right. Dennis, can he dominate something through here? Activates Bravo. Next attack gets dominate. Slams down a Crush Confidence yellow. Not necessarily the biggest number here, but it is still 6 dominate. It will
decent.
Most likely leak some damage here. Logan, looking at his 4 cards, he will need a defense reaction if he wants to take nothing.
Doesn't look like he's got one in the hand, but he does have that Steel Blade Supremacy.
Supremacy and a Driving Blade to allow him to go wide. This is a very scary hand that we just glimpsed. All right, blocks 3, takes 3. Dennis passes, 1 card in arsenal.
Supremacy is obviously a really powerful card if you let it hit and you let it snowball, but often it doesn't. A lot of the time, Supremacy just says block this attack that you were going to block anyway.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to see. I mean, at this stage, the skill level's so high that it's very unlikely that when a Supremacy comes down that you let it go through.
Yeah.
So I imagine that Logan is just going to set it and then maybe, hopefully, pair it with some other really powerful attack reactions in his deck to force it through. You don't have to use it to try and get the double counters on Dawnblade. You can just like play it, get them to block, and then you attack react and you draw a card for Arsenal. Whatever happens, happens. But I would be very surprised if Dennis lets that Steel Blade Supremacy gank him out of this calling finals opportunity.
Yeah, so let's see what Dennis does here. Here is 6 go again with that Dawnblade. 2 cards in Logan's hand. Dennis needs to navigate this block perfectly because if this Dawnblade hits, Logan will be able to swing that Dawnblade again and threaten that counter.
So there's a lot to think about here when it's a driving blade because a lot of the time the Dawnblade has this thing where it has to hit in order to get go again with a lot of pumps. When you get go again, you can sometimes follow with like a big attack instead of having like attack reactions to pump over the top. So like when the Dawnblade has unconditional go again, there's way more you need to think about it.
Yep.
Looks like Dennis has just elected to take it though.
Yeah. Dennis said the range is too big. I am just going to take it and block the next one to make sure you don't get a Dawnblade counter. Here is Dawnblade again for 3. This time, no go again, and it will be the final swing. Let's see how Dennis decides to block.
I just want to point out that Goliath Gauntlet, that's what makes those driving blade plays so dangerous because you could overblock expecting an attack reaction, and because they've got go again, it doesn't matter if the Dawnblade hit, they could pitch 3 and attack with like a Wounded Bull with the Goliath Gauntlet, and then suddenly that's just 10 damage straight to your face. So that's an extremely dangerous thing that Dennis is going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, and he is navigating this so far very carefully here. Taking 6 down to 14. Dawnblade for 3, threatening a counter if it hits. And if that Dawnblade gets a counter, things can start to snowball out of control very quickly. But it is important to note that Logan has 0 floating and only 1 card in hand.
Exactly. You just got to count the amount of pitch they have and see how far they can go over the top. Sometimes it's better to let the first one hit. You don't really want to be putting cards down and then getting getting slapped by an attack reaction and then they get the counter as well. Sometimes you just let them hit, you block the second one to stop the counter, and then you crack back with enough to hopefully put them into blocking range.
Yeah. And Dennis is just going to Anathos for 6. A solid play, solid damage, keeps card in his deck. And especially in this matchup where he may need to start over-blocking at some point, the ability to save those cards in his deck, very important.
Anathos and Dawnblade are a very key component of how this matchup runs because they can both swing for 6, but the Dorinthea has to play cards in order to do that. Over the long course, if Dorinthea is not pushing over monster turns, the Bravo will win because swinging for 6 with 2 cards back into deck is better over time than the Dawnblade because you're not expending any cards for it. So, big damage from Dennis here with the pummel.
Goes up to 9. Surprise, surprise. Here is 9 damage to the face that you decided not to block. But here, let's see if there's a defense reaction being played.
Ooh, pitching. Steelblade Shunt. We're seeing a Steelblade Shunt come down. He's got one in hand.
And he has 2 in hand.
He could play both, actually.
Oh my God, and fully cover up and ping back 2 damage.
Exactly. They would both trigger here.
He plays 1.
Yeah.
Blocks for 6. Pings Dennis for 1 because it is defending a weapon attack.
Good value.
And still in reactions, he is considering that second Steelblade Shunt to fully cover it up and ping Dennis again.
You also have to keep in mind that maybe that blue is better off being pitched on his own turn. A lot of decisions here.
Exactly. The more cards that a Dorinthea can keep on their turn, the more range that the opponent has to play around and the scarier that turn gets.
The other thing he might be considering is whether it's worth putting that Steelblade Shunt into his arsenal on the following turn just to have some safety against the giant dominator attacks that Bravo can sometimes throw out. Nope, he's throwing it down. He's gonna save some life. He's gonna ping him and put Dennis very far behind on life, but up in tempo.
Yeah, and what a play there. 2 cards that blocked 10 damage and pinged twice. I mean, he's got to be happy with that turn cycle. And here is Dawnblade for 3.
And this is a perfect example of what these heroes are capable of when they have not that many cards in hand. If they have only 1 card and they can only swing with their weapon, Bravo wins out on that trade as well because the Dawnblade swings for 3, but the Anathos swings for 4. This is why it's really important for Dorinthea to really pick and choose when to push over the top.
Yeah. Let's see how he decides to block this. There is 1 floating resource, but it really depends on what Dennis can throw back here as he makes this blocking decision. There is a staunch in hand.
It's got some options.
Yeah.
You're probably looking to try and get that into Arsenal if you can, especially on a safe turn like this, where you can actually just, you're pretty safe in terms of how much you get to block here and then maybe get this staunch into Arsenal.
Yeah.
There's also the option that maybe his Arsenal might be part of his critical combo piece like that regurgitating slog that we saw. And if that's the case, I mean, you're really hoping to get the life totals low enough to use it quick.
Yeah. Dennis slightly falling behind, but definitely nowhere near out. 17 plays 12.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in the last game that he played as well. We were like, oh, it's over for him. And then he was just like, no, I win.
Nah, I'd win.
Even through Debilitate.
Yeah. What a devastating combo that is.
What a Giga Chad.
Yeah. I'm going to attempt to not try boost Dennis's ego too much here, because I will have to deal with the aftermath.
You be praying for his downfall, but it's for his own good.
Yeah, it's for his own good. He elects to just use the staunch now, because he, as you said, he probably wants to keep his arsenal or use it now. So, yes, he's just going to throw out the cartilage crush for 7. Very interesting. It makes me question what card was put into that arsenal, because he's saying
cares about it, eh?
Yeah, he's saying that card is more important in this matchup, or he wants to hold on to it longer than this yellow staunch response, which is such a powerful tool. All right, 7 coming across. Logan thinking on blocks. Blocks with the refraction bolters.
Committing that beautiful cold foil to the combat chain.
Yeah, blocking for 4. And it's always scary when Dorinthea blocks with that leg piece, because it now shows that she is gearing up to activate it on any future Dawnblade hits. So it kind of makes you feel a little scared when that comes to the block.
Yeah, you're a little bit safer when there's still an armor block on it, because you know that if they use it, they're missing out on value. But once there's a counter on that, the Dawnblade can hit and then it can get go again. So you don't need to necessarily draw like a Warrior's Valor or a Driving Blade to try and give it go again. You can actually just threaten some stuff.
Yeah, and there's a blue foil glint in the pitch zone as well. What a powerful card. I mean, Solid Dorinthea getting all that Dorinthea drip in this alpha.
Juicy.
A stamped alpha. Must be nice.
Yeah, stamped too. Like that's
Yeah, and here is 6 go again.
if it hits,
If it hits.
go again. And we got
Terrifying swing.
and you can see there's enough pitch in here. So we saw in his hand he had a cost 1 attack reaction and a driving blade. So there, and he's also got 1 floating. So there's enough resources here to plus this Dawnblade up to 9. And if it hits, go again, swing it again. So Dennis is going to have to be very, very careful with what he does here. Ooh, but it looks like he's got a staunch response in hand, drawing those defense actions right when he needs it. So he can block and then maybe wait to see if the guy Logan plays his attack reaction and then respond with the staunch, keep him off getting that second counter.
Yeah, but his resources may be a little bit clunky to get that full effect off that staunch. Let's see how he navigates this. Man, that is one scary Dawnblade, especially when you're on 12 life.
You really don't want to slip up here.
Yeah. Often you don't want to block that first Dawnblade swing because you're trying to not give free reprise triggers, but when it's threatening half your life already and it has go again on hit, you really want to stop this if you can.
When you're playing into Dorinthea, you really need to pay attention to how many resources they have, how many cards they have in hand, and work out what they can do. If they can plus it, and if they can then swing again. Usually counting the resources and the cards in hand gives you a clear idea of what they have, and it tells you what to play around. Sometimes you do just need to double block the first Dawnblade and then keep a defense reaction to pump it. Sometimes you take the swing. There's a bit of intricacy to it, but you do get it over time. And I imagine that Dennis has got a lot of practice.
Yeah.
Eating those Dorintheas for breakfast in CC as pick any Guardian. Like, I imagine he's got a lot. He's got a lot of experience.
Yeah, but he is really thinking through this hand here. That staunch response, Wounded Bill only blocking 2. There is an emerging power blue, but the last card I believe is a red, so he won't be able to fully pay for the staunch.
Looks like he's committing some armor here. Or he's thinking about it at least.
Man, what number would you block here? 'Cause I cannot figure it out.
Well, I would see 2 cards in hand and 1 floating, so I know that 1 floating can be accounted for the second Dawnblade swing, so I'm imagining that there's a 1-cost defense reaction in hand or some pitch to, but I know that there's probably going to be, unless it's Iron Song response, which costs 0, I know that there's probably another card going into the pitch zone, which likely means that it's pumping to 9. So I'm probably going to block for 6 potentially, but if staunch is a bit tricky. Like if I had a 0 cost, I would. So maybe you're trying to just block for, I don't know. I'd probably block this for 6.
I think I'd block for 9 to try stop that on-hit ability, but here is a block for 6, like you said, and it's going straight up to 9.
And Dennis doesn't have the defense reaction in hand anymore.
Yeah, and because he played from hand, that reprise is triggered.
And he gets to draw and put a card back.
On top. Yeah, he puts the red driving blade back on top, so he doesn't need to pitch it this turn and keeps it for next turn.
Yes,
threatening
keeping
another
that
huge
gas
turn
for next turn, pitching the blue overpower to the bottom next to that glint, which is going to be so nice.
Yeah, and this Dawnblade is going to come in again for 3, threatening a counter on hit. Dennis, not looking too happy with that exchange.
This is looking really dodgy for Dennis.
Yeah. If this hits, it's going to get a counter, and he says no blocks. Dennis, taking 3, the Dawnblade will get a counter.
He
so
takes
from
it.
now on, yes, it is going to swing for 4.
Sometimes you let them do it because you know you can't stop it this turn, but you can shut it down another turn.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll let it through, let them get a counter, and you'll be like, okay, I'm going to smack you in the face, and then I'm going to block out this counter.
Yeah. And Dennis is saying what he needs to do right now is more important than your counter. So he's going to play Stonewall Confidence and breaks the helm to give himself 5 intellect, and all his crush cards will get +4 defense. What a powerful defensive turn.
So a lot of his cost 3 cards are going to get +4.
Yes.
This is exactly what you're saying. You know, you let them get the counter because you can't block it efficiently, but now you get to shut down the play. And I think Logan knows that nothing's getting over the line. You're not getting over red Stonewall Confidence, you know, like, so he's just going to swing in and maybe Arsenal a card or two. He might be able to catch some damage out if Dennis doesn't, like, overblock it, but, you know, it's probably, we're probably saying goodbye to that counter, which is probably fine, because you're at 14 life to 6 as the solo Dory, like, it's looking pretty good.
Yep.
Really nice to see Stonewall Confidence shining here. You know, like it's a card that a lot of people do overlook, and you know it can be a little bit clunky sometimes. But every card has its place, including Red Stonewall, when you just want to be able to shut some stuff down, especially in Dorinthea and Bravo matches specifically.
Yeah, and especially when Dorinthea can snowball out of control, this card just kind of slams down and almost helps reset that tempo back in Dennis's favor.
And Stonewall Confidence, like. Usually you want to aim to play it once and you want to pair it with that headpiece just for maximum value. You know, you're putting cards into this that aren't doing damage, so you really want to make sure that is going to pay off defensively, because now you can block with you can block for like 1 billion and then send some stuff back.
And there is indeed 1 billion blocks in his hand. So many options here.
And we see that regurgitating slog. Do you think he's got slogism in Arsenal? That would be crazy.
Has he done it again? Is he setting up for that play once again?
Yeah. Obviously, at 14 life, it probably wouldn't take out Logan, but it would potentially put the life totals low enough to then just be like, okay, cool. I can just try and maybe eke out a victory here with a big dominated attack in a turn or two, because at 6 life, like, you are running out of options.
He's considering a 1-card block. That single card is going to block 7.
Oh, but with 3 cards in hand, even with Stonewall Confidence boosting it to 7, like that's a big risk to be able to like be like, yeah, you're not going to be placed.
Yeah.
But he did pitch a red, and so maybe he's like, okay, Logan's got some reds in hand.
Yeah, this is such a tricky block, because he also just doesn't want to throw down too many cards, burn through his deck, and just make his next turn weaker. So. Really, Tang has an equipment piece being considered. Dennis really running through the maths here. Like, this is so much pressure to put on one attack, because if he blocks this incorrectly, this game can just get out of control.
He has to like stop the Dawnblade getting through. That's one thing. He also has to not die, but then he also has to figure out, like, yeah, you can throw some cards down and shut down this Dawnblade, but he also then has to figure out how he's going to win this game from 6 life to 14.
Exactly. Oh, man. I'm feeling quite stressed for this decision.
Yeah, not looking too good for your boy.
Yeah. He considers the 2 cards again.
I think that 2-card block seems to be something he's thought about a lot.
And he's going to
the 1.
block for 8. That is a very, very specific number here.
I think he's probably was initially planning, I can throw 2 cards down for like 14, but seeing that red pitched, maybe he's like, I might be able to get away with this. Send out some cards. Maybe he's going to play as Arsenal.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the fact that a red biting blade was pitched, which you can get +3 and also +1 if it is blocked from hand, so that reprise ability. So Dennis potentially playing around a second biting blade, because pitching a red one like that is a little bit suspicious.
See what we're working with. It does look like a lot of reds. We've got Driving Blade, Stroke of Foresight, and Wounded Bull. Oh my god, a single blue in this hand would have been crazy. 2 blues would have been game-winning, because that's exactly what I'm saying. You go Driving Blade, into Dawnblade, into Wounded Bull. But it looks like he's got a 1-cost reaction, and the other stuff is 2 and 3 costs. He's not going to be able to pump that. So we're probably likely seeing... The maximum he can do here is to pump this Dawnblade to 7.
Yeah. And it would have been so easy to just block 2 cards and
draw a card.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can he get the blue?
Can he get what he's looking for?
He's got a blue.
He's got a blue.
He's got a blue. But I don't think it's going to get over the top.
Reacts, yes.
Nice.
All right.
Dennis lives to fight another day.
Does a clean block for 8 and stops this turn dead in its tracks. Dennis, now 4 cards in the grip. Despite that threatening turn, he only blocked with 1 card, and he was on 5 intellect. So it's almost as if Logan hard passed the turn. Dennis, 4 cards in the grip, 1 card in Arsenal, 6 life to 14. He needs to make a big play now.
I feel like we've got to see a slogism. Or maybe a pummel. There's many things it could be.
It's got to be something, because he was willing to give up an arm piece there as well.
Yep,
and
slogism.
here it comes. Here comes the red slog.
Here we go.
Into the hardened cross
Bravo.
trap, into the dominate, into
Big
crush
if true.
confidence for 13 dominate. Dennis is saying, I don't want to grind out with you. I want to end this game as soon as possible. Here is 13. Give me one card and let's race.
Now this is an incredible line, because if you go 13 dominate and this crush gets through, which it probably will, it's going to turn off Dorinthea's hero ability, which is going to stop that Dawnblade from swinging a second time, which means Dennis will only have to contend with the first Dawnblade swing, and with that regurgitating slog in his arsenal for next turn and the slogism in the graveyard, he's going to put Logan down to single digits here and potentially close it out next turn. He's found the line to victory, and we just need to see if Logan has enough attack reactions or juice on this first Dawnblade attack to be able to push back.
What a massive turn to swing tempo. Dennis finds the line to keep everything that he needed to do this massive push. All right. Now, how do you...
Yeah. Logan's just like...
I mean, I'm feeling that too, mate. I'd pause and take a drink of water when 13 Dominators coming my way.
Yeah, I bet you he was feeling really comfortable with Dennis at single digits and him with the counter, and then now it's just completely flipped in Dennis's favor. He's going to be taking out the ability to swing the second Dawnblade and leaving himself with an arsenal that could potentially win the game on the following turn, as long as he can just block this single Dawnblade on the next turn and come in.
Yeah, this red slogism putting in work for Dennis's top 8 life here.
But I think Logan has an unmovable in his hand. However, it's not going to stop the crush effect. Oh, he's taken it.
And
he's taken it.
Take 13.
Yeah, he's just going to try and push as much damage as he possibly can.
He's going to go down to 1.
So if he doesn't kill Dennis this turn, Dennis probably got him.
Yep. All right. So,
this is the play. This is the play, Uyong. This is what I've been talking about all weekend long. Driving Blade for 6, force them to block. They have to think about your attack reactions. There's unconditional go again. You can follow it up with an attack with a Goliath Gauntlet. You can follow it up with that Barraging Brawnhide for like 1 billion.
Yep.
Maybe not 1 billion. Maybe like 9. But you can come in for 6 and then follow up for 9.
What a trap Logan has set. Now, the question is, will Dennis fall for it? Will he overblock here and then get blown up by the follow-up attack? Or will he manage to block just enough to stay alive?
I think either way, Dennis is not going to be able to keep a card here and be able to send out this regurgitating slog for game. So he's probably going to have to throw down his whole hand and like take a bunch of damage and then also give the tempo back to Logan.
Yeah, and then he'll be facing down so many cards on Dorinthea's side. I mean, these players are throwing nothing but haymakers at each other.
The other thing I want to point out is that there's enough for Logan to come in with this big attack afterwards and also Arsenal and Unmovable, which is an answer to that regurgitating slog.
So, Logan sitting very pretty here. Dennis, what will he do?
I have been singing the praises of this exact line for so long, and it is so validating to see it happen on stream in the top 4 of calling Auckland.
And it is the play that's just going to take this game. Dennis considering 3-card block. And that would spell doom if he does.
The only way Dennis has out of this, I think, is if Logan bricks and he manages to get a way to swing in a 6, and maybe Logan is forced to use that Unmovable, and then he's able to get that regurgitating slog off. But that's a lot of boxes to tick.
Yeah, these players just taking their time with their decisions. A lot on the line. And just on these few attacks that are just blowing the game out of proportion.
I guess one good thing for Dennis is that he knows that Dawnblade can't swing again.
Yes.
So that does give some knowledge as to what Logan would be doing, because he didn't block with a card. So he knows that Logan is either going to pump a whole bunch of stuff up onto this Dawnblade, or he's going to follow up with a big attack.
Yeah.
But what call he makes is really, really important, because if he tries to overblock this to not die to an attack reaction, he is going to get mega ganked.
Yeah. And I don't think you can give up too many cards here. Otherwise, you will be blocking for a very long time. Dennis doing the maths.
You either block 6 and pray they don't have an attack reaction, or you block 9 and pray they don't have a follow-up attack.
Yeah. And a player of Dennis's caliber is also not only thinking about the current board state, but thinking about the cards he saw during the draft, trying to calculate Logan's range. And he is
gives
just
the
going to throw
6.
down 2 cards. 6 block on 6. 2 cards left in the grip. What will be the follow-up? No reactions.
He knows. He knows the line. He knows the line's coming. He knows this big... Yeah, here it is. Here we go.
Live Gauntlet. Pitch blue
Huge.
into...
You have to give both your cards.
Yep.
Oh, and there's a 2 block there as well. Oh,
And there's two blocks.
Oh, that's rough.
Dennis going down to 2. 0 cards in hand. Immediately passes back. He needs Logan to brick here.
Even so, like, Logan's got the answer to his regurgitating slog just packed away safely in their arsenal. I think, like, it's looking like it's going to have to be magical Christmas land for Dennis in order to actually take out this game.
Yep, and what a frightening Dawnblade here. 4 cards in the grip, 1 card in arsenal, and Logan just says, here is a Dawnblade for 3. You
It's
figure it
only 3.
out.
Don't worry about it. It's only 3.
I am very worried about it.
Now, you saw that Glint the Quicksilver get pitched as well, so Dennis doesn't know that he's not going to get this cheeky go again here. But if maybe he just throws some cards down, tries to throw out that regurgitating slog, you know, in his mind, he probably doesn't know about this unmovable.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what he's going to try and do. He's going to throw down all the cards.
He's going to block for 8.
He's going to throw down all the cards. He's going to try and get this. He's going to try and get this. Oh, okay, so Stroke of Foresight comes down with Reprise active. He's going to be able to draw a card and put a card back on top of his hand. Oh, Iron Song Response. It's another +3.
As well.
There's a Steel Blade Shunt there too.
Yeah.
But Dennis is at 2, so he's not going to die to that just yet.
So this Dawnblade can be pushed up to 9.
It can be pushed up to 9. And with Refraction Bolt is still there, he can attack again.
Yeah. And even though we loved that red scar for a scar, the fact that it's a 2 block is extremely punishing here as this Dawnblade goes up to 9, threatening to deal 1 damage.
And if it does 1, it actually puts Dennis into range of that shunt, which means Logan has him like 6 ways from Sunday.
Yeah. And here is the Refraction Bolt is Dorinthea's ability, allowing her to swing the Dawnblade again. It has go again. So here is another Dawnblade.
If he's got 2 block, I mean, if he's got 2 block in hand, it's over now. So, like, but you know, if he blocks, it's not looking good for him.
Here's a block for 3.
Block for 3. Now he can't swing the hammer unless he sees that yellow sigil, because Steel Blade Shunt will just kill him. And that regurgitating slog also is not looking too good because of that unmovable. But let's just see if Logan can keep up the pressure here.
Yeah. 1-1. Dennis needs to find something here to try to get himself out, but here is Dawnblade for 6. One little bit that may be of benefit is the fact that Logan pitched a red, but again, it might even be a bait because Logan still has 2 other cards in hand and a card in arsenal. So Dennis, again, doing the huge mental math to try and survive.
I think the mental math is block with 3 cards, hope I don't die, and send out this regurgitating slog and hope that it wins.
Yep, and
pray,
that is
pray
exactly
to
what
all
seems
that
to
is
be
good and
happening.
holy.
Here's a block for 9.
Here he comes. He's going in. It's the Hail Mary.
Dennis, fingers
It's the
crossed.
Hail Mary.
Here comes the regurgitating slog.
But
The
he's got
6 dominate, but we already know how this ends right here.
And he's redrawn into that Steel Blade Supremacy as well, which isn't going to do too much in terms of on-hits right now, but it is a pump, and that's useful.
Yeah. One thing to note is that Logan only has 1 blue in hand. So the 1 blue goes into the unmovable, and then he's holding 3 reds for his next turn. So Dennis, a glimmer of hope perchance?
I don't think so, because there's that Steel Blade Shunt that Logan has. Dennis can never swing his hammer until he sees that sigil. This is not going to kill Logan. But also, another thing Logan could do is simply pitch a red and play the Steel Blade Shunt here to cover the regurgitating slog.
Yeah.
And then he'd have a blue for his turn.
So let's see what he does here. 1-1. It is coming down to the wire. The winner of this match will go on to the finals. Here's a pitch for red.
Yeah, gives him the shunt.
Steel Blade Shunt coming through. Block for 6.
And you keep that unmovable as well.
Yeah. Pitch blue, Dawnblade for 3. Dennis once again in this blender.
Yeah, you're running out of ways to dominate, but you know, this has come down to quite the wire. But I think Logan is probably favoured with this unmovable in Arsenal to stop any chance that Dennis has of eking a victory. You know, if there's a chance that Dory has an off turn, they can't get go again, they can't pump it over the top, it's just a Dawnblade attack for 3, maybe Dennis takes the risk, he comes in with the big crush, he's just going to get met with that unmovable. So there's if Dennis wants to win this, he's got a mountain of a climb.
Yeah. Dawnblade for 3. Can he do it?
It has been an incredible swingy game, though. Just when we were like, oh, it's over for Logan, it's over for Dennis, each player has just clawed it back with this monster turn backwards. Like, Dennis just taking all that damage and just being like, or like blocking with this, the pumped defense, and they're just being like, here's a massive 13.
Yeah, and Logan checking his pulse, making sure that he is indeed alive to witness what he is seeing.
The nerves are real.
Yeah, there is just so much on the line here. And he must be feeling, despite his sort of, he has the tempo, but he must be feeling so nervous right now as well.
I think Logan knows that if he makes it to the final, he has a really strong shot of winning the whole thing because he's a solo Dory and he's playing into one of 3 Katsus. So not only a slightly weaker deck because of the shared cards, but also Katsu has less blocking capabilities and it's a lot harder for Katsu to get off these powerful turns when they're having to block a Dawnblade as well. So like, I think he's just like, I just have to get through this game and then I probably have it on lock.
Oh man, another huge blocking decision deciding the fate of the game and this tournament. Dennis thinking through his hand.
Oh, that's a lot of block 2s.
That is actually nothing but block 2s. His whole hand blocks 8.
Bruh.
And that was some of that punishment we saw, especially in that pack 2 when he just wasn't quite finding the guardian cards. He was having to pick up all these generics to sort of fill out slots. A lot of 2 blocks in the deck.
The thing is if you're pretty sure that Logan can pump to 6, you can throw 3 cards down, you can block 6, and you can swing back your hammer for 4. But the problem with that is, like, you're still going down cards in deck, and Logan still has, he puts down 6. He's going to probably try and swing this for 4. Oh, that's huge. Because of the reprise, it gets bigger. Dennis takes it, he's gone.
And the game is over just like that. Logan locks his place into the finals of the Welcome to Rathe calling. I mean, that is one powerful Dorinthea deck.
Poor Dennis, qualifying for the Battle Hardened by 1 biting blade.
Yeah, I mean, that game came down to the wire. They were throwing haymakers at each other back and forth, but then in the end, Logan eking out that victory. So we now have our final grand finals coming up. Logan Boyd on Dorinthea versus Jacob Clements on Katsu. It is going to be electric. But man, who do you think is going to take this out?
I would put my money on Logan as the solo Dorinthea, several Majestics in his deck, several defense reactions, great equipment, and also just having that advantage into Katsu where Katsu blocks a little bit more awkwardly and needs more cards to do big plays. I'd probably put Logan in the driver's seat there, especially with the Katsu being 1 of 3. However, Jacob Clements, like, he's UK's GOAT. So, like,
he's one of the most skilled players in Flesh and Blood, and I cannot wait to see how he sort of navigates that matchup. The absolute underdog in that game, but we'll just have to stick around to find out. But for now, we have something a little special to show you guys. A bit of a spoiler that we've been teasing all day, and I can't wait for you to see it.
You know, stop baiting the people.
We've been, sort of stringing you along with this promo, with this card that's about to be revealed. So, I am hearing that this might be ready to show. So, let's go show the people what they've been waiting for. I mean, check out, firstly, before we get anywhere, this sick art. I mean, I am absolutely in love with this art and this art direction. take the bait. Let me walk you through it. It's, as you may know, another Riptide specialization.
Another Riptide expansion slot.
But it is kind of hype. This says search your deck for a card, any card, then shuffle it, and then shuffle and put it on top. And you create a bait token under an opponent's control. Go again. Now, what's a bait? Let me read it to you. The bait given to your opponent says, for that play that's been given it, you can't play or activate cards you own.
What? But
Full stop.
But they're my cards.
Exactly. And the first action says, destroy this when the chain link resolves. Attack. So,
Oh, so I get a free attack. That seems good.
exactly. And this sick attack that you get to make is 0 power.
Ah.
And it also says, once per turn attack reaction, this gets +1 and go again. So let me piece it all together.
I
That's
think,
a lot of
I
words.
think we're seeing where this one's going.
So
Young.
once Riptide plays take the bait, your opponent gets a bait token. Then they straight up can't do many things with their turn. They must attack with the bait.
They gotta attack
And
with
when
the
you
bait.
attack with the bait, your turn ends unless you activate bait's own attack reaction that gives it +1 and go again. And now you may be thinking, that's a weird ability to give that card, but remember, Riptide's traps trigger off attacks that have power greater than their base and attacks that have go again. So this bait token will trigger everything in Riptide's deck.
And it's an attack reaction as well.
Yeah,
so you'll be
exactly.
able to trigger those traps as well.
Yes, so it is
Forcing-
one of those cool cards where sometimes you sit down as Riptide, you verse your opponent, and you go, a lot of my traps don't trigger. But now you play this, and your opponent will have to take the bait. So
Force
what-
them to run head first into a trap.
exactly. So
God, it's so pretty.
this is me playing take the bait, and then now you will generate the bait token.
Yes, I swear I brought it. Young, I think I might have left it at home.
You had one job.
I think I forgot it. I
We
think
said
I'm
you don't need to do anything. Just bring this one card to work.
baited.
Did you see that?
There it is.
Did you guys watch that? I actually knew he had that card. We
Tasty
were
bait. Yeah.
acting.
We fooled you. We
For
did
the
what's
camera.
called a bait and switch.
Exactly.
It's a classic move.
You know, you've been seeing Dennis on stream. He's an actor. I'm somewhat of
Yeah.
an actor myself, you see. So,
I'm somewhat of an actor myself.
so check out the 6th spoiler. It is going to be very fun to play. When you play this card, you know, they just have to walk into your traps. And I don't know, I just love it thematically.
And you know where you can play this card?
Where?
At several upcoming callings, and battle hardens, and other events in the World Tour.
That's a sick transition there. Smooth as butter there. So we have World Tour Kansas City coming up in August 15th to 17th, which is next weekend. So right after this double calling weekend, we've got another World Tour event coming up. And then
Copenhagen.
the very week after, we have another one. So we're going to have coverage of both. And this month is just going to be so much high-end, high-quality, high skill ceiling Flesh and Blood back to back to back.
So
I am excited.
make sure that you tune in to the live stream each of those weekends, because we're going to be bringing you the action from both Kansas and Copenhagen, and more spoilers for the crowd. More.
I cannot wait to see the audience and the world out there see some of these things that we have in store for you.
Now let's take a quick look at where else we're landing. We're landing in Germany with Flesh and Blood officially recognized by the German government as a game of skill. Very fantastic.
So we can do cash prizing now.
And we're going back across the ditch to a good old Sydney.
Yeah, beautiful
Some-
city,
And
close to New Zealand.
Look at that playmat. That's
Oh.
really nice.
Oh, that's a sick art there. I wonder what card that is.
We're also going to Shizuoka. We're going back to Japan. Love a good Japan trip. Delicious food, great culture, lots of good stuff to see.
Yeah.
And, of course, Kansas City. We mentioned Kansas City.
Yeah, next week. So don't forget it. We are going to have so much Flesh and Blood coming up back to back to back every week. So I am excited. So don't go anywhere. We've just seen the top 4 matches. We have one more match left. The grand finals of the Welcome to Rathe Calling, where players are playing with alpha packs, which we won't see again for quite some time. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the action.
It all comes down to this. The final of the Welcome to Rathe Alpha Draft calling. We're here at World Tour Auckland, and we have Jacob Clements versus Logan Boyd. Dorinthea versus Katsu. Man, that takes me back.
Yeah, the classic matchup. And Logan, the only Dorinthea in the pod, right?
Yeah.
And I heard from a grapevine that he's actually a Dorinthea main and Classic constructed as well. So it'll be interesting to see what he can bring to the table. But before we get into the finals, let's just have a recap of today.
Yeah.
And it's the first time we're doing the kind of back-to-back calling. You have a choice of this limited calling or Classic constructed.
Yep.
So I do encourage everyone watching to come back tomorrow and check up some Classic constructed action as well.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Some big names. Names playing in that event as well. Some people doing some pretty well that,
Yeah.
But yeah, and also for Logan's deck, I mean, we've seen Jacob's deck in action. Obviously, like some really strong combo lines in there.
Yeah.
But man, I was watching that last game, and Logan's deck looks pretty stacked as well. One thing I did see, though, I saw a number of Steelblade shunts, some unmovables. Maybe not as good against Katsu always, but with those open descendants and everything, we'll see how it goes. But enough talking. Let's just get right down into the action.
The final is about to get started. Yeah, and Jacob Clements, we've talked about his success in the World kind of Player of the Year, stacking up those World Tour points. Logan representing Australia. Sadly, all of our Kiwi players have fallen, but you know what? There's always tomorrow. But for now, Logan versus Jacob. So you're quite familiar with this matchup, Kieran, bit of a Katsu main. Back in the day in your first Classic constructed calling, you've managed to take down quite a few Dorintheas. So what was the key what was the secret sauce to get an edge in that matchup?
So a little bit different in draft than it is in constructed. But I think one of the big things is you don't want to turn on reprise.
Yeah.
But that can be very scary when you're playing against a deck that has enough go again to actually sort of really push the issue. Things like Driving Blade, things like Warrior's Valor, all these cards that throw in an extra counter on Dawnblade. Once Dorinthea gets that first Dawnblade counter, it becomes so hard for Katsu, particularly if you don't have enough defense reactions to get you over the edge. So I'm going to be looking at things like those red flick flags. If Jacob's able to pick his moment to use those equipment blocks at the right time, knows when to block, knows when to go to no blocks. But it's going to be good. It's going to
I think that is definitely one of those skills you need, right? As Katsu is knowing when to say, no blocks. You know what? I'm just going to keep this hand. I'm going to pressure you back and hope you can't do enough with what you got going on. And that the Dorinthea player is reliant on those and triggering those reprises to get ahead.
And all right, should we jump into the game?
For sure. Yeah, let's do it.
Keen to hear the action. Well, okay, so it looks like Dorinthea. So Logan's going to be going first here. So Jacob with the higher seed has actually chosen to put Logan first. We can kind of see why. So sometimes in these sort of aggressive mirrors, it looks like both players have quite aggressive decks.
Yeah.
You want to be the one to be able to punch back first. Be like, look, I'm going to absorb the first hit that you come through with, and then I'm going to come back way stronger on the second one. Now, Dorinthea is one of those heroes that can actually really punish this strategy.
True that. It's especially with something like, I don't know, those Driving Blades, right? You don't know whether they're going to go tall, whether they're going to try and sidestep you and attack again with an attack action card maybe. So, yeah.
I mean, like we saw towards the end of the last game, that Driving Blade sidestep into the barraging Brawnhide. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jacob on Logan's first attack literally throw his entire hand in front. Very legitimate strategy, just saying look, I don't want to give you anything. Because we've seen how much of a difference just those 3 or 4 point early life leads can be. And that is very much even more the case when you're playing against a hero like Dorinthea.
Yeah. And his previous round, Jacob definitely took advantage of that going second, choosing to go second to be able to go natural combo line on his first turn of the game and really put the Rhinar player back in the previous game on the back foot. So let's see if he can manage to kind of replicate that here as well. Yeah. And sometimes a lot of the time you will be throwing your whole hand, but sometimes if you sense that your opponent, I don't know, pitches a red or might not quite have too much going, that you're able to filter your hand a little bit as well and line up a good combo line.
Yeah, one of the big things on Logan's side as well is just knowing it can be very difficult, but just trying to identify when can I let these attacks connect. Like when do I not mind giving Jacob this Katsu activation to fetch up a combo card? When do I know that I just have the additional damage to push through on my turn? And one of the keys to this matchup, I think, on Logan's side is going to be that Refraction Bolt is just such a strong equipment to have access to. It's always on your opponent's mind. Even if your Dawnblade doesn't have go again, Like, if I let them hit and they crack the bolters, there's another attack coming.
Yeah.
Oh, and that looks like a sink below. We didn't sink below over on Jacob's side, so access to a few defense reactions here.
Yeah, that must be nice to kind of like see that in early in the game. Either kind of gives him more options on defense on this first attack, or maybe arsenaling it for the following turn.
Yep, so Logan's going to kick things off, just pitching away that Steel Blade Shunt, coming with the Warrior's Valor for 5.
Now, his ranges can be quite big here, so yeah, great for Jacob having this sink below in this situation, but Logan just happy to pass the turn here.
And it looks like he does have that leg tap open the center, but slightly awkward actually on this end. No actual sort of combo follow-up. Probably doesn't want to be discarding that sink below. Such a critical card, the red sink below in this matchup, the Katsu hero ability.
There's always the, you could lead with that leg tap, hope it hits, and then discard the yellow wounded blow for a potential red.
Yep. So this is one of those
knee thrust.
This is one of those moments I talked about, Carol. I think this is a very important attack for Logan to defend because like you defend this for 3 here. The follow-up, like a non-zero card has been pitched to leg tap. That means you can't go Kodachi into wounding blow as well. So yeah, really heads up, nice block there, and it's just going to be a follow-up for 3. And this feels like a big window for Logan to just grab hold of the tempo of this game.
Yeah, no Kodachi attacks. He's sitting pretty on 20 life still.
Which Logan just considering his options, probably, aware of something like Razor Reflex as well. But I feel on Jacob's side, I mean, maybe not necessarily a great thing to see your opponent defending with a red driving blade.
Let's see what he's got going on here. So a red biting blades, a couple of blues, and he's got a foil glint Quicksilver. What a beautiful pickup for Logan in this final draft.
So pretty nice being able to rare draft and also get a sick card for your hero.
I wonder how late he got this pick, Yeah, I think it's, even for an aggressive deck, just having that defense reactions for Jacob must feel so good.
Yep, and especially in this case where Logan might be relying somewhat on that Glint the Quicksilver for the go again on this turn, having chosen to block with the driving blade. But importantly, Glint the Quicksilver is reprise. So if Jacob chooses not to defend from hand and relies on that sink below, that could be a big win for him on this turn.
Yeah. Oh, and now we know why he didn't mind dropping that other red driving blade into the bin, because he's got another one from Arsenal. So 6 go again, coming on hit, and the weapon has the natural go again. So
Okay, it looks like we're going to see the biting blade, and man, such a crucial sink below on this turn.
Oh wow. Perfectly covered up by Jacob. So
yep, that one's got to hurt as well, because biting blade is what the reprise actually gives your weapon +1 until end of turn. So if he hadn't fully covered that follow-up Dawnblade swing would have been coming in for 4. But
so much harder to defend that.
But it's still, I mean, on Logan's side of things, like, look, I've stripped most of my opponent's hand.
And got rid of the sink below. So, and the good thing is at least, Jacob can't threaten you with too much. We see the other sink below getting pitched, yellow sink below. So probably going to lead with those Kodachis here.
And I believe I spotted a red snatch in Jacob's hand. So this is such a nice follow-up. A 2-card 1/1 into 4 with an on-hit. Now, but this is a really good spot for Logan to just push in those refraction bolters.
Yeah. Just get that block out of it while he can and utilize it later on in the game.
Yep, nice. Now you've got your value from the refraction bolters.
Oh, is that a coldie? That's a pretty
Man,
card.
Logan bringing the bling.
Let's have a look. Oof. Very nice, very nice. Some great pickups. I feel like Logan's already won this tournament, you know what I mean? Oh, now this is a great hand, and this really is going to test the defense value of Jacob's hand because it's so face up in terms of information. Coming in for 9, Jacob has to fully defend this to deny Logan that on hit of being able to attack again and threaten the counter.
Yeah, so one option is here for Jacob. He does have that 5-point lead, and he actually has a very powerful hand here. He's got the rising knee thrust, he's got the leg tap. I mean, he could actually consider just taking it and saying, I'm going to race. But no, he's maybe wants to play a little bit more patient.
Yeah, because their option is to just defend the follow-up, right? The second Dawnblade attack, but you're still taking a 9 and losing a card, so yeah. I like this play from Jacob. He's setting up for next turn. He does have that that red leg tap in Arsenal, just ready to go the following turn. Ooh, and he I do believe he did manage to pick up a red blackout kick. So if he can find the missing piece of the puzzle and be able to Katsu out a rising knee thrust, this could be very strong.
Okay, so no blocks and no reactions here, and we are going to see the refraction bolters used. I mean, Jacob's actually going to be probably pretty happy that it has been used this early, so he doesn't have to worry about it for the rest of the game, but we are going to be able to threaten a Dawnblade counter on this turn. Still multiple cards in hand, 3 cards in hand, and a resource available.
Oh.
So in Katsu, I think it's all about picking your spot, so is this the turn he decides to...
It could be, and he did say no blocks, and he's willing to give Logan the Dawnblade counter, such a powerful effect in this format. And yeah, punching in through 7, getting a Dawnblade counter, and setting up an arsenal for next turn. So Jacob better have a very significant clapback going on in this turn.
Okay, so this is a really important defending decision here. This leg tap is coming in for 4. Again, not a zero-cost pitch here. If Logan is able to... Yep, and he just snaps off the block. Really critical, really critical.
Knowing how important it is to stop this Katsu trigger. I think this is a really, really powerful play here from Logan. Shutting down... And now Jacob's stranded with cards in hand.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Choosing not to pitch that the Fluster Fist, because that would have been his discard outlet. But by Logan shutting off this attack here, if he hadn't blocked that, we would have been seeing leg tap into rising knee into blackout kick.
Yeah.
Instead, it's just 4 into 4. Jacob effectively going to IP1, stuck with additional card in hand, not able to utilize the on hits.
That's a huge win for Logan. That's such a massive gain of tempo. He's got to counter. Oh, and he's defending. He must have hit quad red.
Oh, that
is not good for Logan. That is not what he wanted to see. Oh, he does have that yellow pitch at least. So at least this Dawnblade is somewhat threatening.
So was he able to hold some sort of attack reaction in Arsenal here? But yeah, having to block with that Steelblade Supremacy, and my goodness, this deck is stacked. Steelblade Supremacy, Glint the Quicksilver. But now coming in for 4 with that breakpoint, this is a good opportunity for Jacob to reset. He does have those Iron Rock equipments available to cover up some breakpoints. Doesn't have access to any defense reaction. So again, Logan just trying to put him in the blender over and over again.
Yeah, defending for 4 here. Oh, just a blue stroke of foresight here, enough to push over 1 point of damage, and I feel like this is just exactly what Logan wanted, right? Just connect, maintain the counter of Dawnblade, and keep on asking the question the following turn of Jacob. So Jacob better have some good attack here to threaten Logan.
So no go again in Logan's hand last turn. Makes sense why he threw Rathe Supremacy. I mean, effectively just being a +2 here. And Jacob going to come in again with the leg tap for 3, trying to go ahead and just threaten that Katsu hero ability, but Logan's proven so far to be very patient in how he's approaching this game.
And we've seen the game before. He was very happy to just go long and keep the strong cards in his deck and potentially set up the second cycle. But here we have a head jab for 2 coming in.
Okay, so this one feels like if you're going to let something through, this feels to be the attack. No cards in hand, but on Jacob's turn, he's actually turned this into a very strong hand. This is going to be followed up by Kadachi, Snatch, threatening an on-hit to reload that card into Arsenal, and he's actually managed to get through Logan's equipment here now. So a really nice way for Logan to try and sort of get back ahead or get back into this game.
Yeah, those breakpoints are going to be so much more punishing now that he's given up all his equipment.
Yep, so Logan all the way down to 11, and then the Snatch coming in for 4, threatening to drop him down to 7 and set up a 5-card hand for next turn.
I feel like you just gotta take it on the chin here.
Yeah, I'm feeling if Logan has the hand to be able to deal with this, you don't want to just be keeping 1 card and attacking for 4 with Dawnblade.
Deck count?
Oh, and asking for a deck count relatively early, and
hey, potentially. I mean, if you know you can defend this out, and if you know that you're way ahead in cards, maybe that is the time to pivot to fatigue.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, it's always a relevant metric in these games.
For sure.
And it looks like about 17-ish cards left for the players.
Yeah, so I believe we have 2 strokes of foresight on the side of Logan. Yeah, and a blue driving blade.
I mean, Carol,
he's just ready to present lethal, honestly.
I'd be pretty tempted here to go no blocks, but it does get really scary because if you run into a defense reaction on your opponent's side, suddenly you're down to 7 life. They have a 5-card hand. They put 1 card in front of this. They drop down to 3. They keep effectively 4 cards.
Yeah.
You're on 7, no equipment. It starts getting scary, and some pretty good maneuvering here by Jacob.
For sure. And yeah, we have seen already a few pieces of defense reaction from Jacob's side, so I think hitting even like a yellow sink below into Arsenal of that snatch would be pretty sweet.
Yep. believe he did pitch yellow sink below earlier, but we saw from a previous game that he has that red flick flack somewhere in the deck. That would just be a insane pickup off the snatch here.
Yeah.
You can also gamble a little bit. Like, not all these cards are going to be good. Like, you give your opponent like a blue Rising Neathrush Arsenal, that's actually
Exactly.
not that great. Potential decision on if he wants to block with 1 card, just mitigate some of the damage. No, I block with a Stroke of Foresight here.
Ooh, Logan is considering double blocking at this. So it's an interesting play because Jacob does have that Iron Rock plate, which allows him to cleanly defend the Dawnblade with a 3 block plus that to get rid of the counter. So I think Logan's just saying, you know what? I'd rather just potentially give up my counter and play more towards fatigue now.
I don't actually hate this play either because I come in for 4. I'm going to get the red flick flack is in hand.
I wonder if it was the top card. That would have been.
I didn't quite catch that. I didn't quite catch that, but you never know. But the thing is, assuming they don't have a defense reaction here, being able to defend, even say from Logan's perspective, right? I come with my Dawnblade for 4. I get 1 card plus your Iron Rock plate. Now I'm still 1 life ahead, and you're playing with a 3-card hand.
Yep.
That's a lot less scary when you're playing, because often when you play with these starters like the leg taps, you're pitching a card, you're playing out a card.
So you basically, if you stop that initial starter, you're pretty much good.
Exactly. And Jacob's hand not looking that great here, to be perfectly honest. I would probably be wanting to look to set up that flick flack and Arsenal. Maybe safely use the equipment when you know you're getting 100% full value. Like, you're not getting reacted over the top to let them keep the counter or anything.
And despite the yellows, he does have a blue to pitch to Kadachi and potentially play out like a yellow, open the center, set out that flick flack in the Arsenal, and just know that you're safe, right? Like, I think there's nothing better against a Dorinthea, even if you're giving them a 4-card hand, is knowing that you have a red defense reaction in the Arsenal.
Yep.
Yeah, really considering this piece, and I think I like this here because this allows him to go Kadachi into that yellow Flusterfist and just chip away, get Logan into single digits potentially. And yet we see the Kadachi attack here.
And also maybe just setting up the trap a little bit again, saying, look, you take 1, take 3.
Yeah.
Suddenly that drops you all the way down to 6 life. You keep the hand thinking, like, this is my moment. Right? Like, this is where I push because there's no on hits, only to run into, like, a massive red flick flag, which can just completely ruin your day. So we've seen Logan play very, very patiently so far.
Definitely. And
this looks nice. It looks like he does have the Barraging Brawnhide there and the Wounded
he's got
Ball.
the combo.
So this is actually really good because he has that Goliath Gauntlet as well. Just being able to go Wounded Ball for 10 here.
Yeah, 2-card 10. This is, even in Welcome to Rathe, we've been able to have these huge plays. So efficient.
And yes, the flick flack is great. I mean, yes, it's still defense for 4 here, but I feel on Jacob's side, he really wanted that to be like the blowout, right?
Yeah,
this is one where I defend, you overcommit a little bit too much. Now I play the red flick flack, and even if you get over the top, your second attack is not coming through.
I wouldn't actually be surprised if Jacobs kind of uses the cards in his hand to stop this, preserves that life total and saves the flick flack for a potential blowout the following turn.
And I just want to point out, Jacob's deck's starting to get very thin here.
Yeah, and I think this was very much considered by Logan in that decision when he decided to double block the snatch.
Yep.
At that point, he was like, you know what? I want to know how many cards you have left. I know I have got heaps still in the deck, so I'm willing to take this chance, take this risk a little bit and play more defensively and hopefully fatigue you out.
Because when your card quality is actually very high as well, sometimes the worst thing you can do, if you just trust, you're like, okay, I know my deck is very good. My card quality is very high. The way that you can get punished is by getting a bit greedy.
Yeah.
Just saying like, oh no, I'm just going to go for it. I'll take some damage and suddenly...
Take a bit of a risk, like hope they don't draw anything good. But if they do, then you're starting to potentially fall behind.
For sure, like your opponent just runs hot for a couple of turns, and suddenly all these quality cards are just defending for two, and then it's going to pick up the Flick Flack and 2 cards here. And then the Barraging Brawnhide just arsenaled away.
I think Logan must be stoked here. So blue Scar for a Scar pitched, and again, we talked about like the efficiency of that attack coming in for 10, but that is Jacob Clements losing 3 cards from his deck and only being able to swing back with Kodachi's and 1 card. So Logan's actually looking really good in this game in terms of the fatigue state.
Yep, so Kodachi, no blocks, and I think that last card in Jacob's hand might have been a Razor Reflex. Okay, now let's have a look at Logan's hand. So he knows the Barraging Brawnhide available. Oh, this is huge. So he has Driving Blade to come in for 5 Go Again. And this is just straight up Go Again. So this is different than Warrior's Valor. This just gives you Go Again. We know he has the...
What else does he have? Oh, yeah.
Red Iron Song Response, blue Iron Song Response.
He's got the world here.
This is coming in for 5. And no matter what, even if Jacob defends this out, you're being followed up by Barraging Brawnhide coming in for 7, demanding 2 cards. Or like coming in for 8 if you give them 1, letting you arsenal the Red Iron Song Response, or you just shove. You just drop the Iron Song Response on this and keep going.
Yeah. So Jacob, looking at Jacob's hand, he does have the yellow Sink Below here to work with. Yeah.
So yeah, back to that yellow Sink Below that he pitched away earlier. But again, this hand is just not looking that strong. There's no go. There's a red Rising Knee. There's a Blackout Kick. There's no starter to get these going. The Open the Center's a little bit clunky here.
Yeah. And honestly, going back to that like double defense on the snatch, I think that could have potentially been the game-winning play.
Yeah, I feel like I might have got an ingredient lost this game. So. Okay, so the double block picked up. The Unsung Response is just going to go ahead and push over 2 damage here. Oh, and that gets the Sink Below.
But I don't think it matters.
No, I think Logan's...
Driving Blade gives the Dawnblade Go Again anyway, so he's able to play out that Barraging Brawnhide regardless of whether he connected with the Dawnblade or not. And now Jacob only has 1 card in hand, so...
Yeah, 1 card in hand. He's actually going to take 8 damage, and I think that Sink Below, Logan was actually thrilled with that Sink Below. It only got 2 points of value, not the 3, and it meant the Barraging Brawnhide came in for an additional point of value. That Sink Below Yellow effectively defended for 1 on that turn.
Yeah, those big burly attacks putting in the work for Logan.
So Kodachi coming in for 1, another Kodachi coming for 1, and one thing to keep an eye on, Carol, Jacob all the way down to 2 life. I saw Logan pitch a Steel Blade Shunt earlier.
That is so true. And let's see what he's... So he's working with a bunch of blues, but those are some premium blues.
So he's back to the Quicksilver. We saw him pitch early in the game, and that blue Overpower that you were just talking about.
I think this blue Overpower is just extremely powerful in this particular game state. Whether Jacob, he has to defend. Like, he has to defend because Dawnblade's threatening lethal. So you're getting the full value from Reprise unless there's no.
Yep, yeah. And Jacob, we talked about the issue of fatigue earlier. There's no cards left in deck. I mean, you might just be forced. I mean, you're blocking with 2 cards here. You have to. Blue Overpower is going to push this. I mean, you could glint the Quicksilver to get this go again. Blue Overpower is going to bump this up to 7. That's representing lethal if Jacob doesn't have anything. This could be game right here.
Oh, wow.
Here comes the glint for Go Again. Draw a card.
So that's,
Overpower up to 7.
That's just game.
That's 7 on 5. Jacob's doing the math. But I think all he can do is look and give a shake of the head.
Yeah,
and
that
game.
is it. Logan Boyd managed to win with this powerful one-off Dorinthea in the pod and takes down the Calling Auckland.
And we just listened to the audio quickly here. Yep, and the handshake. And I don't know if the audience caught this, I heard Jacob immediately give him the congratulations, say, well played. And Logan taking down one of the players at the top of the Player of the Year standings. What a scalp.
Yeah, amazing performance. And, that's what I loved about that finals was those little micro decisions that ended up getting Logan ahead in that game. Respecting the snatch, double blocking it, not getting too greedy, and converting that into the win. And being mindful, that's the thing about the Welcome to Rathe format, is knowing how many cards in deck your opponent has, what life total they have, and weaving that aggression and defense depending on if you can correctly identify the game state.
I think massively played by Logan there. I want to keep coming back to that thing you mentioned, that double block on the red snatch. I think that's the play they're not everyone makes.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would straight up take the damage.
I mean, we were both talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Just being like, oh, you just present lethal back. But I think that's how you get yourself back into trouble.
Yeah.
Logan at that point knew. He said, look, I've gone through so many of my cards at this point. I know I have Wounded Bull coming up. I know I have Bradgering Bornhide coming up. I know I have these shunts and some of
And
these
the
power
Goliath,
cards.
right?
And the
Still
Goliath
there.
what would close the game. He's just said, look, what I need to do is get one card off you this turn. Then your turn back isn't going to be that good. Like, I've seen some of your power cards go. I just need to chip away through these defense reactions. That Flick Flack was good, but it wasn't great.
Yeah.
And Jacob needed it to be great to win that game.
for sure. And that's one of those traps like we've seen Jacob set up before when you're like, I'm taking all this damage,
Yeah,
but
oh no.
and then bam, red Flick Flack from Arsenal just to close out your attack.
Let's have a look at the final updated bracket now that we have our champion and Logan Boyd, the champion, the winner of the grand finals, hailing from Australia. So, you know, that's a win for the APAC region.
For sure.
We'll
Yeah.
take it. We'll take it. So, I mean, but really nice again to see the Player of the Year sort of encouraging some of these like top international players to travel as well. Like Jacob Clements, definitely a bit of a road warrior. I mean, Katsu the Wanderer, this man wanders around the world playing Flesh and Blood, if you know what I mean. So,
How fitting.
very thematic that he was playing this hero all the way through our draft. But I just want to give a huge shout out to Logan. Like, that was such a cool game to watch. Just like knowing, and you know, at one point where he was saying cards left in deck when he's thinking about double blocking that stat.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, what's this guy?
What
doing?
was
Like,
he?
come on, bro. This is like turn 3, turn 4. And he counted up 17 cards and he's like, 17? I'm 2 cards ahead.
Yeah,
Perfect,
yeah,
double block.
Pretty sweet spot to be in. And to be honest, like what I want to know now is what was going on in Logan's mind, and we're going to find out very shortly. We're going to bring you an interview with the winner of Calling Auckland
Yep.
very shortly.
Don't
Stay
go anywhere.
tuned.
We'll bring you right back. That is a lights out performance from Logan. Welcome back, everyone, and I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Logan Boyd, the winner of the World Tour calling Auckland on Welcome to Rathe, and man, what a performance. That was so cool to watch for me. And I just wanted to ask you, I saw you play Dorinthea in the final draft. What about like Sealed in the other draft this weekend? Walk me through the weekend a little bit.
So I actually got to play Dorinthea all three, both drafts and in Sealed.
All the way through?
All the way through. Got to play Dorinthea. I play her in CC at the moment as well.
Okay.
So it was very nice to be able to play Dorinthea today.
Yep. And it was just a good time in general?
just a great time. Welcome to Rathe is a very fun format. Just fair flesh and blood.
Yeah, just
really
good old fashioned back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Like you hit me, I hit you. None of this fancy arcane nonsense. Just
None of the arcane nonsense. Yeah, just like good, clean pitch stacking and Stormblade counters.
And I got to say, I saw your final draft deck there, and that looked like a bit of a monster. I saw like a little bit of bling in there as well. Was that a cold foil refraction bolters? A foil glint the Quicksilver I saw?
Yeah, pack one, pick one, opened the cold foil refraction bolters, and I was like, it's a sign.
Yeah.
It's a sign. And then they just passed me into it. The Dory draft before, the first one, in the Swiss still, I drafted, was solo Dory in that one.
Oh, okay.
I drafted a really
Nice.
good deck, and I was like, this is the peak. This is where it stops. But then that second draft, I think it was just like a little bit better.
You're like, I'm going to save my best for last.
Yeah,
So
save the best for last.
walk me through your strategy a little bit, because some of the key plays I saw your semi-final game and the final game there, which I had the privilege of casting. Very thankful. It was awesome. So I saw one of the big plays that you went towards as well was that driving blade into something like the Barraging Brawnhide or Wounded Bull. Is that something you were actively looking for in the draft, or is it something where once you picked up the driving blades or you picked up the 3/7s, you're like, I just want to make sure these work together well?
Yeah, being the solo Dory drafter, it let me get like 7 or 8 copies of like Driving Blade in my deck. So I knew that I needed to do something afterwards. And if it was like a big red attack or like even just like a wounding blow, like I really wanted to have the opportunity to be able to throw that.
Yep.
Barraging Brawnhide is especially great in that spot because they give you 3 cards over blocking, so you can't react over and like swing again, and then you give them the +1 on the Barraging Brawnhide. That's didn't happen for me. They always block perfectly, but
we saw it play out beautifully in that final, though, where Jacob actually went for the Sink Below on the driving blade, and then you got the Barraging Brawnhide off with the Goliath Gauntlet. He had 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
It just lined up.
It
Lined up beautifully.
I've already forgotten the game.
It's just the thrill of the moment, the adrenaline pumping through. One of the other players I wanted to ask you about, because to me, you navigated that final game masterfully.
Thank you.
But one of the big critical moments in that game, it looked like you were starting to pull ahead, and Jacob had that turn where he was able to go Kadachi. So he leg tapped, you defended to shut off the Katsu trigger.
Yep.
He then went Kadachi into a red snatch. At this point, it was about 11 life to 10. You have a counter on Dawnblade, a blue, and 2 red stroke of foresights.
Yeah.
So that's something I was talking to my co-caster Carol with. I'm like, this is such a difficult spot. Are you meant to get aggressive and push here? And then you paused and said, can I get a deck count? So can you just walk me through what was going through your mind at that moment?
So I think he was on 10. So I was thinking, if he no-blocks this, he's not going to no-block this. There's no way he no-blocks this.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be able to push lethal here. I have a feeling that, him having a 5-card hand to crack back with is probably the way that I lose the game. I got the deck count. I was pretty sure I was up a couple cards. I was up maybe 3 or 4 cards at that point. So I was just making sure that I wasn't going to lose on the fatigue angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that just worked out so beautifully. You double block the snatch, you come back in with the driving blade, then you set that up into the Wounded Bull for 10, and then the game was just there. And it was a pretty comprehensive victory. I'm just going to say it. You won on fatigue, you won on damage, you won on every aspect, so that's got to feel pretty great. I just want to ask you before we get over to the trophy and your prize coming up very shortly, any shout-outs to your local game store or like some players or teams that you play with?
I want to first shout out my wonderful fiancée, Mariska. Thank you for supporting me in my hobby.
Beautiful.
I couldn't do it without you. Shout out to Plenty of Games in Melbourne.
Yep.
Great LGS, and also Luna Cards. Yeah.
Awesome. Always good to shout out those supportive partners. They let us do what we love to do, don't they?
We sure do.
Okay, so enough chatting from me. I talk way too much. Let's get ahead to the good stuff. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to give you the trophy. Calling champion. And of course, the beautiful prize card. I almost don't want to give this to you. So nice, but the gold Stonewall Gauntlet.
Fantastic.
So if you want to hold it up for all our viewers there at home. Oh, man. And final thing I've got to ask you, what sort of went through that mind? What went through your mind when you know you won? When you came in through that overpower, you got lethal. Was it just sort of relief, excitement, anything blank?
It was kind of blank. Like I went into that game just like not expecting anything. Like I know that it's a 2-way draft deck. Like it's going to be pretty powerful.
Yep.
I was just trying to play some good fab.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Just until the end.
And good fab, you definitely played, my friend. So congratulations again on just like an epic victory in the Welcome to Rathe draft format. Must be pretty sweet drafting alpha. Are we going to see you back here tomorrow playing a bit of Battle Hardened?
Of course.
Love
to crack some packs.
Love to see it. All right, thank you very much, Logan. Congratulations once more.
Thank you.
On such like an epic victory. I love to watch it. You played that extremely well. And I think we're just going to go away for a short break. We're going to be okay, actually, no breaks. We're gonna end it on a high note. Me with the champ. Don't remember to come back in tomorrow. We've got day 2 of the classic constructed calling. We're gonna be bringing you all the action, all day, more spoilers, more fun, more of me talking. Can't wait. See you all tomorrow.